ba-ba. Wa-da-wa-da-wa-da-wa-da-wa. Christmas time was drawing near. I had everything in order. Around we shoveled for the deer with lights around the border. Cookies laid out and stockings hung. Candy canes and sparkling snow. Children nestled, carol sung. Gingerbread and mistletoe. I hope you shimmies down the chimney tonight. Tonight, please shimmy down the chimney tonight. I'd forgotten to call the chimney sweep. Someone tall and Dick Van Dyke-ish. The fireplace soot was inches deep. Santa surely wouldn't like this. And now Santa has a coal black suit. Santa has a coal black suit. At first he wasn't happy, till I told him he looked snappy. Santa's got a coal black suit. Shimmy down the chimney tonight. Tonight, he shimmy down the chimney tonight. And now Santa has a coal black. Don't know how he fit his big ass in that flue. Santa has a coal black suit. At first he wasn't happy, till I told him he looked snappy. Santa's got a coal black suit. Shook like a bowl full of jelly. But you know, a slightly smaller bowl because of the slimming effect. He flew into the night and he said with a shout, Merry Christmas to all, and to all, check me out. For you, one that I know you'll adore.
Welcome, everybody. It is the last OCC of the KARDS season. Santa Christo here, your host for the day. The weather outside may be frightful, but KARDS is so delightful. Since there's no place to go, let's start the pre-show, shall we? Got Ollie up here showing us the Icelandic weather. It looks very similar to that in Eastern Canada today. It has been snowing for at least 24 hours. Thankfully, I don't have to go outside. Darkness, Spooz, welcome as well. We have the band back together, essentially one last time here on the War Room because, Ollie, this will be your last hurrah.
Yeah, it feels weird, but also, delightful. I'm gonna miss you guys. So uh, I'm happy that, as we'll talk about in a little bit, that the final OCC that I do is not just a bunch of like Jagro US frontline and fast high stacks. Instead, apparently everyone discovered that France is a nation in KARDS over the past 2 weeks. So it should be a good one. And it should really, like you say, make the most out of my final casting opportunity, because I'll have to cast a lot through all these matches. And on top of that, Erlin like pretended that she didn't get into the office, so she's making me cast all the games, right? So no, but I mean, it's gonna be an awesome time. It's bittersweet for sure, but at the same time, only good things to come for KARDS and hopefully myself. So everything is a-okay.
Right on. And yes, we are absolutely going to get the most out of you. You will be casting every match. You're going to be on the host desk as well, so we will get a giant dose of vitamin O before we say farewell. So there will be no shortage of Ollie today. All right, let's get to it then. You mentioned, Ollie, that we're not just going to see usual Jagro and shenanigans like that, but we're also not quite going to see the usual players that we always see in the OCC as well. So let's bring up the bracket and chat about exactly who we are going to see here this week, this month at the KARDS OCC. So, I mean, I said we won't see the usual suspects, but top of the bracket, you got J King 7 right there, our defending world champion, hot off his back-to-back, his second win, going up against Evergarden, a name we don't see every day, but has been around here and there. We got Cappuccino taking on Director in our second matchup. Director, you may know Director as Tiger. So they will be going in that second quarterfinal. We have Gorg versus XY Loser. This is Gorg's first appearance at an OCC. Again, XY Loser, not necessarily a stranger. That is going to be our first feature quarterfinal. Spooz and Ole will be casting that one. Second one up, we're going to have Turbo Cat take on Bezio. Bezio's first appearance at an OCC as well. That is going to be our second feature matchup here today. So we're going to have a lot of new folks. We're going to have some of the same old suspects on the top of that bracket, all of them vying for the title of December's Officers Club champion, as well as their share of the $1,000 prize pool. Now, before we get to the expert panel and start breaking down some of the decks, Ollie, what are you thinking here? You're seeing, a few new names. We're seeing J King pop back in again. What's kind of catching your eye here when we take a look at the bracket?
Well, I mean, first things first, J King, keeping his streak alive, not missing a beat, even though he played the World Championship. I think it's pretty insane to think about the fact that we have a back-to-back world champion. Like, I think that's actually like fairly stupid that happened. It's it just speaks to how good that guy is. 2,000 players started this year. I think 1,100 players started the World Championship last year, and you got the same dude winning it all both times. That's absolutely nuts. So then also, even though these are not the most familiar faces, we've seen Cappuccino in OCCs quite a bit. We've seen Director Tiger a couple of times. We've seen Evergarden both in OCCs and in opens. We've seen Turbo Cat before. We've seen Xy Loser or XY Loser. It's Bezio and Gorg, which is an amazing nickname. These are new players, and that always interests me and excites me when we get new players into the OCC, because that's not, that doesn't mean that they had a good run in an open or something like that. That means they grinded the ladder. They got into the top 38, they got into the top 8, and that's exciting because that normally signifies you say, more commitment to the grind than open appearances. So are we going to get more grinders coming into the new year? Are we seeing an expansion of the competitive scene? And what a time to see that as we kind of head into the last tournament of the year. This is their last chance to kind of stamp their names into the history books of 2022 of KARDS Esports. And I think both are going to be looking to make the most out of that opportunity.
Absolutely. And I think J King has proven once again there is no offseason in KARDS. Do we have a count of how many OCCs he's qualified for in a row?
Every single one.
All of them,
Right.
yeah.
I know all of them, but how many is all of them? I'll let Ollie do the math while we while we move on. I see the smoke coming out of his ears through the headphones. So it's been a lot. It's been
like 20 or something. Like 21, 20, 21.
That is wild. So huge shout out to J King for not breaking his streak. Like you said, Ollie could have taken a month off after the OCC. Chose not to. Decides, yeah, why not? Keep the streak alive. And here we are. So Darkness, over to you. Ollie mentioned, we're not kind of seeing the usual suspects here. How many France ally decks are there? I think you brought up that there's is there eight of them?
8 France ally decks out of 24. So on average, everyone is bringing one France ally deck.
Why?
This was the question I was asking myself when I was analyzing the deck. And I think it's because of the World Championship. In the World Championship and in the preparation, we saw a ton of aggressive decks. And those France decks, they weren't in the meta at that time, but a lot of those France decks are really strong against aggro decks. So, for example, Soviet France Control has a ton of heal and control aspects. Japan France Resistance is a nightmare for every J-aggro player. And even US France Control is having a lot of removal and is able to defeat Soviet self-damage. So I think this is the reason why most of the players are tried to take against the meta, which ended up in everyone is bringing anti-meta right now.
So I need to jump in and correct one thing there, Darkness. Japan France Resistance is a nightmare for everyone.
Yes,
including the casters.
That's true.
So, Spooz, would you agree with that? The pendulum kind of swung one way, and we saw a very aggressive World Championship, and now it's kind of swinging the other way, where everybody goes, well, I'm going to have to go up against that, so let me tech against it, and now we've got this weird control meta because everybody teched against it, and nobody really brought a lot of aggro.
Yeah, absolutely. And it speaks a lot if out of 8 players, only 2, I guess, are bringing Japan German aggro. Only one guy, which is the current world champion, is bringing US German frontline. I think only 2 people today are bringing the very, very popular Soviet Japan self-damage deck today. So yeah, people just learned from the world championship and just took a step back and took a look at that and expected that today. And yeah, suddenly everyone is just switching to control decks, and this will be an interesting OCC today.
Well, we're going to dive into the decks in more detail as you begin to break down the matchups, but we've highlighted a few for you. Spooz, I'm actually going to start with you. You wanted to talk about Gorg's Soviet Brit deck. So we'll have Marky Mark press the buttons on the back end, bring that up for you to take a look. Spooz, what caught your eye in this list?
Yeah, speaking about Soviet self-damage, this list is kind of an adaptation to this. Like, it has the 34th Guard in it, it has the Red Dawn in it, but Gorg we've seen Soviet Japan self-damage with Japan ally, and I think J King tried it out with Italy ally, 1 OCC, and now we have it kind of with Brit ally, although it's not really your standard self-damage list because it's not having the 456th in it. And the reason for that could be that there is the Zhukov in it, and the only infantry unit in that deck is the 34th Guards. That's 6/6, that when you get damage to your HQ from your own cards, it's just reducing the cost by 2. And this means at some point you will have a big 7 attack 0 credit cost card in your hand that has Blitz. And with cards like Ura in it, and also, where is it? There, the final push, that 1 credit order that's giving a unit +3 attack. That can be a lot of damage output in 1 turn. On the other hand, it has a lot of control stuff in hand that is good against aggressive decks, like the Scorched Earth. Bloody Sickle is very good against Shagro early on. And the Great Periodic War can also help you to bring out this OTK later, or just give you more healing. A lot of big guards units, and also the OT-34 twice in the deck. A card that is having 3 attack, but deals double damage against infantry and HQ, I guess. So I think this is kind of an OTK list here, but with the synergies of self damage to just get very, very big units for less credits or very cheap. And I'm interested to see how this one goes. It also has on Brit side the honey just to give you some healing, and the convoys to have very, very consistent draw. But also by the sword 2 times, so it has a lot of stuff to cycle through your deck, find your combo pieces, and then push out these 34s or the OT-34, and then yeah, OTK your opponent, I guess. I think it's more like an OTK deck than just the self-damage deck, but on the first view, if you could not look on the left side, it completely looks like self-damage. But yeah, with the twist to Ura and that combo from Zhukov getting a guaranteed 34s, this is really, really strong.
Ollie, you sounded like you wanted to add in something there.
No, I was going to ask you. It feels like either like Dion or Viabator made this deck. It's like this is the two or Scout even, right? Like that to me looks crazy, that deck. And it looks annoying, right? You put an infantry unit in the front line, all of a sudden there's like an OT with like double final push plus a Ura that hits it, and bam, you're done, right?
I mean, Gorg has brought a pretty interesting list of decks here. So I know you said this could be a Viabator or a Scout list. Maybe Gorg's our up-and-coming deck mad scientist here who's going to put these strange lists together, because we had to talk the expert panel down from just going through his entire lineup. So you will see that in the first matchup. So Spooz and Ollie will get to do that. But let's move on to our next list. This one from Cappuccino. Darkness, you wanted to chat about the German-Italy Alpine list.
Exactly, and just because I like this kind of deck, and we see it quite rarely. This is Alpine, German main nation and Italy side nation, and as the name suggests, it's making use of the Alpine mechanic. Alpine units are infantry units which are pushing themselves, kinda. If those units are getting +1/+1 for each Alpine unit on the battlefield when deployed or added. And with the recently added 6th Alpine regiment, 4/7 guard, which is healing for the amount of combat damage dealt, this is a very strong addition to this deck. Alpines are not that strong in the meta right now, or in the last couple of months, so I really wonder how successful Cappuccino will be today with this list. But since most people are not bringing the current meta decks, but anti-meta decks, this could definitely work, and maybe Cappuccino will snowball with this deck to victory, because that is basically what Alpine is. You play an Alpine unit turn 1, a second one turn 2, this one has already +1/+1 buffed, and then a third one turn 3, hopefully a 136 Gebirgsjäger, and this already has +2/+2, and then you can move 1 into the front, and with encirclement get a second one into the front line while it's added, and you have a +3/+3 unit with Blitz in the front line, which is the ideal combo for the first 4 turns. But yeah, maybe we will see that. Maybe we won't, because there's quite a lot of removal today. But I'm happy to look forward to this one.
You know, you mentioned that this wasn't necessarily the strongest meta deck per se. I mean, we saw, I believe, was it the last OCC that Legions all of a sudden popped up kind of out of nowhere? So I think that people are trying some more interesting mixes, though. Cappuccino may also just run into a wall of control here in this specific OCC. So we will find that out a little bit later today, hopefully. In the meantime, Ollie, let's take it over to you for XY loser, Xy loser. How am I supposed to be pronouncing this?
I
Do we
always say
know?
Psy loser. I,
Okay.
I apologize if that's wrong, but XY loser, Xy loser, I feel like we've used that interchangeably so far. Cool player though, right?
Xy loser definitely sounds more fun. Sounds better.
Yeah, yeah. It goes. It's more fluid when casting. Xy loser does this versus XY loser does that. You know.
Yeah, agreed. So you actually threw together Xy loser's Soviet France list, right?
Mhm.
And gave that a whirl. What did you think of the list?
I mean, I think this is a cool list, right? And I know a fair few are bringing this, and I think that's super interesting, given how prominent like the Soviet list has been, Soviet self-damage for so long, that now we're seeing this kind of swap up, and now France is coming in as the ally. But this deck is just slow, right? I think that's the best way to describe it. You have a ton of units, mostly. You know, you have a lot of control. There are some major or minor differences between those lists. Most of the France side is the same for all these lists. You got the defend in depths, call to the colonies. That gives you, draw. It gives you removal. It gives you HP if you need it. The phony war is there as well to refill your hand and to kind of force your opponent to draw. And that's the big reason that's there. It's not for you to draw stuff, it's for your opponent to draw stuff, because you want to just out fatigue your opponent here. So you want them to expend a ton of cards, then you phony war and have them draw 6, and then you just sit back and turtle it up. You got the second Rima, and that basically gives all your ally units mobilize. And then you have the liberation. The difference that I'm seeing on the French side is that I think J King is bringing the heavy armor 2 tank that I forget what it's called, the Char Beast, and that is going to be used for him to basically get some draw out of it as well. But then you got on the Soviet side, you just have a ton of control. You do what the Soviets do best. You got the engineering battalion to constantly heal up. Oh, this is not the deck that I made, but you got the red banner plus the 272nd card, so you can make double Joseph Stalin. You got some control in terms of the hammer. You got the Bryansky regulars, that's 18 damage absorbed just in the bodies that you place on the field. You got the Chaika, that's 4 units packed into 2 cards. You got the Scorched Earth to slow down your opponent even more. It's just a grind you down type of deck. And even though Xy Loser is banking a little bit more on the side of the order control side, J King is banking on just the unit control side. He's just putting down valuable unit after valuable unit. You have things like the armored train as well. You've got partisans in there to deal with any particularly nasty units that might come out. The KV-1 as well, that can be used in combination with the phony war to potentially deal a ton of damage to your opponent. So I think this is a super interesting different type of Soviet deck than the one we've been seeing for so long. And the fact that almost everyone has basically pivoted their Soviet deck out of their lineup into this one means that we're going to have a pretty interesting day ahead of ourselves.
I heard out fatigue your opponent, and I think after this war room, I'm going to go make myself another pot of coffee because it might be a bit of a day. So I'm excited to see what goes on. We're going to have Xy Loser taking on Gorg. There you go. Darkness is well prepared. He did check the deck list before the war room. He knows what's up.
Yes.
So we're going to have Gorg versus XY Loser first. That's coming up shortly.
My prediction is that the first series here is going to feature a match that's going to be longer than our final series of the World Championship.
Our
'Cause
final
that's-
series of the World Championship was like 7 minutes though. So
it took like 25 minutes or 30 minutes, right? But we're probably going to see a match that's that long today. So for everybody at home, I hope that it's snowing like it is, for me. Just get like a nice hot cup of cocoa, like, put some marshmallows in there, some cream, sit back under a nice blanket and get tucked in for a great day of cards action.
I totally agree. We are celebrating Cardsmas here in this December OCC. So we're going to have Gorg versus XY Loser in just a few moments. Spooz and Olicast in that one. TurboCat Bezio going to be our second highlighted quarterfinal match. Before we get there, though, let's do one last spin because we've got an interesting mix of individuals here this time around. Ollie, I'm going to have you go first since it's going to be your last cast. Who is taking home the title of December's Officers Club Championship?
So the thing is, I want to say J King because I feel like when things just swing into like a control direction, J King's really good. But J King's almost the only one that's not bringing a full control lineup, right? He's bringing, Jagro plus US Frontline. So let's go with Gorg. I want to see Gorg take it home.
I don't know if he will, but I personally would love for Gorg to take it home because I want to see more Gorg. I want to see more of these lists. I want to see more mad scientist concoction. So I'm with you on that one. Darkness, what are you feeling today in December's OCC?
Die Loser.
That was definitive. That was quick. What makes you say that?
I just checked the deck lists and I thought of which lineup I would take to this event. I think Silusa is very well prepared overall and an experienced player, so I think he will take it.
I love how Ollie, you went with gut feeling. Darkness went with the scientific approach. Spooz, who do you got?
I mean, I had the most time re-watching the deck list here and figuring out who's having maybe the most consistent lineup over all players here. And I'm switching, or I'm between Evergarden or TurboCat. And yeah, just because Evergarden is up against J King, I think J King can beat anyone. I'm just going with TurboCat for winning OCC today.
I love it. I think this might be the first time that nobody's gone with, J King. Or the favorite. So it's going to be a heck of a day. I think, Ollie, you're spot on. Get yourself some cocoa, get yourself huddled up under a nice blanket, maybe by the fire, looking at the snow out the window, and get your cards on. So we're going to have all of the action for the December OCC in just a few moments. So go refill that beverage. We will be right back with the main event.
Christmas time was drawing near. I had everything in order. Around we shoveled for the deer with lights around the border. Cookies laid out and stockings hung. Candy canes and sparkling snow. Children nestled, carol sung. Gingerbread and mistletoe. I hope you shimmies down the chimney tonight. Tonight, please shimmy down the chimney tonight. I've forgotten to call the chimney sweep. Someone tall and Dick Van Dyke-ish. The fireplace soot was inches deep. Santa surely wouldn't like this. And now Santa has a coal black suit. Santa has a coal black suit. At first he wasn't happy till I told gonna chim you tonight. And now Santa has a coal black. Don't know how he fit his big ass in that flue. Santa has a coal black suit. At first he wasn't happy, till I told him he looked snappy. Santa's got a coal black suit. When he laughed, he shook like a bowl full of jelly. But you know, a slightly smaller bowl because of the slimming effect. He flew into the night and he said with a shout, Merry Christmas to all and to all. Check me out. I've got a gift for you, one that I know you'll adore. It's a specialty item you've been waiting a long time for. I'll wrap it up for you, place it under the tree, and give it to you early on Christmas Eve. I'm hoping at last that we will be together, and regardless of the weather, we'll be warm. We'll be set by the fire, so thankful and so merry, sharing thoughts of Christmas past and making
Welcome, everybody. It is the December KARDS OCC, the last event of 2022. If you thought during that transition that the guy with the boots was a bit creepy, that's just Ollie. He's a little sad that he's leaving us, so he's going to keep an eye on each and every one of you, just peeking through the window. Ollie, how you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I got my snow that I've been wishing for the past few weeks here in Iceland. It's snowing so much. I'm so happy. Especially when it gets like dark in late winter in Iceland. Having the snow to reflect all the light so that it feels a little bit lighter, it actually matters quite a lot to me. So even when I went to the Christmas party last night and it had started snowing, whoa, and just a big like slab of snow just fell off my roof here, right as I said that. But when I went to the office Christmas party, I was in such a good mood because it was snowing. While everyone else was like, bundling their jackets and being like, "Oh, stupid snow," right? I was just like the happiest that I could be. So I'm feeling fantastic. It's going to be a great, a predicted long day of KARDS here ahead of us. But yeah, absolutely great.
Cannot argue with that. Being Canadian, the snow actually brightens up the day, and I'm excited for a white holiday season. It's going to be a great time. We're going to have a great time with you here today. We got Spooz and Darkness getting ready as well behind the scenes for their casting matchup. Ollie, of course, we have mentioned a few times now, this is going to be your last event, so we're going to have you just everywhere, casting everything on the host desk. You're just going to be doing all of it. So we'll get into that a little bit later on. We also have some highlights as well from the World Championships, some behind the scenes footage that we'll be sharing with you as well today. So we got a lot going on here to celebrate kind of the end of 2022. But why don't we start chatting about the players? Because we got a fun lineup here for you today. Let's take a quick peek at the bracket, and then we can dive into the player profile. So there you've got it. J King, our defending world champion, defending two-time world champion, taking on Evergarden in that top quarterfinal. Cappuccino versus the Director, aka Tiger, for those of you who know them by that name. Gorg taking on Xyloser is our first highlighted featured quarterfinal matchup. Second feature matchup's going to be TurboCat versus Bezio, not to be confused with Jeff Bezos. So we've got a bunch of great matchups for you here today. To Ollie's point, we broke down some of the decks in the pre-show. Might be a bit of a long day. Make yourself that extra pot of coffee, get that cocoa ready. We're gonna have a lot happen in here, and we're gonna break down those Gorg and Xyloser decks momentarily when Spooz and Ollie get ready for that first cast. But we got some newcomers here. Why don't we get to know the players just a little bit better and take a peek at their player profiles, Ollie? I'm always curious to see, we got Jakin showing up time and time again. But some of the new players, right? We got Gorg's first appearance. We have Bezio's first appearance. We have TurboCat's second appearance here today.
Yeah. Awesome players. And, there you see probably the best known out of the bunch, J King 7, 21,000 plus matches, 70% win rate. We've said it before. We'll say it again. That's absolutely nuts. He didn't settle with just, becoming world champion. He also won the previous season and is probably going to be setting his sights on winning this season as well. And for anybody, unfamiliar, in 2021, he won 11 out of 12 seasons. So, this is just the guy that's taken KARDS to a new level and keeps pushing the tournament scene and keeps kind of pushing the boundaries of the skill level and preparation level that you bring to these tournaments, which is absolutely huge. But I feel like, now as we see the game kind of continue to mature, continue to grow, we're going to see more and more people bringing that same attitude. So 2023 is going to be the year of defense for J King 7.
Absolutely. And that's the wild part, right? We talked about how he was preparing for the World Championships, playing in the World Championships. That didn't stop him from finishing first. So didn't just qualify, but did so in a dominant fashion there. You see what we've learned to be his lucky pineapple shirt in his profile picture right there as well. So I do agree though, Ollie, coming into 2023, we got mobile coming soon. I think that's going to be adding a new influx of players. People going to be qualifying for the OCC live from their washrooms. So there's going to be a lot going on in KARDS, and I think that this is J King's opportunity to have one last laugh before things get probably a little bit more challenging for him as he continues to try and defend his streak of appearing in every OCC ever.
Yeah. I mean, all future endeavors or future successes in the competitive scene are just going to be that much more impressive. So,
Absolutely. Let's move on to Evergarden. So, Evergarden, it's not a name I have seen. I'm being told that Evergarden is not new to the scene, though, has participated before. There you see finishing 29th, so did go through the qualification process to make it here today.
yeah, Evergarden, a fantastic player. Not quite as many games as J King, as you can see there, 7,000 games. That's still quite a bit of games, but a very healthy 66% win ratio. And yeah, you are correct. Not completely a new player. We've seen Evergarden, I believe, more in the opens side of things, but we've also seen him in an OCC before. So this is going to be a good kind of test for them going into the last tournament of 2022. We'll see if they're going to be here for the long run, and maybe 2023 is the year of Evergarden.
Absolutely. And that's kind of the fun part. You mentioned the opens. We've seen a few of these players participate in opens, do fairly well, even make it to the broadcast stage. So they might be new names to the OCC, not necessarily new names to the KARDS esports scene. And I think that just goes to show what we've talked about all year long, really, is you've got those opportunities to participate, to play, to improve your chances. And then you make it onto a stage like this where you really get to, create an opportunity for yourself to become really a part of that upper echelon of KARDS competitive, the KARDS competitive scene.
Absolutely.
Who do we have next? There's Cappuccino. This one is absolutely no stranger to us. They have been around time and time again. Again, 21,000 matches, so no stranger to this game we call KARDS, finishing 4th this season. Anything you would like to add, Oli, about Cappuccino?
Cappuccino has always been one of those players that they've seen a lot of success. They've beaten the best players in the game. They've lacked consistency at the top. Now, I feel like if they're able to step up their consistency a little bit, moving into 2023, they're a candidate to be just one of the dominating forces within KARDS competitive. Now, of course, you never know people's personal situations in terms of like, did you not have enough time to grind this month? Were your ambitions maybe elsewhere, focusing on other real life stuff? But I hope that we get to see more of Cappuccino moving forward. Always an entertaining player to watch, and always brings the fun, brings well piloted, well built decks, and I'm happy that they're here today.
And I think you nailed it there. This is a player who, while lacking consistency, I'd almost say it's more consistency in qualifying, because when they do participate, they always do play fairly well, piloting the list well, and doing a generally good job all around. So I am curious to see, how the addition of adding, let's say, KARDS Mobile to the scene, how that will affect even our current players who will just have a little bit more access to the game. So maybe they're traveling a little bit, maybe they are, dealing with some real life stuff, but have that opportunity to pull out their phone and just get a couple games in and continue to grind that ladder.
Yeah.
All right, so next up we have Director, also known as Tiger. So using a bit of an alt account here. Director actually managed to get both alt accounts up into the qualification level, I believe, last season. So that is impressive, considering I can't even get my one account into Field Marshal. But we see 7,000 games likely just on this account, because again, Tiger is somebody that we have seen pretty darn often at this level of play.
Yeah, and here we're maturing into the point where you have players that have multiple accounts with pretty substantial collections, and are playing across different accounts. And this is what you get when you're a free-to-play game. Now we appreciate the fact that Director was just forthcoming in disclosing their identity and letting us know, choosing one account to play on here, and going with the Director account. The alternative name is of course Tiger, and if you combine the appearances and accolades of these quote unquote two accounts, two players, they stack up to something great. And you can see it there, 70% win rate on this account. Finished the season in 5th, and an overall super strong player. I would say still, not quite at the Hui, No and 5, CCMS, Cappuccino type rank from if you look at the kind of Chinese or Asian community, but definitely on a trajectory to get there if they're able to put in consistent performances month after month. As we're finishing the year, I'm referencing 2023 a lot. The year that I'll sit on the sidelines and watch. So definitely one of the players I'm looking out for in 2023.
Sit on the sidelines and watch. I believe at the World Championships, you mentioned something about how you were going to qualify for the January OCs. So just putting that out there, Ollie. You did make a commitment that we were planning on holding you accountable for.
Well, I'm going to have to get to grinding then.
Sounds good. Let's take a look at who we have next. We have Gorg 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Finishing second this season. I feel like Gorg kind of came out of nowhere, has a wacky list of decks that they are bringing, but finishing second, that is not any easy feat in the current KARDS scene.
You know, as we were saying Gorg more and more, I realized why I love the name so much. It sounds like the name of a heavy metal, death metal band. Like, oh yeah, I'm the singer of Gorg, right? Just a reference to Gwar from the 1995 hit classic Empire Records, if people know that reference. But Gorg, awesome name. Also, just like, hi, my name is Gorg 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not 7. No. But I'm already a big fan. Just looking at the lists, just looking at the fact that they're finishing second in the season here. They got 7,000 matches, and we're assuming that this is their only account. So, bringing things like the anti-air gun. This is a card that I don't believe I've ever seen played in an OCC, and this is fun for me because when you get new people that have a different perspective into the competitive scene, things get shaken up quite a bit. I mean, Viabator, he forced changes to decks just by bringing combo decks, and OTK decks, and that's similar to the style that Gorg is playing. He's just going like his Brit deck, and we'll go through that later. But his Brit deck is like, let me put pin in the search bar and just add all those cards, and then see what I can muster up in between. It's pretty much it. He's doing like retreat as well. Like it's gonna be amazing. I just can't wait to see the deck lists coming out of Gorg, the heavy metal lists. Gorg.
It almost feels like they just slammed their hand on the keyboard and Gorg is what came out, and then to add order to it went, well, I'm gonna add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to it. But yes, Ollie, I'm excited to see Gorg perform as well. I think to your point, the favorite card is pretty unique. The list that they are bringing is very unique, and the fact that they were able to finish second nonetheless is super impressive. So hopefully more to come from Gorg in the year 2023. Next up, we are going to have Gorg's first round matchup opponent, Xyloser. Once again, somebody we've seen pretty regularly. Did have to go through the qualification process, finishing 11th here. So we're going to have Gorg versus Xyloser. Spooz and Ollie are going to be cast in that one. Ollie, what would you like to add about Xyloser? Again, somebody we've seen, again, maybe not at that elite tier of competitive players, but somebody who's, pretty regularly put their stamp on the OCCs and the Opens.
I mean, I just wanna throw out the total matches. This tells me that Xyloser's a fantastic player. Just doesn't have quite as much time to play as some other people. I think if he has more time to play, he's definitely going to be one of the top competitors. Always brings the heat. Is able to go toe to toe with pretty much anyone in the scene. So, looking forward to seeing what he can do today. And I always think, if you came through the qualifiers, that's a testimonial of you being in good shape, like tournament shape now. So the fact that he came in through the qualifiers is just gonna benefit him even more. So it's gonna be a good one. And unfortunately, he's going up against my favorite today here, Gorg. But you can never count Xyloser out. So we'll see.
Absolutely. Anything is possible. And I think you did hit a really important point there, that total matches just makes things even more impressive, right? The fact that under 7,000 matches able to still perform at such a high level. did go through the qualifiers, did make it here, got a little bit more of that tournament practice kind of under their belt, figured out some matchups and bans and all that good stuff. So definitely going to have a little bit potentially of an advantage here, having gone through that longer process. As we continue on here, who do we have next? I believe it is TurboCat. That's correct. So TurboCat, we have established their second OCC. I feel like we have seen TurboCat in some of the opens before as well. 15,000 matches, so somebody who's been around for a minute, finishing third this season.
Yeah, definitely, a lot of experience there, 15,000 matches. Not quite as high of a win rate as we have seen from many other players, but that doesn't necessarily say everything. Maybe TurboCat just spent a lot of time playing weird and wacky decks, for 10,000 matches, but then said, you know what, I'm great at this game. I'm going to try hard. I'm going to go for the high finish this season, and just throws up a 80% win rate to get third. So let's not read too much into that, but clearly an experienced, capable player. Where they might fall a little bit short is on the tournament experience, and I think that's true for Bezio, it's true for Gorg, it's true for TurboCat. These players haven't necessarily been there, done that when it comes to competing at such a high level in high stakes matches, with people watching, getting messages from friends and other people in the community going like, yeah, I'm rooting for you, and then also playing relatively late into the night, as happens oftentimes with the OCC, and probably will happen today given the deck list that we're seeing. That can also wear on you. So that's where my question mark is on TurboCat and all these newer players, is how do they perform as the tournament progresses?
And that's why you can never count somebody out like J King, who just has so much tournament experience under their belt that they can come out and probably find the opening in just about any matchup to see success. So there's definitely an aspect of that plays into it. As we move on to our last player, Bezio, aka Don't Call Me Jeff Bezos. This is Bezio's first appearance, hailing from Poland. Take a look at that favorite card. Take a look at that profile picture. Something there looks kind of similar to me.
Yeah, they both say H34 on the side. No, these are actually that's the same ship, and I think that's super cool. So first off, huge shout out. Sub 3,500 matches, already in an OCC, finishing 6th, right? That displays a ton of commitment to learning the game quickly, immediately getting the hang of it, making use of the status of your collection at every single level to win a ton of matches, and get that 62.84% win ratio. A player that goes in, gets their new player decks, grinds that out until they're losing every other game, doesn't get a 62 or 63% win ratio right off the bat. It's the players that go in and are constantly making adjustments and constantly learning more and more about the game. So already that tells me a lot of good things about Bezio as a player. On top of that, he seems to have a personal connection with the theme and be a kind of a history fanatic, which is also something that helps you kind of fuel the motivation of going and learning about these different cards. And a lot of people that maybe are not history buffs, a lot of the subtle references to historical events in the game design of cards is a little bit lost on them. And I know I was, I had that as well. But being a part of the 1939 Games team and having access to our great game designers, listening to them explain to me how like the historical context of this unit or of this ship led to how that they designed the cards. There's a lot of very interesting nuance there, and I think a lot of benefit that can come from being a history buff playing cards, just because it can drive your engagement and fuel your adoption of knowledge in the game. And I think that's among what's happening with Bezio here.
Absolutely nailed it there, Ollie. I mean, when you've got that extra drive, that extra reason to want to play, that just helps you stay engaged. Hey, lose a couple matches, doesn't matter. I want to learn more about this. I want to try more of this. There's so much to do in the game, so much to learn. that I absolutely think you nailed it there. So we're going to have a phenomenal day of cards. You've seen the bracket now. You've seen the player. We're going to have Gorg taking on Xyloser. Coming up next, Spooz and Ollie, you two are going to break down all the decks, the bans, and we're going to see exactly what happens in this first feature quarterfinal of the 2022 KARDS OCC.
The audience is also very hyped to see our first series today here.
Absolutely. Let's bring him up. And there we see it, the first deck list here from Gorg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to be his Brit Japan deck. And for this one, you know, if he has a limited collection, he definitely prioritized crafting all the pin cards in the game first and foremost, because there's a whole lot of pin in this one, Spooz.
Yeah, and also all the important elites are in it, like Monty Schelling. He has the research, and also his win condition with the deck, the Commonwealth. So kind of good in finding the correct cards here and using his wild cards in a good way to craft the most important decks when you want to play Britain decks. Most important cards when you play Britain decks. And yeah, as you said, this deck has a lot of cards in it that has the keyword pin on it. Even the 39-inch anti-air gun that we've never seen in any competitive play, because it's so understated for the credit cost, only having 2-3 of embody for 5 credits. Sure, it has a strong deployment effect, but also only when you face air decks. And the good thing for Gorg is today that XY his opponent, is actually bringing one Brit Japan air deck, so maybe he's getting the value out of that card that he wants to get. But then yeah, just a very, very annoying deck to play against, like a lot of stuff that can pin your units or just send your units back, like the anti-air barrage there, fortification. So a lot of control tools to just keep your opponent away from your HQ with triple delaying tactics, and then you just heal yourself up with honey and fortification and just, yeah, in best case, kill your opponent with the Commonwealth. But the big problem could be if your opponent is playing a deck that delivers a lot of healing, that XY for example, is having with the Soviet France deck. Then I think you could be in trouble, because I'm not sure if this deck is having enough damage output to deal with this.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this is going to be an interesting one to watch. I think this one is a frustrating one to play against. But I also think, like, let's remember, we're in a tournament setting. You have open deck lists, so you're able to play around a lot of those potentials and try and come up with a strategy to actually beat this deck. This is not like you realize on turn 5 on ladders, like, oh, I just played all my units and now they're all pinned and I'm going to be, you know, crushed by this deck. So maybe Xyloser has the ability to play around some of the tactics here from Gorg. Let's bring up the next deck here from Gorg and take a look at that one. That is a Japan Soviet deck. And again, this one is weird. It's weird. It's triple Scorched Earth. There's some Workers Unite by the Sword for draw. You got a Siren. You got a Kawanishi, Kika, To the Last Man. What is going on here, Spooz?
Yeah, it looks so the left side, the Japanese side, looks a little bit like your usual resistance deck, Japan resistance, with the Siren in it, with Last Rites in it, Kawanishi, a lot of cards that synergize with the kamikazes that you get out of Kicker and Last Rites. And yeah, but Gorg just deciding, I think it's pretty hard to get all the French cards, so I think that might be a reason why he switched to Soviet here as the ally, because it's also delivering the Brillance Irregulars, some additional guards, Scorched Earth to slow down your opponent, By the Sword for the draw. It's way less annoying to play against this than against France Resistance, I guess. But yeah, it looks like a first attempt of a Japan-Soviet control list for me. Like, it has a lot of guards, a lot of removal, like To the Last Man, one of the strongest removals in the game. And yeah, overall, interesting list. And I think, yeah, your win condition is the Last Rites, Kawanishi, but also kind of fatigue matchup again.
Yeah. All right. Definitely, you know, already two very interesting lists. Let's bring up the third list here from Gorg.
Yeah, the final list, one of the most interesting one, kind of in self-damage OTK list. Because usually the problem when you play an OTK deck with Great Periodic War, which is already costing 6 credits, you don't have too much credits left for the combo. But with Zhukov guaranteeing you to give the 34 guards, which will at some point cost 0 and having 7 attack, then you buff it with the final push and hurrah. And when you play a Great Patriotic before that, there might be a chance you just have enough damage output in one turn to kill your opponent in that one turn.
Yeah, and I mean a few different ways that you can kind of find victory here, and I think this OTK deck pulls in one of the crucial things that a lot of OTK decks sometimes are missing, and that's the ability to kind of deliver damage across the field with the OT34 and Yura combo, but also things like, you know, the Katyusha plus a couple final pushes, a Yura, that on top of a Great Patriotic War being played the turn before. All of this stuff is something that can end the game at least within a 2-turn timer and just from hand. So I think this is going to be a super interesting one to watch. And then on the kind of honey side, on the Brit side, you're also ticking up the healing and Gorg, you know, bringing very much off meta decks, stuff that we haven't seen in a competition for a long time, and I can't wait to see how it actually plays out. Now, his opponent, Cy Loser, also bringing some interesting decks, and let's take a look at those. And we'll start off with the most traditional deck out of all the 6 decks that are being brought here, and that's Brit Air. And I think we're just not going to spend really a ton of time here. You know, there's got the 3 Type 94s, it's got the Air Superiority, and Dissonia is on the Japan side, and then a pretty standard Brit Air deck list on the Brit side. I don't see anything crazy here, but if we go to the next deck from Cy Loser, that's where the things start going a little bit, you know, different. They become a little bit different. And the more that I looked at this deck list, the more variation I was starting to find. When I kind of first looked at and started comparing the Soviet France decks from the different players that are bringing here today, the more I noticed that they're different. I mean, there's 2 Scorched Earth here. He's got the Road to Berlin. He's kind of got 3 Bryansk Irregulars. This is basically just a whole lot of stalling, a whole lot of value, a whole lot of stuff that can, you know, I'm going to play this one out and then I'm going to look for an ISU Winter Warfare combo late into the game. I'm going to try and burn you out on fatigue very deliberately by using the Phony War. And this almost to me feels like a win on fatigue as the primary win condition type of deck.
Yeah, you might absolutely be correct. Like, there's not so much damage output. I think the most damage output you get from the 272nd, maybe combined with the Red Banner to get double use of Stalin, or the Tractor Factories. But the rest is most likely like protecting your HQ, controlling the board, annoy your opponent with giving him resistance cards. And yeah, even 3 times Deuxième Remar on the French side there is really surprising to me. I think it's just mostly because this unit is a guard unit, and yeah, more guards is like equals better deck, I guess, is the quote for today. Yeah.
I mean, it's a big stat line as well. It's a 3-6, so it's a lot of HP protecting the HQ. And if you think about it, that's 18 HP protecting the HQ right there. The Brianska regulars, that's 18 more, so you're up to 36 guard HP. The 272nd guards, that's 6, so you're up to 38. The armored train, that's 7, I believe. So you're up to 45. You have surely there's oh, there's no naval brigade here.
Yeah,
so
just one liberation. So, but triple called colonies, a card that is very versatile in its use. You can just use it for giving your HQ additional health, just in case you really need it, or you can just get the double draw out of it. So very flexible card. But yeah, interesting that there's only one liberation, but a ton of guards to get through for their opponents. Yeah.
Also, yeah, first rifles, second rifles, the 2 T60s. So you're up to like 55 HP of guards. Just, that's a whole lot of guards. So this, I think, is going to be a fatigue type of game. We'll see if it works out for Xyloser, and we'll see in what matchup it works out, and then we'll take a look at his final deck here. And that is a deck that was popularized by J-King, basically the unitless deck, and this is aimed to. Can you imagine if we were seeing this deck against the pin deck? That's just like dead cards versus dead cards. Let's pass for 28 turns until one of us dies of fatigue. This is going to be absolutely crazy. The only units in this deck are the Hellcats and the 5th Rangers and the 101st Airborne. Everything else is about removing, delaying, and hand manipulation, and then slowly but surely chipping away at the HQ.
Yeah, a matchup like this could be really annoying, but for both opponents. Like, as you said, XY Loser not having a lot of targets for his orders, and also Gorg not having a lot of stuff to pin. Yeah, I think I'm not looking forward to that, but it can also be interesting. Like, you don't see the usual meta decks competing against each other. I think the players have to use more of their brain power to pilot those matchups, and this can be also interesting to see, because then maybe the better player, the player that understands the matchup better, wins, and not the one that is having the better hand or the better draws over the match.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely more room for mistakes in this type of matchup than in kind of just a basic Jagro versus US frontline matchup. So super excited to actually see how this one plays out, and I just hope that we're ready to go into the action relatively soon. We of course do have bans for these players. This is the best out of 3. One deck is banned, and let's take a look at what that is. Gorg getting his Japan Soviet almost resistance, not resistance, Blast Rights deck banned. I don't know what to call it. And Xyloser getting that US order deck banned. So we're going to be seeing Gorg get to play the anti-aircraft gun, potentially against some aircrafts. And then we're going to be looking at a very interesting mirror matchup between the two Soviets there if we get to see that one play out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see that Soviet Britain kind of OTK deck in action. I'm pretty happy that it did get banned, but I think XY Loser is having good matchups against this. Like with the Soviet decks, he has a lot of healing. With his US France deck that he did not know was probably banned, but he also had some very good answers with it. Like, he's not pushing a lot of units to the front line if he does not need to, and for the big boys, he's just having a lot of removal there. Yeah, but overall, I think XY Loser's in a good spot here matchup-wise. But yeah, I think Gorg can just surprise with his decks if you place them correctly, if you pilots them correctly, and it's definitely here for a surprise, I guess.
Yeah, I think I want to see Brit versus Brit, and then I want to see Soviet versus Soviet. That's what I want out of this matchup. And I think Brit from Xyloser into the Soviet deck from Gorg is a massive favor for Xyloser, because there is that you need to get across the field, or you need something in the front line, and you kind of need to go and find your combo pieces. And Brit Air does have the capability of kind of ramping up early enough that it can put enough pressure to kill you before that happens. But for the two mirror matchups, those are the ones that are really interesting to me. So I hope we get to see Brit in the beginning. We do not. Well, we get to see the the pin deck into.
Oh no. Pin versus the Soviet control list. And okay, I think for Gorg, this is probably the best matchup he could have gotten here. As you mentioned, the Brit Airless would have been way worse. But yeah, I'm not sure how he's ever delivering enough damage to Psy Loser's HQ to win here. But I think we will find out soon. Gorg already having the first surprise attack in hand from the Type 94 and probably able to deliver the first damage to Psy Loser's HQ here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? 0 operating cost. It's gonna be kind of clawing away. Wait, I said 0 operating cost. Maybe not. All right, Honey taken out immediately. Psy Loser saying, "I don't like you getting more HP." Now the question is, what are we seeing here from Gorg? Is he gonna drop the Crusader without having an order to follow it up, or is he just gonna pass and hit face for one?
Yeah, we could also play the fortification just to get this early healing on. And from there on, Psy Loser is always in the need of being above 20 HP once we reach 12 credits. So this could be a good spot to just get yourself early above 30. So your opponent also always has in the back of his mind that he at some point needs to get you below 30 or himself above 20. And this could be a good way to have the pressure from Gorg's end here to win in the end. But this Brian's Irregulars is already a good way to stop the aggression. On the other hand, there's naval operation plus surprise attack in hand to potentially get rid of it. But at the moment, it's not really a threat. And this Reamer is way more of a good target to remove, because this would also ban or buff the Brian's Irregulars here. Deciding to just drop the artillery, that is interesting.
I think he's just looking to try and get, some pressure on the board. But now the KV coming out, surely that's going to be dealt with. Naval operation, surprise attack, and there's another Type 94
removal.
So he can remove the Rima as well, and that's actually pretty huge. I like that.
So the patient.
Wait,
wait.
What? He decided to attack face instead of removing the Rima?
Yeah.
I mean, well, he does have endless pin, so it's not like it's, crazy, right?
I see one pin card at the moment. I mean, he's having naval power, sure, but he could have got more value out of the naval operation, already pinning all of the units. I'm not sure why you would wait here just to deliver 2 face damage. I mean, maybe he's seeing the spot here or the problem later on, like Psy Loser having a lot of healing in the deck, so he wants to get as much damage to the HQ as possible to have access to Commonwealth win condition later. So maybe it was a good choice to just deliver face damage, ignore the Reamer there, because as you said, he's having a lot of stuff. These are only infantry units, and he's having the 4 delaying tactics in the deck, or at least 3. So whenever those go to the front line and want to attack the HQ, he can just send them back. So they're not really a problem for Gorg's HQ here. So I think it was a good decision to deliver face damage over just killing this Reamer there.
Yeah, and I mean, Gorg is no longer playing the board. Gorg right now, he's playing, he's just playing for the win condition. He's saying, I'm at 32. You're going to have to do something to get me below that. I'm barreling down to a turn 12 Commonwealth, and I want to keep you as low as possible. But now Psy Loser responds in turn, takes the front line. But wait, there's the delaying tactics.
Also double Suze in hand, which pins up to 3 units in one line, and definitely coming out now. And I tell you, this 3.7 inch anti-aircraft gun, it looks like the MVP in this match so far.
Hey, Gorg is 2 turns away from delivering a Commonwealth.
Ooh, but the Pedley aircraft is pretty strong. Like, it's denying all the Suze pins there, not activating Churchill. So once this comes down, it could also be a little bit problematic here for Gorg. But as you said, he's only 2 turns away from playing the Commonwealth, and Psy Loser has to deal weather 3 damage to Gorg's HQ or heal himself up for 9. And I think first one should be easier to do, but at the moment I don't see any way besides the Winter Offensive to do this. I think we might see Winter Offensive here soon, actually.
Yes. Even just now, it looks like. And I mean, that kind of makes sense. It takes Gorg down below 30, but Gorg has a naval power, which is going to take him back up over 30. And I think we're just about to see Gorg win in the next couple of turns.
Ooh, I'm not sure if I agree with that. He could have just pinned one of the leftmost units, then play the Suzy on the other ones, play naval operation, go above 30, and then he would win next turn.
Yeah.
Now he just made himself very weak to a potential partisans, for example, but he is already below 30 here. So not too much pressure from XY loser to deliver more face damage at the moment. But he could have had lethal this turn. He would have played it a little bit differently.
No. The Pioneers were destroyed.
Yeah. Okay, I did not see that one. Yeah, you're correct. Commonwealth is costing 12 now. You're correct.
But he recognizes the fact that he needs to get rid of that Petliakov to basically stop that blocking the pin from the Swishe.
So, what can XY loser do here? Nothing. He's dead. Can deliver one face damage.
He can do well. He can kill everything that's on board if he wants to. He's got the ISU plus Winter Warfare combo, but
then he's dead to Commonwealth. He does not know that Gorg has it, but we know that this is XY loses last turn here. Wow.
Hey, that was extremely well played.
Absolutely. Just playing the matchup as it was supposed to be, ignoring the units in the front line there, knowing that there was no Ura in XY's deck or something like that to deliver direct face damage. Just let him buff the guards, go face with the artillery, bring him very low below 20 there to have a guaranteed Commonwealth on turn 12. Really, really well played and well-deserved win here for Mr. Gorg. Nice.
Yeah, Gorg got some game. That's for sure. I mean, he played that exceptionally, and I feel like did Gorg just crack the code for the pin deck, which is play an artillery unit and use it? That seems to be how it works. And also, I mean, huge shout out because a lot of people, once they have their artillery unit get like scorched earth, they don't use it anymore. They just sit back and chill. But bam, immediate turnaround. Already to game number 2. Keeping it going. I love it. Gorg 1-0 up against iLoser. This time it's Brit Air against his Soviet weird deck. And this is the one that I said, could be a favorable matchup for iLoser if he's able to ramp up fast enough. However, iLoser, not with the greatest of starting hands, and he kind of has to pull the draw here on turn number 3 and hope to find something. Doesn't find a ton of great stuff already, so potentially this could become a little bit problematic, seeing as though he hasn't been able to find the quick start that he needed to really stifle this board development from Gorg, but Gorg already dropping to 34th.
Yeah, unfortunately could not really utilize the blitz there from one unit, but staring down 13 stats as a Brit Air player with an empty board. I mean, he's having the Albacore here, he has the air superiority, but that is just not enough damage output to kill those guys. I'm very interested to see how Gorg just plays this matchup, but as you said, I think it's really, really unfavorable for him. Like, whenever he goes to the front line, there's just so much waiting on opponent's end there that I don't see how he ever gets through this. This Scorched Earth, on the other hand,
love that play.
Was huge.
Yeah, I love that play. He immediately recognized, I just need to get this 6/6 body into the front line and then pop Scorched Earth, because it's going to cost him 4 credits to deal 1 damage every single time. And iLoser is now in deep, deep trouble because Gorg, even though he only has 1 unit, he'll kill him in 4 turns.
What I find interesting that Gorg just decides that aerial reconnaissance is more important here than have that 7/6 in the front line. What could be a reason for that?
No, he was pinned. He was pinned.
I was pinned from the Albacore. Okay,
Yeah, the Albacore
that makes sense. Okay.
So Xyloser goes and continues to try and find a draw. And I mean, good for him. He finds the second air superiority, so he's able to take out that 6/6, and that negates a lot of that play. But now Gorg just pushes the next one up, and still Xyloser is in the same situation. He's going to need to find 6 damage, and he can only deal 1 for 4 credits at the moment.
Or 2 for 3 when he deploys the Kitty Hawk. But
Yeah.
still, there's still a 7/6 or 7/4 after that in the front line. So what is Gorg doing here? He's only having 1 Ura. Instantly goes face.
Yeah.
Not even thinking 1 second. But where's the rest of the damage coming from?
I mean, he could kill it now with the Empire Strikes plus an attack from the Kitty Hawk. So that's gonna both wipe out. That's gonna wipe out the honey as well. But this is still, this is so difficult. All those units only deal 1 damage. So now, also, with there being no other units on the board here from Gorg, he can just play that 1 credit Scorched Earth, and that's going to be enough to opting to play the Armored Train instead. Makes sense. He wants to protect his HQ, but he could have basically, put all of Xyloser's backline to 4 operating cost without it impacting any of his own units.
Ooh, good close air support find here. Yeah, on the other hand, Gorg is also down to 10 HP, and Xyloser's having 2 bombers on the board. If he can just find more close air supports, it's getting really dangerous here for Gorg. And that could be a big chance here for Gorg. Xyloser moving units to the front line. This could be a big mistake.
Yes.
If Gorg can just find more of the Uras, even that 1/1 token can be very dangerous with final pushes and double Ura. Unfortunately, he only find 1 final push here and one of the Uras.
There's the OT after he plays the Scorched Earth. Proper ordering there. And still, this Scorched Earth is being so painful for Xyloser. I think. I mean, you. What do you want to do here?
This
If you're
OT34 is really, really frightening here for Xyloser. Because when Gorg is cleaning the front line and 1 Ura, this could be lethal when this single unit attacks the HQ with a final push additionally. And knowing that there was an aerial reconnaissance, there is a high chance that all of the orders that Gorg is having in hand currently are very, very cheap. So there's a lot of damage output potentially. So Xyloser really has to make sure that he kills the OT34 here. But I think there's not really a way to do this.
He's pushing more into the front line, and I respect that. He's just trying to block access to his HQ at this point. We, of course, know that there are ways to deliver it, and that's what I said. That's the crutch of it's the kind of the failure point, a breaking point of a lot of these OTK decks is that they lack the ability to deliver damage across the field, which this deck from Gorg does not. So now finding the Katyusha.
Isn't this close to lethal with the final push?
Final push.
Katyusha is 4 to 5. He also has Ura in hand.
Yeah.
Katyusha is guaranteed 4. Then you have 6 damage on the OT34 plus final push is 9 damage.
He needs 1 more final push, and I think that's it. I think this is going to be lethal next turn. Final push is what, +6? So it's going to be Katyusha. It's going to be 7 plus Ura. It's going to be 10. No, almost.
Yeah, almost.
He just discarded the 34th cards. He's just like, I'm not even thinking about that anymore. And he found the other Ura, and he has it's going to be 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He has just enough credits to do double Ura, double final push, Katyusha next turn.
I think the OT34 dies now. Xyloser can just play both on the Albacore, kills the OT34.
Yeah, but the Katyusha is going to win.
With double Ura. And what else? The 1/1 token there. But I think this is also getting removed. Let's see how it plays out here. So Xyloser definitely has to make sure to kill this OT34 now. And the bonus would be to also kill the token. Is there enough credits? Wait, Katyusha is 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Oh, you're correct. You can just play Katyusha, double Ura, double final push.
Yes.
See, I'm a little bit slow with math. It's slower than in math than you. But I also figured it out now.
But Loser just missed lethal. No. Yes. No. He was one credit off. He was one credit off.
No. Yes. No.
He was one credit off getting lethal. But there it is. Wait, why are you red dotting? Gorg. No. What?
Play around Ultra? No, Ultra was already procced. So what is he playing around? Now he's missing.
No, he's not missing anything because he can attack with the infantry unit and Gorg. 2 O's, I loser. In way less time than I predicted. Way less time.
And also in a very impressive way here. I mean, the biggest mistake that Xyluza probably made was pushing these airplanes to the front line. I think he just wanted to have more bodies on board, but overall, I think this was the biggest mistake he could have done there. Like, there was these slow infantry units and the tank that is not having blitz or smoke screen. I think he had all the time in the world there.
I feel like he was also just caught between a rock and a hard place with so many 4 operation cost, 1 attack airplanes in his backline. And he either had to pray that, like, for many, many turns, Gorg wouldn't be doing anything else or developing his board any further, and that he could find all the close air supports in the world to try and make those planes valuable enough to operate. And Gorg, navigated that successfully, was able to clutch out the win there. And he had multiple ways of winning, right? He could have just used the Katyusha if Xyluser would have killed the infantry unit, but Xyluser did not, which meant that he had the additional body to deliver damage from the Ura, so that he could just didn't even have to use his full combo on the Katyusha. He was able to add from the people to the hand, which had me going crazy for just a second. But let's also address the fact that Xyluser was 1 credit away from being able to buff his units enough with the Wellington there to deliver lethal damage to Gorg. That was an extremely close margin of victory here from Gorg. 1 turn, away from his own demise, but showing that both of his decks definitely seem to have the possibility to work, and he knows how to pilot them in a way that he can bypass a lot of the other wrenches you try and throw his direction. So now I'm super excited to see how he's going to do in the semifinals, and it's going to be an interesting one.
Absolutely, and it also just shows how strong Scorched Earth is in some scenarios. A really strong card, and it really shut down all the aggression from Xyluser. And yeah, I'm also very excited to see Gorg in the semifinals again.
Awesome. Well, we'll throw it back over to Christo to get us prepped for the next match.
Welcome back, everybody. Gorg, congratulations, making it to the semi-finals. Ole, as I was getting ready to watch that matchup, I'm like, I don't really know what to expect from Gorg's decks. And then that series happened, and I thought to myself, that's exactly what I expected to happen. Some weird shenanigans, some odd lines of play, but a pretty solid performance overall from Gorg in those matchups against Xyluser, who's absolutely no slouch.
No, fantastic performance. He played them extremely well. He was able to, let's say, very quickly identify his path to victory in that first game. In the second game, he just had all the tools that he needed to. Definitely could have been a different type of game had Xyluser found, more of his mosquitoes in the early part of his hand. If he was able to establish them immediately. Did not have to expend as many resources to deal with a double 34th there very early. So I can definitely see it going down different avenues, but in that specific case, I feel like there was very little that he could do to affect the outcome of that match. It was just one of those times, right, where your opponent has you beat, and Gorg has a deck that if it has you beat, it has you beat, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I think Scorched Earth, such a powerful card, and once the meta kind of shifts in a way that Scorched Earth is all of a sudden being packed in a large portion of decks as we're seeing it today, that's a meta where fast, cheap, low op cost units just become dead in the water, and you just saw that. You can't have 3 units on the field that have 1 attack that all cost 4 to operate, and you only have 5 credits available. You're just, that's not worth it. So, there are, I would say, almost all other ways to deal damage in cards are more credit efficient than paying 4 credits to deal 1 damage, and more than likely take damage in return. So, we'll have to see how this progresses. We might be looking at a slow Christmas meta this year. So.
I mean, Gorg still did that in fairly quick fashion. I was expecting the matchup to be a little bit more slow and plodding, but I think to your point, Ollie, and something that is somewhat unique when you have somebody who's bringing some special type of lists is they don't always have all of the matchups figured out because they just haven't had the time to practice with something completely unique. But in this scenario, it looked like Gorg, to your point, knew exactly what his line was and knew exactly how to play those matchups. And I think that's what helped accelerate him to that victory. Like you even said, he did it faster than you expected him to do it.
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely. I expect these games to go a little bit longer. I expect the players to think a little bit more between playing and kind of try and counter strat each other a little bit more. Think about like, oh, he could have that, he could have that. But Gorg's having none of that. He's just, hey, I'm here. I'm going to play my game. And I'm going to crush you with it. So that's why I'm also excited to see how he plays in the next matchup. And I'm wondering if we're going to see people switch their bands up against him, having seen those 2 decks in action.
And not having necessarily prepared for the decks that he's bringing, they don't have a game plan coming into the event saying, all right, I'm going to ban Brit Air every time I see it, Soviet self-damage every time I see it. It's more of a, wait, what are these lists? And then trying to figure out those matchups. So it does put Gorg at a bit of an advantage in some scenarios. So I do think it's going to be very unique scenarios coming up, and it's going to be about how the players can react to them. So I'm excited to see more Gorg here coming up in the semifinals just shortly.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if Xyloser should just stuck with his Soviet deck list. I mean, I know I said like Brit Air has the chance to kind of get on under this, but I feel like if Xyloser is on his Soviet deck list, he maybe has a better chance to kind of heal up a little bit before the OTK comes out. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough when you have all these new decks thrown around, and I haven't sat down and been Xyloser in that situation and really analyzed my deck list, their strengths and weaknesses against the lineup from Gorg. It's just one of those. It's one of those things. But we have so much more action. So.
Absolutely. So why don't we take a look at the updated bracket? Let's walk you through what action we are going to see here. So we are going to have, there you go. The top of the bracket is sorted. We do have Evergarden going through in that first quarter final over J King. Cappuccino 2-1 over Director. Again, Cappuccino, no surprise, quite a solid player. So excited to see that matchup in the first semifinal. Gorg 2-0ing Xyloser. Next up, we've got Turbo Cat against Bezio. That's the one you're going to be calling with Darkness in just a few moments when we determine who Gorg is going to face in that second semifinal. So got a couple new names going through there, going to make for a much more exciting December OCC.
Yeah, and I mean, Gorg being on the lower side of the bracket, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way to anyone, but it looks like that's the easier side of the bracket, considering the fact you've got Evergarden and Cappuccino there up on the top side. So I think Gorg and Bezio both have Gorg, Bezio, and TurboCat all have a good chance of making it into the finals. So a lot to win for these newcomers or relative newcomers through the competitive scene, and I'm really looking forward to TurboCat versus Bezio right now.
Absolutely. I think you nailed it. The top of the bracket now with J King kind of being out of the way. You've got Cappuccino as that final boss standing in the way to get to the finals. But the bottom of the bracket's still completely open. Gorg had a phenomenal performance, but we're going to see TurboCat versus Bezio in just a few moments. I'm going to kick it over to you in Darkness to break down all the decks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second featured quarterfinals here, this time between Bezio and TurboCat. I'm joined by Darkness, and we're going to be bringing you all the action. So, Darkness, we just saw our newcomer Gorg take out Zai Loser, more of a tournament veteran player. TurboCat versus Bezio. Interesting deck list, interesting action. Tell us, what do you think about this matchup?
Well, I'm looking forward to this matchup as well, and thank you for mentioning again that Gorg, your choose to which one is going to win the tournament, defeated Xylusa, which was my prediction. Well, congrats on that, Ollie, and congrats for Gorg. That was a very impressive performance. I hope the next one will be as impressive as we do have another newcomer. It's Bezio. Do we have the deck lists already so I can break them down for you?
Yep. All right, we're bringing up first the decks for Bezio. And there we see it, the first deck there, Soviet Japan. And this one, hey, familiar sight here, Soviet self-damage.
Exactly. This is Soviet self-damage, very popular, very powerful, very meta. In the last couple of months, you're dealing damage to your own HQ with Red Dawn, Bloody Sickle, Winter Warfare, and using the 456 rifle regiments and the 34th guards to make use of it. I think everyone knows this deck list who's following the KARDS esports scene, so I don't really need to get very deep into it. I just want to mention it's a very fast, aggressive deck. It's snowball heavy, and it's not easy to play. So,
That's true.
Yeah?
No, I was just saying, that's true, that's true.
Okay. The next deck Bezio is bringing, this is Brit Air. Brit Japan era, the meta shifted towards Japan ally around the World Championship. Another very fast aggressive deck. We already saw one Brit Air deck today, not quite successful though. You play a lot of 1k units, buffing them with close air support and taking out your opponent's threats with cards like Air Superiority or Second Piracy to dominate the bird early on and deal a lot of damage while keeping up a lot of tempo. Yeah, this is basically the air deck, and the air deck has been around since forever. Since closed beta cards of cards gameplay, Brit Air is really strong. And so it is right now and here, but our opponent's bringing a lot of removals and counter decks. And the first try of Brit Air so far wasn't that successful. Let's see if Bezio is able to take advantage of it. Last deck for Bezio is German Italy Control. This was very popular like 2 or 3 months ago. Then the meta shifted more towards aggro decks, and Bezio adapted to it. As you can see, there are 4 careless talks in this deck, 3 sudden strikes and 3 tactical strikes. He cut out a lot of high cost units like the King Tiger, and put even more removal and a little bit more of discard, like 1 U16 into it, and is targeting definitely aggressive decks with this one. Also, German control is never bad in late game with 2 Wolf Packs, 2 Pentags, Marinostrum, Human Torpedo, Leopold. So overall, this looks more balanced and more capable of taking on any deck, while slightly shifted against beating aggro compared to the last known version.
Yeah, definitely an interesting lineup there from Bezio, and it feels like he's almost playing in the last meta, right? You could have seen this set of decks played at the World Championship without hesitating for a second. You would just be like, yep, that makes sense. It looked like that was. It looked like that was pretty much Berto Burrito's Brit Air deck. I think that was J King's Soviet self damage deck. If I was looking at the tech correctly, and then you have Germany Italy, which is also a deck that we saw during the World Championship. So very much kind of more traditional meta versus the whole host of France decks and fatigue decks and Soviet control decks and everything else that we're seeing a lot of these other players bring. So it's going to be interesting to see how that World Championship meta fares against this anti-strat meta, and if that actually is successfully able to beat the more, you could say, solid lists and kind of less variance aggro lists. This is not US Frontline, this is not Jagro. These are all rock solid lists that are able to pack a punch throughout the entirety of the game. So it will be an interesting one to see. But now let's bring up the deck list for Turbo Cat and see if those decks have any claws. There we go. First deck up, Soviet France. Tell us a little bit about this one, because this one doesn't have quite as many orders on the control side as Cy Loser's deck did.
No, this deck got famous as well during the World Championship. In the qualifier phase, J King brought this deck, and in the top 38, this got way more famous because it was very, very successful. It's a control deck. It has a ton of value cards, since the Soviet elite cards are famous for their values they gain, and they got another strong elite card as well from the last skirmish, the 39th Rifle Regiment, 5k infantry for 5/5 stats, and deployment effect, take control of an enemy unit with cost 2 or less. So it was strong before, it was strong during the tournament of the World Championship, and I think Turbo Cat with this deck very well equipped against Bezio's decks so far. The second one, however, is Japan France Resistance. This was famous 1 year ago, and in the OCC before the World Championship, J King brought this one, or a very similar one, to the tournament and was winning with it. So technically, if you play as good as J King, this one should be very well against Bezio. However, Turbo Cat is not J King, and France Resistance is not very meta right now. However, Japan France Resistance has a lot of AoE, a lot of removal, a lot of heal, and is able to defeat most aggro decks. So this will be a pain for Bezio and us to witness it. And the third deck of Turbo Cat is his air deck. Japan, very, very famous around cards. We already talked about this. There are only a few differences. One to say no zero and no air superiority. I really wonder why he's not including air superiority in his Japan ally cards. But we will see how successful this version of Brit Air will be.
Absolutely, and I would say definitely probably among the most traditional deck lineups that we're seeing facing off here today. The main thing being the return of Japan Resistance and the Soviet France control decks. So I have a looming suspicion that we'll see Bezio just ban out the Japan Resistance deck and say I don't want to deal with it because it is annoying, and I would rather just save my mental energy and focus to try and beat the other decks there. But we are going to find out about that in just a second. I believe we might have the bans ready. If we do, let's bring them up on the screen, and there we go. It looks like I was wrong, so TurboCat is going to have access to his Japan Resistance deck. Bezio says, I feel more comfortable playing against that rather than that Soviet France deck. Bezio, however, getting his Brit Air deck banned away, so he's going to have access to Soviet self-damage and Germany-Italy control.
Both makes a lot of sense and reminds me of the last World Championship so much. PDBS is kicking in. Well, the Soviet France deck is, from TurboCat's side, definitely the strongest one against Bezio, since it's more tested and approved in this current meta. However, the German Italy deck is able to beat Japan Resistance. The Panther Gs are key cards here, since they are not targetable to to opponents' orders. It really comes down to the matchup. Who's getting the favorite matchup here? Bezio wants to bring German Italy into the Japan Resistance, and if he brings what's the other deck, the self-damage deck, into Japan Resistance, this will be very, very hard and tricky for him. On the other side, Turbo has his Brit Air and does not want to bring this into Germany control, but should be very fine bringing this into. I lost track. Which was the last one? Self damage. Yeah, Brit Air should. Both decks should be able to defeat self damage deck. So Bezio has one favorite matchup, and the self damage could be very, very hard for him.
Yeah, it could be. TurboCat, he's got the pilot goggles on the board there, which is, it buffs your ability to win with Brit Air by about 3%. So we'll see if that helps him out this time around. Close air support coming out, hitting that Type 94, giving him the option to take out that T80.
This is a great opportunity for Bezio. With Bloody Sickle and Red Dawn, he's able to kill that air unit. And this will reduce the deployment cost of 34's guards by 4, allowing him to play the first. Yeah, he's going for it. He really needed that strong start with turn 3 34's guards.
Yeah, I agree.
He looks in a very good position now, not only in this match, but in the whole lineup against TurboCat. Hedliakov being played. Definitely an option here to prevent deployment effects, although there are not that many. For example, Albacore is has a deployment effect which pins and deals 1 damage. And with this unit in the front line, he like to block that potentially.
Fury, Spitfire being deployed there. Then, of course, it receiving either Fury or the stat bonus is a deployment effect. So it's just going to come down as a 4/4 body. And I wonder if TurboCat realized that that is a deployment effect and might have accidentally done what so many of us have done before, and that is play the Spitfire or play any deployment effect really into into a Petliakov without necessarily realizing. Unfortunate for Bezio, he does not have the ability to proc the guard on that 456 rifles, keeping his Petliakov safe. So more than likely, he's going to be forced to trade out the Spitfire here with the 34th guards in the front line, deploying another one as a backup in the support line. So slightly suboptimal. He would definitely want to get the 6 damage to face if he could,
Yeah.
but doesn't
Yeah.
look like that's going to be possible.
Definitely. I wonder that too, but I don't see a better play by not playing the Spitfire. It's 4/4 stats, and TurboCat did not have that many possible plays with just 4 credits. Now, however, with Monty surprise attack, he's able to take out Petliakov, bringing and Bomber to the field. And with HMS and the Empire Strikes, there are even more bombers and AoE plays to play around.
Yeah, and on top of that, also has the shelling sitting there, lying in wait. He's got the Churchill to follow that up. Now he's got the Sexton to pin down for a longer period of time any particularly dangerous cards like that backline 34th guards. So big momentum swing here. I would, I feel for TurboCat. All of a
Yes.
sudden, a lot of options.
Definitely looking at the pin options here. I would love Shelling and Churchill next turn, but this is another option because you don't really need to hold the 34 guards in the support line with that many bombers available. TurboCat even has Sexton, Shelling, HMS, close air support to deal with any potential threat coming from Bezio right here.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, if we want to talk about how he's going to deal with this, you know, close. I want to see a Sexton being played next turn, along with close air support that hits the Sexton, because I feel like that +1/+1 on the Sexton makes it so damn difficult to deal with.
It's very difficult, but TurboCat only has 7 credits, and he should take care of the infantry unit in the front and the T80 in the back line. Maybe even the KV to not get burnt down. He does not know the last cards of Bezio, and self-damage has some powerful combo potentials. I'm
Yeah.
expecting more, the shelling to pin everything and some trading.
I feel like maybe one of those attacks by the bombers would have been better suited on the 34th guards in the front line. But I guess it doesn't really matter because you're going to need to attack with both of them next turn anyway.
Definitely better than attacking the HQ and just buffing the 456 rifles. Like, this happened quite often on ladder, I think. Not only to me, but to other players as well. SU will deal another 2 damage. Bezio's HQ is getting really low.
I mean, isn't it basically in lethal range next turn if he plays the SU? Because that takes it down to 6, and there's going to be 4 bombers that can attack. 3 of them are gonna have 2 attack with the close air support and the HMS. So if he does drop that SU, he's going to be dead next turn.
Yes. He is.
Yeah, he's trying to bank on the fact that he can push this 7-7 up because he drew it with the Sukhov, but he doesn't even opt to play the second 34th guard, so he could have totally skipped playing the SU and just played the 34th guards and delivered the pressure into the front line. But now, with the
That's true.
HMS Illustrious, close air support, that's going to be it. Turbo Cat is going to take game number 1 here. Finds a way to bypass that guard, doesn't even care. 7-7, protecting your HQ, does nothing against my bombers, and Turbo Cat takes the lead 1-0 here against Bezio.
Really strong start by Bezio, but turntables with Monty, with shelling, with the power of Brit Air. Turbo Cat really well played, very, very carefully played here. And Bezio, I think he needed to drop the SU at this point to get the tank, because the tank can move and attack. Turbo Cat also was in potential lethal range with the 34th guards, both of them in the front line, and the SU and KV in the back line. He could not just play carefully and saving his HQ HP resources, because this is just not how this deck works, the self-damage deck. And this is the danger of self-damage playing against Brit Air, and why this matchup is so weak for self-damage. You're putting yourself on a silver plate by going down 10 HP, because Brit Air has a ton of small powerful combos and units to deal the additional 10 damage to kill you.
Yeah. Well played by Turbo Cat, finding that victory, and now we do see Bezio switching it up, bringing his Germany-Italy deck into the
France
dreaded
resistant.
Japan-France resistance. And this
Look
one...
at that! Bezio already has the Comet in his hand. Comet is such a very powerful, strong card in this matchup, because Japan Resistance does not really has an answer to the Comet, does not really has guards, does not really has countermeasures. Well, non-countermeasure. And Comet alone can grind down Japan Resistance.
Yeah, the question is, will Bezio realize this and keep it? It looks like he's pondering. No, he's gonna mulligan it.
I thought he's holding it. I was so sure that he will hold it.
Wasn't it the Comet that made the difference in the World Championship last year?
The Comet and the Tiger IE, but he's not playing the Tiger IE, but the Penta G, and he got the Penta G, so at least this is nice.
All right, Bezio getting 1 unit out. It's going to get dealt with by Defend in Depth.
And there goes the Volksgrenadier.
Yeah, Panzer 3H can draw him a card and put a body on the field. That will, however, probably be dealt with by another Defend in Depth.
Maybe, maybe not. 2 damage is not that much, so Turbo Cat does not really need to kill it. It's more likely that he's playing just the key A3, like we see, because it's very hard to remove it, and it's going to overdraw Bezio with 1 or 2 extra resistance cards or take initiative. And if Bezio is losing the Comet or the second Penta G, this will be very beneficial for Turbo Cat here.
Yeah, now Bezio has a choice, right? Does he throw the key back using the Hipper, or does he attack strike and then sack the Panzer 3H into it? Because the Hipper might seem like a logical choice, right? I negate my entire opponent's turn and they don't draw next turn. But you don't want to draw if you're playing Japan Resistance because you don't want to go to fatigue. So Tactical Strike plus sacrificing the Panzer 3H kind of makes more sense, doesn't it?
I see that, yes. But it's turn 5, and by not allowing your opponent to get another credit slot and drawing a card, Bezio has an advantage for the next 7 turns with one additional option and credit slot. And
Oh, misplay.
looking at the Panther G, yeah, that was a slight misplay.
Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe he just doesn't want the draw. Maybe he rather wants the body on the field, and he doesn't want to draw too much.
That's also an option. I don't really know if this was a misplay or not, because with take initiative, Bezio will get draw anyway. Heinkel will give him draw anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe it was better for him to not draw with Arado. And I still think it's beneficial for him to get that Panther G out and being able to operate with TurboCat having less credits to deal with it.
Good placement on the Panther G as well. Negates the bombing raid being used on it to also take out the Arado.
Yeah, it's really, really nice choice here. I wonder if Bezio starts to Wolfpack or is dropping another Panther. He could also make TurboCat discard something by playing Take Initiative. But often, when I play this matchup, I just hold Take Initiative to not give my opponent any more card draw and going for some discard. If Bezio will hit the Phony War, TurboCat will be in big problems. Heinkel's being played gives Bezio another look option for cards, the Spoils of War.
Now the bombing raid does become valuable though. It can be used on the HQ and it can take out the Heinkel plus deal a couple damage to the Panther G.
But TurboCat wants to make Bezio overdraw. Should
Yeah.
he kill the Heinkel? It's only 1 damage. From the damage perspective, it's not that important. It's and TurboCat gave him card draw. He gave him take initiative, but he's still taking it out.
Now
Well,
Bezio needs to go hammer face with that Panther G.
Yeah, he should. And he can look for Mare Nostrum. Is he running Mare Nostrum?
Yep, he's running 2 copies.
2 copies. So Spoils of War into Mare Nostrum into attacking would be the best option here for Bezio. No Mare Nostrum.
I mean, he does, however, get the 989th Infantry Regiment, which I feel like is a pretty decent card for him to have in his hand. If that Panther G is taken out, he's able to blitz that into the front line and make it a 5-5 and apply a ton of pressure. So Phony War being popped here, and it's only causing draws for TurboCat and only 1 draw for Bezio. So from a fatigue perspective, not great from TurboCat, but he definitely felt like he needed more resources in hand. For instance, finding that Sendai, finding that liberation that will immediately start helping him deal with
The
God, the liberation.
Wow, that was massive. The discard of liberation and the draw deny only leaves TurboCat with playing the Sendai Regiment on the Panther G. No other option, but if Bezio is taking out the Sendai Regiment, the Panther G is fully healed.
Yeah, and so Bezio can drop the 989th now, push that into the front line as a 5-5, and drop a Panther G, putting 2 units on the board that TurboCat is going to have to deal with.
And even if TurboCat is finding to the last man, he has to kill Sendai Regiment first, which is not possible in the next turn. So playing right now, the False Grenadier and the Panther G is super strong.
Bezio might have just found what he needs to crack Japan resistance here.
Timer started. 20 seconds. Let's see what Bezio is going to play. Looking,
No.
he's going for the root out. This will give him back his Panther G.
No.
Voice
Well, that
Grenadier.
was an ordering mistake. That was an order mistake, right? I mean,
I don't really think so. If you play it after the
I kind of do get it. You know, he's saving it from getting killed by the root out, right? But
Yeah.
if your ultimate goal is to end up with a Volks Grenadier and a Panther G on the field, why not just play the Panther G from hand and the Volks Grenadier from hand and get a 5/5 into the front line plus a Panther G in the back line?
Yeah,
Because right now, you know, Turbo Cat, he played the Kika and sacked it into the Panther G. He would still have a 5/5 right in front of the HQ, putting Turbo Cat down to 1 HP. So,
and Mare Nostrum would have been the missing lethal.
exactly.
Leading to Turbocat would have played Pin, Naval Operation, and from the deep to kill the Volksgrenadier to not die, as still having Kika in hand. Would have been a little bit different, but not the end of the world for Turbocat. However, I agree, Bezio could have played this a little bit different here.
It almost feels like he's leaning a little bit too much towards playing around Turbo Cat's game right now, especially given the. I mean, he's probably playing around to the last man at this point.
Turbocat went for the war, not for the HP. Now pinning everything, definitely needed. Killing the Volksgrenadier as well. Another Mare Nostrum. Careless Talks is not enough to kill the Sheen.
Bezio just needs to find his comet right now.
He needs the comet.
That's just the do everything you can to cycle through your deck at this point in time to find your comet. And you know, once you need to do that before TurboCat finds something like another call to the colonies or another liberation and is starting to heal up again. Because with the Mare Nostrum as well, if he finds the comet, that's lethal. He can double Mare Nostrum the comet, put it up to 6 damage, and that's it.
As a Leopold.
Oh, yeah?
Another Careless Talks will kill the Sheen. Decisive Defense will protect the HQ. Leopold is just a strong artillery unit, but targetable from the deep and other removals. So maybe Careless Talks is a little bit better. Well, Decisive Defense is a little bit safer. But he needs more credits to stop it. Panther G would have lived with the second Careless Talks.
Yep. But now, what do? Do you try to all in on the Panzer 3H? Do you drop one Mare Nostrum on it? Do you drop a dry Jag Bomber and just threaten more from the backline?
I think I would just attack once with the Panther G. Panther H3 to bring him down to 4, holding 2 Mare Nostrums in hand. Maybe. I don't know if I would go for the card draw. Probably not. Just moving to the front line, attacking, setting up decisive defense.
My brain is thinking about things it hasn't thought about since last World Championship. Well, not the last one, the 2021 World Championship. He does apply one Mare Nostrum there. Takes Turbo Cat down to 3. Avanishi, not what Turbo Cat wanted to find. Defend in depth, that takes out the Panzer 3H. Sneak attack destroys the target unit. Careless talk, that's not what Bezio was trying to find. But now, isn't pretty much most of the removal out of the hand of Turbocat? So now that Jack Bomber can actually be a decent threat?
There's another card. The very left card.
Yeah, I forget what it's called.
I forgot too. Because I
see.
never see it. It's destroying an elite unit. For glory.
Yeah, for glory.
Last Rites is being played. For glory takes out the Jagdbomber. Bezio finding research.
Bezio needs to drop the take initiative now. But it's so dangerous because then he gives draw back to Turbocat, and Turbocat can use that to find healing in his deck.
Hold on. Bezio can go for the research. Tier 1 and Tier 2. Going towards the U-boat and setting up decisive defense. And if he finds another unit, he can discard 2 cards of Turbocat. And Turbocat is running really low. So, if Bezio is able to get rid of the Siren and the Kawanishi, Turbocat is not having the damage to kill him with burn damage.
That's true.
Which will lead Bezio to find the comet at some point and just kill Turbocat.
Kamikaze, that's not what he's looking for, but allows him to cycle through the deck. Imperial Decree does nothing. Turbocat passes. Now, do you just get the U-boat here and then activate
Yeah.
the U-16?
Yes,
Careless talk? Yep.
I would do that. And there's a U-boat ready to destroy any unit.
Tora. Doesn't help Turbocat. Careless talk. Doesn't help Bezio. Bezio now has a full hand. He
Bezio's
has a full hand.
is clocked.
He's gonna overdraw next turn.
Not if Turbocat is drawing, but he's not, he's holding.
Bezio has no way to get rid of anything in his hand. Is he gonna overdraw the comet? Darkness.
There's a high chance.
What?
Bezio needs Turbocat to draw something to activate the U88 is getting. That hurts. Bezio needs to draw. He needs to play take initiative. From the deep, comet overdrawn. No, Bezio.
Comet is gone.
It's the most important card for Bezio, and it's gone.
It's just countermeasures.
How much cards do they have left? Turbocat has so many units, but
19
the units
for Turbocat, 8 for Bezio. Oh,
Siren is gone.
no!
Bezio,
No!
another countermeasure. Activating all 5 of them.
You can't trick your opponent with countermeasures if they just don't do anything. Well, he's gonna get a proc on one more. Take initiative being the one that gets disbanded. But wait, is Turbocat potentially putting himself into harm's way here by losing both of the Sirens?
Both of the Sirens will reduce the damage, but Kawanishi lives. And this will be enough damage. if there are enough kamikazes in his deck. No, they're not. He already played most of them. He's taking out his own Kawanishi.
I mean,
to-
surely he knows something that we don't, in terms of the status of Bezio's deck.
Bezio, we know. Bezio has a U-boat and would have killed it anyway. And
Yep,
getting rid of quite some.
and that's it. That's it. That's gonna be game. Bezio, so close. So close. It's that Panther G play around the Sendai. It's the mulligan of the Comet.
The mulligan of the Comet was what lost Bezio the game. Turbocat does not have guards.
There we
And
go.
Bezio had more than enough time to play around it. A small decision ending up in changing and 10-15 minutes game. How long was that?
Well, it was a long game. It was an intense game. It required us to think about stuff that we normally don't think about in terms of overdraw and discards, and it shows that. It shows why this deck is as powerful as it is in a lot of situations. And I definitely think Bezio did have a chance to potentially win in that match, but his decisions were obviously made not knowing TurboCat's hand. So there's a thought process there that you can definitely argue for. So, no shade on him for how that game went down, but a couple of different decisions could have resulted in a different outcome out of this series, and at least put us into game number 3. But with that, TurboCat moves over into the semifinals. He's going to be taking on Gorg. So that means, Gorg is going to be taking on the Japan Resistance side of things from TurboCat. That should be a pretty crazy series given the deck lists that are there. And I wonder if we're going to see Japan Resistance against Japan-France Resistance against Japan-Soviet Resistance variant that Gorg is bringing actually play out. But we'll find out in a bit. We'll throw it back over to myself and Christo.
Now that, Ollie, is kind of what I was expecting. That second game was sort of looking at the deck list, what I figured most of this event was going to be. That back and forth, that do I rush and try and beat your strategy before you kind of hold me down? And I think that while Bezio had an idea of what he was trying to accomplish, definitely may have made a few little mistakes in that second game that really held him back from being able to pull off the victory.
Both that and the fact that one of the cards he drew wasn't his Comet, right? Had From the Deep been the Comet, he wins. He rolled the dice. He tried. He threw out to take initiative. He only had one card to draw, and he drew the From the Deep, and he discarded the Comet. It sucks. He definitely had the right mindset on how he was going about it. There is that question of should he have taken the line of leaving the Sendai up to potentially play more around the last man. Should that have come out? Played it in a way that he got a 5/5 in the front line. That would have prompted a different line from TurboCat. Where that would have ended, we don't know. But this is even though this is not the most visually appealing representation of cards from a spectator perspective, to the top level tournament player, this is an extremely intriguing matchup, and it's an extremely intriguing set of decisions to be made. Now, I'm looking at the stream right now that's 15 minutes delayed, and we're on turn 11 there, which means that this was like a 25-minute match, and it shows the amount of thought that has to go into this. But it's just so rough seeing all those countermeasures, all those orders that you can't play, clogging up the hand there, knowing that you're going to overdraw, and then when you see that Comet get overdrawn. That was probably a gut punch for Bezio, given the amount of time that he spent thinking about whether or not he should keep that Comet in the mulligan. And that decision ended up biting him in the butt. Unfortunately, I do, however, hope that we get to see more of Bezio in the future. I'm always fascinated and excited about new talent coming up in the competitive scene, and seeing him do so well in the season with such few matches and such early on in his KARDS journey just makes me extremely positive about the future of him as a player. And I have a feeling we're going to see him in more OCCs or more opens, or at least in more tournaments as we go into 2023.
Yeah, and I think you nailed it there, and I'm happy you specified, because I said mistakes, but I think it was more just a different line of play, right? Like you said, mulliganing the Comet. Well, if the Comet's in the top half of his deck, he's fine, right?
Yeah.
Draws it, sits in hand, uses it when he needs it, wins that game. I do think that Sendai play was kind of the turning point, because just that choice didn't allow him to get the sequence of cards he needed to win the game. But I agree, for somebody as early on in his KARDS career as he is, I don't even want to say those were mistakes, because you just that's not a matchup that you are ready for and you are experienced with. So it's normal to not know the exact optimal line of play at every turn. And I think he did a bang up job, because up until that Sendai move, I thought he had that game won. I thought he was taking the right line, and I thought he was putting adequate pressure on to be able to win that game.
Yeah, I agree. But this means
So-
TurboCat advances, and I think TurboCat also just played a calm and composed game there and did well.
Absolutely. And that's, again, TurboCat, probably a little bit more experience in the way of opens and things like that. We've seen them around here and there, but TurboCat will be going on to face Gorg in that bottom semi-final. In the top, we've got Evergarden going up against Cappuccino. Now, we haven't seen either of their quarterfinal games, so this is going to be a completely new matchup for us. You and Spooz are going to be able to break down all the decks and get us through the bans, but I think that, seeing J King get taken out early on, Director's gone now, Cappuccino probably the favorite, TurboCat no slouch. Evergarden still, building up their esports resume, and Gorg showing up, bringing some really creative, fun stuff. I think it's going to be a heck of an event we've got. You and Darkness mentioned it as we were kind of wrapping up the previous series. Like, there's resistance all over the place. There's different nuances of resistance. It's not going to be a bunch of mirror matchups. So I'm really, really excited to see these semifinals, because it's not just going to be the same, like, oh, J King taking on No-Win and, stuff like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Both phenomenal players.
No, absolutely. I'm super excited. I'm definitely excited to see Evergarden take on Cappuccino there on the top side. And then I'm also excited to see, which one of these newer players, TurboCat or Gorg, are going to make it into the finals, right? Because we know it's going to be either one of them. And this also means that the other is going to be taking on the third place match. So we're going to see both of these, not fully newcomers, but relative newcomers take on more of the experienced players on the top half of the bracket as we move over into the later stages of the tournament. So all the series we have coming up are bound to be absolutely phenomenal. There's plenty of more KARDS action. So I'm just ready and eager to get going, keep it rolling, and get into some more games.
Absolutely. We're going to see all of these players at least 2 more times, semifinals, finals, or third place match. So there's going to be a lot going on. Ollie, let's get you and Spooz rolling to break us down. Cappuccino versus Evergarden.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first matchup in the semi-finals. This one is going to be between two players we haven't seen anything from today. It's going to be Evergarden taking on Cappuccino. Myself and Spooz are going to be running you through it. And before we get on into the action, it's time to take a look at the decks. Spooz, what decks do we have in front of us for this one?
Yeah, both players having Legion stacks in their lineup. But we're starting with Evergarden's very, very popular Soviet France deck today. Almost every player is bringing some variant of it. So yeah, we've seen it not being very successful in the matches today so far, but it has a lot of potential. Like it has a lot of control stuff, a lot of healing, a lot of guards, so it can be good against aggressive decks. Bad for all those players that are bringing this deck. We don't have too many aggressive decks today in the players' lineups. So yeah, this is Evergarden's first deck. The second deck, we see Legions again in today's OCC. Not just from Evergarden, but also from Cappuccino. While Cappuccino is bringing Brit Poland, Evergarden is bringing US Poland. A very, very popular deck back in the days. And yeah, some players still bring it these days. Has a lot of ways to play it. You can play it very aggressively. You can also just play it a little bit more mid-range with a lot of potential legions on the board. And then what we can do it, you can just buff him. You have the medical battalion to give them additional attack. A very, very potent deck, and I'm sure Evergarden knows how to pilot it. I think you're a big fan of this deck archetype, Ollie, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I love it. I think especially, you know, there is no uprising in here, but that is my favorite card in this. You know, I do like a big uprising, but I also just like the way that this deck plays. It's like it kind of comes online a little bit earlier than you might expect it to a lot of the times, and those matches are extremely entertaining to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the third deck, yeah, we just saw how annoying it can be for one opponent to play against this, especially when you're not too experienced with the matchups. It is the Japan-France Resistance deck. And yeah, for all the players that just joined KARDS this year, it could be just very, very new to play against this archetype. And I think we just saw against our Turbocat versus Bezio. When you're not used to play against this matchup, it can be very hard to just know what to do in what situation. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it can make a big difference here of players having experience in the tournament scene or having it not. And yeah, today could be the OCC of players that are just very, very familiar with the game, with all the matchups, and just making the difference here in the end who's taking the win home today. But that's it for the decks for Evergarden. And Cappuccino, I already mentioned another Legions deck here.
Yeah, you know, I'm a little bit nervous that we'll see, you know, Evergarden and Turbocat go head-to-head with their Japan Resistance decks later on in the tournament. That would be a headache.
I think we're losing darkness on that one, I'm pretty sure.
But you definitely, you hit the nail on the head here on more Legions, right? And here, there's 2 Uprisings.
2 Uprisings, yeah. Also 2 Carpet Bombings in that list. So a lot of AoE potential in Cappuccino's Legions attempt. Also no Commonwealth needed, because yeah, I think the idea with this deck is just to spam the board with Legions, and yeah, also have all this good control stuff in it. It is in a lot of Britain lists like the Blackwatch, Monty, just the standard lists. Gen Standard includes, but I was never that big of a fan of Britain Poland Legions. Like, usually when your opponent is good in dealing with your Legion units, you don't have too much stuff to just kill them. Also no Commonwealth for a second win condition. But yeah, I think Cappuccino has an idea how to approach this deck and how to consistently win with it or be good in certain matchups.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's delivered them to the semifinals here. So we'll see if this one gets banned or if it goes through, or if we're going to see, you know, potentially a Brit Poland versus US Poland spamming Legions all over the field. That would be an entertaining one for sure.
Yeah, and the second deck is just the very popular Soviet France list. I think we don't need to talk anymore about that one. And the final list here for Cappuccino, it is Alpine. Only player that is bringing Alpine today. A very, yeah, in the past months, Alpine has been really, really bad, especially in the meta where Brit Air was very, very popular. Now where Brit Air is a little bit gone, players just try to sneak in Alpine from time to time with, yeah, semi-success so far. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Cappuccino wants to convince us today here that Cappuccino is back in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like those Alpine matches, depend a lot on getting the Gebirgs Pioneers out early and getting that, additional credit at the start of the turn to snowball a little bit faster. If you're able to make that happen, maybe you play them on turn 2, on turn 3, so that they become a 3/3 as well and become a little bit more sticky on the board. When that happens, I feel like the Alpine player can oftentimes take control of the board, flood the field, and really find success with that list. It's just felt a little bit less consistent after the Obice was changed from not being Alpine itself anymore. That big artillery unit being plopped down, all of a sudden you had like a 6-something artillery staring you down. That was a really scary prospect. So then we see the bans here. Evergarden has his Japan resistance banned away. Cappuccino says, no way, Jose, not dealing with that. I don't like calculating some fatigue stuff, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him. We just saw Bezio. It's hard to play against that deck, and it's hard to find a line to victory, but that means that we will have both Poland allied decks available for these two players. Cappuccino having his Soviet France control deck banned out. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Alpine going to make an appearance potentially, and I expect both players to feel decently comfortable with these bans and probably expected these to be the bans to come out.
Yeah, also Cappuccino kind of needs to win with Alpine now to proceed to the finals here today. And yeah, it can be the deal or no, how does it say? Deal or break or deal or however. Like, this might be the deciding
The
deck
deal
here
breaker.
today.
Yes.
Can he win with their deck? Then he can go to the finals. If Alpine is not in a good spot at the moment, then Cappuccino cannot proceed to the finals.
Might be deal or no house. I like it. Let's literally translate more German sayings, because I feel like German sayings are great.
Absolutely.
No, I think this is going to be a super interesting matchup. I do hope that we get to see the both Legions decks going up against each other. And correct me if I'm wrong, but does the uprising count all Legions that are killed in the game, or just your Legions?
I think it's all Polish units, if I remember correctly. So it also counts for opponents, Polish units.
Yeah, so it's extra good in the mirror matchup.
Yeah, equals to Polish units destroyed the spell. So we can probably see some pretty big uprising damage coming in here. Luckily, it's not dealing face damage, so only deals damage to all of the units on board. But still, I remember when uprising came out, we saw some pretty big uprisings in OCC. It was like 22 damage uprising back in the days. That was. Let's hope we see something similar today.
I do hope so as well. I feel like I want to see something that we haven't seen in a long time, or at least something that I don't remember a US Poland versus Brit Poland matchup in an OCC ever, for instance. At the same time, I also don't remember a Soviet France versus Brit Poland. I don't, there's going to be some new matchups here just because of the diversity of the decks. And I think with both of these players being extremely capable pilots, we're about to see some high-level gameplay, and none of it is going to be revolving around fatigue as much, I hope.
Yeah, these matchups should not be around fatigue too much. Maybe, yeah, the only matchup I can imagine it may be Soviet France versus Brit Poland Legions, maybe. But I also don't expect that one to go too far into the fatigue damage here.
No, I mean, and that's also just, if it does, it's because that Brit Poland deck is lacking win conditions.
Exactly,
right?
Yeah.
And I feel like, yes, the scorched earth part of it might make it a little bit painful if you start, rolling out some units on the Brit side. And that can even make it difficult for you to close out the game because there's just so much guard HP to slug through on the side of the Soviet player. in addition to if you have to pay so many credits to deal that damage, it just I think I finished adding it together, and it was around 50 HP of guard units around the HQ, and then an additional 34 healing from the call to the colonies. So it's a lot of HP to burn through, and that's also why Scorched Earth is so good in that deck, because if you can just make your opponent have to pay more credits to deal damage, you can just slow things down to the point where you just win, and that's to me like a little bit crazy.
Yeah, especially against decks that, like Legion, spam out a lot of units, or Brit Air even, we saw that earlier. Like a lot of units with not too much HP, but then with high operation cost, it's really, really annoying for your opponent to spend credits on operating these units. Like if a Penta G is hit by a Scorched Earth, it's not doing that much, it's just increasing it by 1. But yeah, if your opponent is flooding the board, a big Scorched Earth, it's really, really frustrating. Even when you have 4 or 3 units in the front line, and just for deploying new units, you need to push things to the front line and pay 4 credits for it. Wow, it's really frustrating.
Well, I mean, I just say, thank God Scorched Earth doesn't stack anymore.
Oh yeah, that was.
You remember that?
Yeah. It was what was it, +2 or +3, but it did stack. That was.
I think it was
wow.
+3.
Yeah.
And that used to be a deck, right? Like there was a deck that was just like a Scorched Earth deck where you would just be like ripping Scorched Earths, and everything would cost like 9 credits to operate, and you would just be laughing at your opponent the entire time. I'm happy that we're no longer there, but this is this should be an interesting matchup, as we're waiting for the players to get ready and get on into the game. Everything is basically ready on our side. But
speaking about that, I think I remember a match where somebody was playing delaying tactics, pushing everything back to the support line, and then just playing Scorched Earth after Scorched Earth. And
yes,
that opponent was just stuck with 9 operation cost units in his support line and couldn't do anything. I remember that one. So yeah, we should be pretty happy that Scorched Earth is no longer stacking. And I think it's fine as it is. It's not too strong. As I said, if you just hit one big unit with it that is having 3 operation costs anyways, it's okay. But if you hit a flooded board with cheap units, it's very, very frustrating.
Yeah. And I think one addition, that makes the Soviet France control decks now even more powerful is the new elite here. And that's something that we don't have on the graphics, but it's the 39th Rifle Regiment. It is an infantry unit. It has 5/5 stats, and it allows you to just take control of a unit that costs 2 or less from your opponent. So I just wanted to shout out, since we have a moment here, to shout out that card a little bit, because it does bring a lot of swing power, and because it allows you to both deploy a strong unit. A 5/5 for 5 credits is pretty good, even though it is an infantry unit. But it also just allows you to potentially affect the state of the board that turn by stealing a unit and possibly even training it into something that is threatening in the front line against an aggressive player. And at that point, you're playing a card and you're delivering, and you're potentially eliminating 2 of your opponent's cards off the field, and that can cause a huge swing in tempo. So if you ever find yourself on the back foot, especially against some of those more early aggressive decks coming into that Soviet France deck list, that could basically be the deciding factor. So for anyone that doesn't have the 39th Rifle Regiment already, definitely recommend crafting that, because it does help you, swing the tempo in a lot of games.
Yeah, I'm one of those players who's not having it, because I was just busy with the World Championship, could not play it, and did not find the time to craft it by now. But yeah, especially I think in the Legions match, like a lot of these Legions, I think they cost 2 credits, right? If you just have them on board. And usually when you play Plan West, you get 2 of these. So that means usually both of them will have the same size when they get to the front line. And when you can just steal one of them, trade into the other Legions units, it's a lot of good value potentially. But here we go with the first match. It is Soviet control versus Britain Legions, I guess.
Yeah.
From Evergarden. No, Evergarden is playing the Soviet list because Cappuccino's Soviet list was banned. And Cappuccino is playing Britain here. No,
playing
yeah,
Brit
he's
Poland.
playing Britain,
Yeah,
exactly.
Brit Poland. Immediately, a card that I want to shout out as being a potential game changer in this matchup is going to be that supply shortage. I also think it's interesting that Cappuccino decides to keep the Blackwatch in their hand right off the bat from the mulligan, and doesn't want to use Observer Core to make that a turn 3 drop. Looks like they just wanted to do it on turn 2.
Was probably waiting for something else here that they can potentially play it on. So could wait to find something better and still play it this turn, because Blackwatch will go down to 3 and can play it on turn 3 anyways. So good choice here, but the downside of that play is if Cappuccino finds a 2-drop now, he could have not played it. But having a 3-credit Blackwatch in hand is pretty strong early on.
It's very strong, especially given the hand of Evergarden. Look at the credits that this just affected.
Yeah, only 2 units in hand. The rest is just orders that cost 2 mana.
Yeah. And Evergarden is actually not able to play anything that turn because of that.
Wait. Cappuccino just skipped?
Yep. I'm not sure why.
Yeah,
They
I'm
could
also
have
not
they could have pushed up the Blackwatch, but deciding to just build up their backline stats there, and look at that.
Oh my
God.
god.
That's an expensive hand.
Yeah, the good thing is that Blackwatch is no longer giving permanent increase of the cost. It's only as long as this unit is on the board, which was a pretty good change there, because otherwise Evergarden, I think you would have already lost that game here at this point with +4 and all of this. But even that slows him down a lot.
This is going to overdraw, and Cappuccino can attack with those Blackwatch to kill the T60, and there's not going to be space in the hand for Evergarden to get the 5/5 T34.
Yeah, that's the big downside of T60. If you have those on the board and already a full hand, it can cause to a lot of overdraw, or you don't even get the T34 out of it. It is just, yeah, it is a good unit in general, but it can be very frustrating or hard to operate from time to time.
I mean, these Blackwatch are going to be a huge issue for Evergarden moving forward, because it's going to be an overdraw next turn. The only thing they can do is drop the T60, really, right? Do you want to do Scorched Earth? Okay, go Scorched Earth. That's, I guess that makes sense, making it a little bit more expensive to operate these units. But then...
Yeah, it also guarantees that Evergarden is having a draw next turn with the T60 and your opponent having stuff like Churchill in the deck. It does not make too much sense to play another unit here that is very likely just getting bounced again. Found the Reamer here.
Yep, Reamer's going to be played.
But look at this, there's Churchill and Underground State in Cappuccino's hand, so those units will not stay there for too long. And at the same time, there's just...
Oh! I wonder if Evergarden expected those depth charges to cost 0 and was thinking about using the research instead of deploying a unit to try and guarantee that they get a draw next turn and increase their credits. But of course, with the 2 Blackwatch on the field, it's going to get +4. So now paying 4 to get 1 extra credit and a smokescreen on your HQ isn't that of an appealing proposition, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that it is the fastest way to get to the Winter Offensive, maybe. That can... So Evergarden really needs a way to get rid of double Blackwatch there, and Winter Offensive is the fastest way to achieve this, and so far also the only way. So yeah, I think it was not the best play here, but I think Evergarden was just forced to do it, to get to 12 credits as fast as possible. But that's already a lot of stuff on the board here for Cappuccino.
Yeah, but now the depth charges come into play, and the HQ has smokescreen, so even with the Underground State removing that T60, there's no line of attack for the Churchill to deal 5 damage to the HQ. I almost wonder if playing the Lancaster over the Churchill would have made more sense, given the current state of the board and the hand for Evergarden. Now, if the Churchill would have still been in hand
Well,
at this point,
Insta Lancaster.
yeah, and it's
That
going to
does look-
attack HQ 100% because that's going to continue pouring on the credit cost on the hand of Evergarden there.
Yeah, and this is permanent. So all the cost +1 permanently, even if the Black Watch get removed now. And look at this Winter Offensive. The best removal so far is costing, okay, now down to 11, but it was just at 13 1 second ago. And it was not even playable. So just Lancaster face again. Push all the guards up. And wow, this turn 3 Black Watch was just so important here for Cappuccino.
Yeah,
More
I mean,
legions to come.
and just keep clogging the front line. Just keep making Evergarden have to work for removing those credit like those additional credit units. But now the Winter Offensive is going to come out. That's going to wipe the entire board apart from that Churchill, and that's going to leave Evergarden on 1 HP.
Living on the edge here, but where's that 1 damage coming from? That's a big question here. Is there anything to buff the Churchill? I don't think so. Double Uprising in hand. There's the Lightning. More legions coming. That's still a lot of stuff to deal with here for Evergarden.
He can't play Winter Offensive because that would kill him. He's going to have to sacrifice the T-34 or heal. I guess that is an option.
Firing first. Gets the British research. Together with the US one, this was probably the best one you could get here. Yeah, I think you have to heal here. Call the colonies +8. Now able to play the Winter Warfare for 3.
But now, if you're Cappuccino, the onslaught must begin and it must not relent. Cappuccino will have to continuously create those legions, push them up into the front line, establish more threats as much as they possibly can.
And Evergarden overdrew the ISU, which would have been the final remaining board clear here. Like Winter Offensive, and the 1 Winter Warfare was already played. It should be hard to get rid of all of these legions here, especially when there is another Lightning in hand and another Underground State. So all these guards are not that useful at the moment. I mean, you can use the T-34.
That draw, that convoy from Cappuccino, was a big risk. It would have left them at 9 cards if they wouldn't have found the 1-cost exile card. But finding it means that they were able to buff the legions and add a little bit of beef to them in the front line. But now another call to the colonies, the T-34 coming out. It's starting to look a little bit less dire for Evergarden, while it still definitely is leaning in the favor of Cappuccino. But remember, there's no Commonwealth to capitalize on the 30 HP mark. So still, Cappuccino will have to continue pouring on the pressure, continue adding these legions, and hope to find more intel cards to buff them even further.
Is there even any target for that evasive action in Evergarden's deck? It's not playing Naval Brigade, right?
It's not playing Naval Brigade.
I think there's not too much, but yeah, that card so far. But yeah, look at this board there. Like, that's one of the downsides of that Soviet list. It's not having too much AoE. So once your Winter Offensive is gone and your Winter Warfare ISU combo is no longer there, your opponent can go as wide as he wants, and you only have guards that are very weak to bounce, or like this T-34, but it can only kill 1 unit at a time.
Yeah, it's the. I mean, the ISU would have been the effect that you were blocking with the evasive maneuver, but of course the ISU has been discarded. So
What do? Do you just do double healing? Bring yourself up to 25. This and red banner. What can you get? A 7/7.
That's pretty strong. But that's going to be bounced. Underground State. Underground
Thinking
State's also going to put all of those legions up to 4. So that's going to be 12 damage in the front line.
plus more units to come there. Additional 6 damage moved up instantly. And probably going for synthetic rubber here with the research. Or you could also go active sonar, but at this point I think it does not matter too much. Although Cappuccino knows a lot of Evergarden's cards already have a +2 credit increasement, and an additional +3 could make a lot of them unplayable, like that Tractor Factories, for example. Ooh,
Well,
that Midas
Evergarden
Sword.
opts to draw the entire deck.
Shaika overdrawn. Defend in depth. That was the first defend in depth we see.
Yeah,
And
Evergarden was probably hoping to find a defend in depth and a hammer, but that was not to be. And Evergarden loses game number 1 against Cappuccino. Cappuccino pouring on the pressure from the turn 3 Blackwatch over into another one on turn 5. Absolutely bricking 90% of the hand for Evergarden there. And then continuously adding on to the pressure on board, marching those legions down the field, and eventually destroying the HQ there. 1-0 for Cappuccino.
And now it comes all down to the Alpine deck. It has to defeat the Soviet list now and the US Legions list from Evergarden. And this starting hand is already looking pretty decent. At 1-drop, a 2-drop. That's what you want to have as an Alpine player.
And
Followed
a
up by a
3-drop.
3-drop. Oh, yes.
And
Anti-OB
going
check.
first. And he's going first. That is a fantastic turn 1, 2, 3, and even potentially a turn 4.
On the other hand, Evergarden found the War Machine here to get the early ramp in, so he can already play the 5th Rangers on turn 3. Also a very decent way to deal with these Alpine units. Very, very good starting hands from both players here. I think we will have an interesting match out of that one. So what do you do here? Do you push up? I think you always deploy 136 because you have the Obich in hand, and that makes your opponent being able to move and attack in the same turn. And I think you don't want to miss that additional +2/+2 on that 136.
Also, I mean, if you're pushing up, if your opponent has 5th Rangers, you're giving them a free trade.
Yeah, exactly. So there are a lot of arguments to not push up here and just develop your board further.
So you're I think you're definitely better off in not pushing up in this situation. Cappuccino seems to disagree though, and they're going to get punished here more than likely by a 5th Rangers that's going to get a 1-for-0 trade for 4.
So what was that Heinkel? They're not even attacking with?
I mean, the Heinkel does come in as a follow-up now and can take out.
Yeah, but it could have been played anyways because it had splits, and there would have been a 6/5 in the front line. So that was kind of strange play there. But I'm pretty sure there's an idea behind it. Hellcat coming out, taking out the Heinkel there. Circlement a little bit too late. Yeah, what do we see here? We don't want to trade that 136 into the Hellcat. Could use the German research, maybe?
The 6/5 Gebergs would have been enough to trade the 5th Rangers for free as well. If Evergarden would have played a 5th Rangers, made it a 4/4, and pushed it into the front line. So there's a lot of cases to be made that was a mistake by Cappuccino.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Bouncing the Hellcat now with the FW. You just redeploy, but what to attack there?
You take out the Jack Bomber.
Yeah, with 2 5th Rangers in hand, feel quite comfortable here with dealing a lot of stuff that might come there from the Alpine deck.
Exactly. So the only risk for you at this point is that Jack Bomber lingering on the field and starting to deal damage from afar.
Could also maybe go double plan west if you want to, but not too much to follow up with. Maybe you could double plan west and then play Unity
Yeah.
on next turn.
Ooh, I like this. Plan West plus Skytrain. Starting that generation of units.
Yeah, it's one less infantry unit, but on the other hand, you have that Skytrain that is protected by 2 guards. The earlier the Skytrain comes down, the more well you get out of it. And we've seen matches where it was deployed on turn 3 and was there for 7 turns or 8 turns and just generated so much stuff. And it's really, really a good card. Oh, yeah, now it comes the Encirclement with a 7/6 in the front line. And that is a lot of stats that Evergarden has to deal with.
Absolutely.
Unity only giving one of these legions +3/+3.
That's
Not
not
able-
even enough to trade
Yeah.
favorably. I almost wonder if this should be a Unity going on to one of the 5th Rangers after you trade the rightmost US unit. Attack with the US unit into the 5/4 and then deploy a 5th Rangers and Unity that.
Really tough spot here. I mean, Evergarden can clear the front line with the 5th Rangers follow up now. But there's still a very, very dangerous backline here from Cappuccino.
Yeah.
And finds another Alpine unit and has Obeach in hand. Probably getting rid of the Skytrain now, pushing up the 4/4.
Going to use potentially the Alpine unit to get rid of the Skytrain.
Yeah, probably. And then just go face with the Yak Bomber. Pretty... So what else do you do? Drop Obeach, you have 4 credits left. Operate the 4/4. Yeah, maybe killing it with the 4/4 is more credit efficient because then you just use all your credits when dropping the Obeach, but it's just going to develop the research here. Okay.
And go face.
Ignoring the Skytrain. There are some interesting lines here. What do you want to have out of the research? Like, this card is not doing that much if your opponent finds the Shermans and has a full hand. Like, killing 2 or discarding 2 cards is helping them from time to time if they have a full hand and a lot of Shermans, and so they can find the important stuff there. But yeah, interesting, honestly.
This almost, to some extent, also felt like Cappuccino just had too many options there. I mean, they could do the research. They could both, advance it. They could also V1 flying bomb. They could trade the Skytrain in 2 different ways. They could establish the Obese. They could. There's just so much that was on the table to be done there for Cappuccino.
What I think what the thought process was here, Cappuccino has Leopold in hand, and that Skytrain is just
Yeah.
constantly spamming 1 credit units, and we're not too far away from turn 10. And yeah, look at this board, for example. If you give all
Is this
those
a synthetic
cheap
oil
stuff
play? This is
back to
synthetic
the
oil
hand.
play.
For the Leopold, yeah.
Yeah.
Leopold, Obeach, and then OTK. Wait for it. Really smart line.
Cappuccino proving us all more
Thinking
than wrong here.
5 turns ahead. Really, really well played. There was an idea behind everything there, and that synthetic oil will come in huge next turn. So Cappuccino's having 19 credits. Can deploy Leopold, Obeach, can just deliver 13 damage to face. Don't even need the Leopold. Oh, no, you need the Leopold to clear the front line. But it's
Yes.
just lethal next turn. There's nothing that Evergarden can ever do. Oh, it can
No,
go
he can trade out.
Hellcat. Yeah.
He can trade out the 4/4.
The Red
right?
Devils also was
Yeah.
in the front line already, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not.
He can trade out most of the threats, but this is still going to be a big turn. But it's not going to be a game-ending turn. So almost there, but not quite.
8 damage. 19 credits. Here we go. All this crap back into the hand. I mean, only the 5th Rangers is worth being in the hand here. The rest is only 1 drops. That's 7 damage.
It's also the fact that what is Evergarden going to do to stop the next turn lethal? How are they going to get through 7 damage, 7 health in the front line and take out your Leopold for 11 credits?
Yeah, that Hellcat is never reaching that Leopold.
No. That was a really, even though it wasn't a OTK setup, Cappuccino very much set up the win for that game extremely efficiently by getting that research up to level 2. And I mean, it took us quite a while to figure out what their plan was by doing that. But that also just shows you how good of a player Cappuccino is.
Absolutely. Really, really in the spot today here, in the best shape ever. Like, yeah, just thinking 5-6 turns ahead, knowing exactly what to do and what the best line is there to utilize the Leopold. And a very, very dominant showcase here and a very, very well deserved finalist today.
Absolutely. And again, neither one of these games going particularly long, even though both definitely had the ability to. I mean, we could have been seeing a 25 turn like Poland Legion spam into Alpine slugfest going back and forth. But Cappuccino recognizing, hey, with the synthetic rubber and the Leopold in my hand, I can synthetic oil with the Leopold in my hand, I can pretty much just all of a sudden burst this one out, make a game-defining play, and set up my lethal. So exceptionally well played. Cappuccino in fine form today. We'll see them again in the finals, and this means Evergarden is going to be going on into the 3rd place match. They're not quite done today yet, but who will they face? That's what we're going to be finding out in just a few moments. But until then, we'll throw it back to myself and Christo.
That was exceptionally well played by Cappuccino. I feel like as of turn, I don't know, 3 of game 1, it felt like Cappuccino maintained control throughout that entire series. Watching Evergarden go down to 1, back above 20, and still didn't really stand a chance in that game. And then the line of play in game 2, I think that shows why Cappuccino, I mean, in the form they're in today, is probably the favorite of those left here in the December OCC.
Don't forget about Gorg, man. Don't forget about Gorg. I picked him to win this thing. I still think they have an excellent chance, but you know it's going to be hard to beat Cappuccino when they're playing like this. Absolutely. I think, yeah, from turn 3, definitely in the driver's seat. But this is also why Observer Core plus Blackwatch is super.
We've had you talking nonstop all day long. How are you feeling so far? Still with a smile on your face? Still good to go?
Of course. I'm super good to go. I want to see Gorg take on TurboCat. I want to see these 2 players that, you know, clearly are coming here with intentions to stamp their name into the tournament history of KARDS. How they fare both against each other, and which one will be taking on Evergarden, which one will be taking on Cappuccino in the finals. Because 2023 is sure to be an exciting year for competitive KARDS, even though it's going to be sans myself. I'm excited to follow that from the outside, and you know, who knows? Maybe I'll qualify for an OCC or something. But that all depends on how much time I have to grind. And I'm watching the games here today, and I'm going like, things are heating up there. It's I don't think it might be even possible for me to venture into the field of these players, especially not with the more hungry newcomers staking their claim here in the OCC. So. Super excited to see the next match, and I can't wait to see if Gorg is able to replicate the success that they had with their kind of OTK crazy decks in round number 1 here today in this round number 2.
And I agree with you there, Ollie. I think next year is going to be phenomenal. We still have lots of cards left today, seeing if Gorg can continue on with their fun piles. Excited to see that type of engagement and excitement into next year. We also have a few other, little retrospectives. We're going to give you some highlights, some behind the scenes from the World Championship coming up just before the final. Obviously, we'll give you an opportunity as well to say your farewells towards the end of the broadcast too. So still lots to come today, but let's, without further ado, get to the bottom semifinal. Let's get Gorg versus TurboCat going. Ollie, I'm going to kick it over to you and Darkness.
Welcome everybody to the second semifinals of this December OCC, the final one of the year 2022, before we head on into a Christmas break, a New Year's break, and then meet refreshed back here in 2023. This one is between TurboCat and Gorg, two players that are relatively unknown on the competitive scene, but have both shown tremendous prowess in their games here today. I'm joined by Darkness to bring you the action on this one. And before we jump on into the matches, Darkness, let's take a quick look at the decks.
Yes, we saw the decks before, so I will wrap this up a little bit and give you a conclusion. Gorg is bringing as first deck an Brit-Japan pin control deck. We saw this already in action, a lot of control, a lot of pin, a lot of destruction, and the Commonwealth to finish the deal. Very potential, and this deck was able to take on Soviet France control. So the second deck of Gorg is Japan Soviet control. This is a really interesting one, and I'd love to see it. It has a lot of control aspects and a lot of card draw aspects, since this is, I would call it a fatigue deck. You're not really winning with fatigue, but you're healing and blocking your opponent to kill you, cycling through your deck, finding the Seiren, the Kavanishi, and the last rites, kamikazes, to kill your opponent, or maybe just grind your opponent down with Shiden, Kika, and Ki 83. So it's a little bit into the resistance kind of control deck, a little bit into fatigue. Very interesting choice from Gorg, and definitely unique. And yes?
Well, I have a question for you. Isn't this deck, doesn't it have too much draw to constitute as a fatigue deck? Isn't this more like, I'm gonna cycle through and kill you type of deck? And because I'm looking at, like, there's two 33rd recons, there's two Southern plans, there's Workers Unite, there's two By the Sword. I don't feel like this deck is ever going to fatigue. It's going to lose into the fatigue battle against most decks because it's going to cycle through it faster than most of them, right?
Yeah, I see what your point is. It's not winning with fatigue. It's not winning the fatigue battle, but it brings himself down to fatigue to get the last rites, to get the Kavanishi, and to have no cards left in the deck, to activate the kamikaze cards, and being able to drop the Kavanishi and only draw kamikaze to deliver at least 15 damage. with the ramp of Southern Plan, potential 21 in one turn.
Yeah, this is like, when I said Southern Plan, I meant Scouting Party earlier, but I misread it. But yes, with Southern Plan, this gives me some like Gearbot 2019 World Championship vibes, right? Who had a whole deck that just revolved around only having the Kamikaze cards left in their deck and dealing a big splash of damage with the
Yeah.
Kavanishi plus the Sirens. So I'm kind of interested in seeing this one be played. So
It's definitely an interesting one. And third is Soviet Brit. A little bit of self-damage, a little bit of Katyusha and OT-34 OTK with Yura and Last Plan. Spiced up with Scorched Earth to be really annoying and difficult to play against, and of course a Great Patriotic War to set the defense of each HQ to 12 to be able to count as OTK deck. Very, very interesting deck list here. I do love seeing Gorg as underdog coming with unique deck lists into the OCC, like Diane, like Vbater. Yes, this is the first semi-finalist, and he is taking on TurboCat. Relatively new player, we saw him before, and he is bringing really strong deck lists. For example, his first Soviet Francs, very, very much control heavy list, a lot of heavy control, like Partisans, Naval Brigade, 272nd Guards, even Tractor Factory, ISU, Winter Offensive. We saw this too in action before. It's just a very powerful control deck. His second deck is another powerful control deck. Not that meta, but more painful, actually. It is Japan, Francs, Resistance. We also saw this before. It has a lot of AoE and it will grind you down to fatigue and win in the fatigue battle. So unlike the deck of Gorg, this will win if you're running out of cards.
yep.
And the last is an aggro deck. So maybe we're seeing one fast match here. Maybe not. It's Brit Japan, but as powerful air tempo deck, not an pin control deck. It's amazing. The allies are the same, but the deck is completely different archetype. Here again, you have a lot of 1-credit airplanes, buffing those with close air support, taking out big threats with the surprise attack from the Type 94 TK and the Albacore pin, or Monty, or Shelling, or even the second Paris C to give you pincer units dealt combat damage by this unit are being destroyed. So these are 6 different, almost unique decks we are going to see in this semi-final.
Well, we're only going to see 4 of them because there are some bans, and I have a looming suspicion that Gorg is not going to ban the Brit Air deck, but he will instead he will instead ban the Japan Resistance. I looked at Gorg first. I was like, did he ban the Brit Air? But no. But however, TurboCat, realizing that, bans out the Brit Pin deck and says, hey, I'll happily play against your Kamikaze Zyran Japan deck there. So, man, interesting lineups, and only one that we are kind of intimately familiar with being that Brit Air deck coming out in this one. So I am super excited. We do get to see, hopefully, the full lineup here from Gorg today and see how all those decks play. But I'm just curious to see if that going through your deck, drawing it all, getting the Kamikaze, then doing a big turn where it's just like play the Siren, play the Kawanishi, and then bang out the Kamikaze cards. That was a legit strategy that won the 2019 World Championship, the first ever real tournament held in this game. And we're seeing it make a comeback in December 2022, and I'm super here for it. So I'm really excited to see how that plays out, and I want to get into a game as soon as possible.
Yeah. Well, it came back last World Championship as well with the Resistance. Of course, different compared to 2019. But for some reason, this kamikaze mechanic with Kawanishi, I think Kawanishi did not exist in the first World Championship before. It came later.
Yeah,
Got
I think you're correct.
It got reactivated. Well, the Seiren existed before, and I think this Imperial Order card, Imperial Degree, was different. These were broken times, but we do see the mulligan. It is Gorg Japan deck, Japan Soviet, against Brit Air. And I think TurboCat has deck-wise the advantage here in theory, but Gorg does has 3 times Scorched Earth, already has 1 in hand. We know Scorched Earth is maybe the best single card against Brit Air, just because you're able to block the entire back line of Brit Air.
Because you were saying that those were broken times. I just want to there might be a lot of people watching today that don't know that back when we did the 2019 World Championship, you could bring elites from multiple nations. So the main nation in that Siren Kamikaze thing was actually Britain and not Japan. So you had all of the pin, all of the control, you had all of the fortifications, and then you also had To the Last Man, and you had the just everything that you needed from the Japan side. So aren't you glad we made that change, that you could only bring elites from one nation at some point?
Well, at the time of the change, I did not like it, because all of my super strong, powerful decks got nerfed and I could not play them anymore. But looking back, I'm glad you did the change.
Yeah.
Well, Gorg sent into the front line the Bryans Irregulars to prevent TurboCat from sending units there, holding them in the support line, and then activated Scorched Earth to
That's brilliant.
add 3 operation costs to those units. Well, 2 and 3. But it's very hard to deal with those now for TurboCat. A Fury Spitfire looks good, however.
It's going to take it out. He has the Suisse and he has the surprise attack, so that's gone now. He also has a backup. He also has a backup Scorched Earth for when TurboCat fills his backline inevitably with things like another Swordfish. So this is going to be an extremely painful backline to operate, and all of them are going to have basically 1 attack or 2 attack, and this is going to play into the hand of Gorg here. So he gains 1 extra credit slot here and draws 2 cards, continues to cycle through his deck, and now, yeah, I mean, I guess TurboCat does not want to fall into the trap. He does not want to cap out his support line. So very deliberately not playing the most credit efficient that he can by dropping the Mosquito. But that's probably to avoid exactly this. And he's probably happy to see that he did make the right call in avoiding that.
However, there's only a single slot left for TurboCat. Those small airplanes have 4 operation cost, which is extremely annoying for TurboCat. Buff Lightning could send back the guard, and maybe he can activate Ultra. Looks like a good play here. But it's not very fast, it's not very aggressive, and just with those operation cost increasements, Gorg is already controlling how this matchup is being played out.
Yep. Bombing raid likely going to be targeting the lightning, the Wrath Lightning there. If he even wants to play it, he can also just replay the guard. Opting to go for the Deadly Duty. What is he Deadly Duty? Deadly Duty's his own guard, and he wants to
Look
just
at that card
continue.
draw.
Yeah, he's just continuing to cycle through. And already this deck here from Gorg looking pretty spicy.
Oh, synthetic rubber, powerful buff. He's able to trade now. But look at the 2 credit card, second from the left, Isolation. Isolation will get rid of the buff. However, you can just kill it also.
Yeah,
he's
one of
killing
desperate
the
measures.
bomber. He's killing the bomber and the buffed unit. The HQ is also down to 11.
10.
Down to 10.
8. I feel like we're just counting down at this point, Darkness.
It seems like this.
This is working so well. He's also got the 2 Type 94s. He can get rid of that mosquito, take out that threat. There's still only left 2 units with 4 operating costs.
There's Ultra activated.
That's true.
And TurboCat left 4 credits floating. So Gorg right now should really think about which order to play first. And he's testing it with Surprise Attack. Activated Ultra. And 33rd Weekend. Southern Plan. Going for the credit mechanic. Holding his type for now. Okay. Well, Gorg's deck has so many different options. Look at that. TurboCat is just killing his own unit to make space.
Yep.
And he's down to 9.
He's down to 9. Now the surprise attack can come out. It can pin, we say the dangerous. Oh, never mind. Just throw out to the last man. And he just played the Type 94 to deal 1 additional damage by playing to the last man, sacrificing 1 additional unit. And he's probably looking at the Kika there, right? Because the Kika has 6 damage and it has Blitz. So he has lethal next turn without having to ever use a Kamikaze card. You can throw out all your bombers, TurboCat. It's not going to stop that Kika, unfortunately.
Even with the Kika being dead, he would receive more Kamikaze cards. But yeah, that's it. Japan, Soviet control wins against Brit Air meta deck. Really impressive.
Gorg. I mean, Gorg. Not only has he shown us some fantastic play, but it's also just a lot of fun going Gorg.
It's amazing. The first time he's the underdog, not a lot of matches, not a KARDS veteran, and he's 1-0 into the semi-final of this OCC.
So,
and
I'm just going to throw it out here, right? I did talk about there is a potential for this Soviet deck to struggle against Brit Air. It didn't do it in the first matchup that he plays today, but it might do it this time around. However, he immediately finds the Sukhov.
He does has 2 34 guards. He is missing Bloody Sickles right now to reduce the deployment cost and Red Dawns to trade with early airplanes, but there are no early airplanes. TurboCat turned 2 and only played 1 little tank, allowing Gorg to play Convoy, drawing more cards, finding Scorched Earth. Even if TurboCat is now deploying more units, Scorched Earth will hold them in place. Scorched Earth does not feel good enough onto a single airplane. So just taking out the Swordfish and dropping the tank looks very good. However, surprise attack will deal with it.
So I wonder if Gorg just started playing the game and went like, Huh, you have to pay to operate things? I wonder if there's a card that impacts that. Found Scorched Earth and just went, I'll put this into all my decks. It's like, huh, I can pin things. Oh, let me just get all the pin cards and put it into a deck.
Yeah. And Scorched Earth on 3 units is so strong.
Ooh, he's discarding the final push. That's interesting.
It's really interesting. However, I like it. Bloody Sickle is more important, and I think heal is too. If TurboCat is playing more units with Honey and by the sword, he can heal and draw a lot. So this combination is just very strong. Since Albacore is now able to pincer kill almost everything, there's another Red Dawn. Red Dawn killing something will allow him to play both guards for free. However, Honey and by the sword is a choice here. Finding a third guard while healing.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think his goal is to play the 34th guards, necessarily early. I don't think he's racing to do that. I think he's trying to find his combo pieces so that he can, absolutely decimate the HP of TurboCat. So
Bloody Sickle reducing. Red Dawn maybe killing the pincer unit. And there are 2 free guards now.
this is the Sukoved one, I believe. No, this is not the Sukoved one. So he's keeping the Sukoved one in his hand because he's looking for a chance to deliver a ton of damage. Because I think he's setting up lethal next turn.
Monty will stop that.
Monty and Shelling being taken off the top there.
Shelling is big here.
It's massive. But I feel like that's what he was doing, right? And I feel like TurboCat not getting rid of the OT or the 34th guards might be... Okay, he gets rid of the 34th guards. Okay.
Would have been pinned. These guards do not do a lot.
Because this would have been the Yura onto 3 units in the 4 units in the backline, because he would have played the second 34th guards with Blitz, and that would have been lethal if that had not been all pinned.
But it's pinned again with Shelling. You are sitting there, waiting there.
And close air support plus Empire Strikes, that's going to be enough to finish the game for TurboCat if Gorg doesn't do something about this now. So
there are so many operation costs. Is TurboCat able to deliver final damage?
Yeah. Just close air support on those 2 units in the backline plus attack.
And it's 9.
7.
Yes. 7, 9.
Yeah, 7 operating cost or total cost to deliver lethal, right?
TurboCat is able to prevent that with Katyusha and Yura.
Yeah, I mean, even going for play the Katyusha, even take the potential roll of the dice, and
he's going for the Honey and draw and Scorched Earth. Scorched Earth. Well, still not enough.
Still not enough.
TurboCat has just enough.
Does he see it? Surely he sees it. 1 close air support, 2 attacks to the face. You're good. But that's if that Shelling had not been the top deck from the Monty, this game would have been over.
Yeah. TurboCat really needed Monty and Shelling to prevent the lethal combo of Gorg.
There we go. He sees it. He sees it. He pulls the trigger, and Gorg loses his first match here against TurboCat, but not for a lack of trying. That was an extremely close match, and it teetered on a knife's edge which direction it was gonna go. TurboCat finding exactly what he needed to deal with it. playing that extremely well, using and recognizing that he needed to react once the OT and the 34th guards came down, establishing the Wrath Lightning as well, making that put in work, played exceptionally around the Scorched Earth. So well played overall from TurboCat, and now we get to see the Soviet versus Soviet mirror matchup here, and these are very different Soviet decks. One of them wants to kill you in a single turn. The other one wants to practically do nothing and wait you out. So a lot of healing in TurboCat's deck here. That is something that we need to take into consideration. I mean, a lot of guards, and then the 3 Call to the Colonies, that together is plus 24 health, which could make it difficult for Gorg to deliver that game-ending punch his deck is designed to deliver.
And both decks are using Scorched Earth. Both armies are. This could be a long one. Ani is taken out by Defend in Depth. Gorg is unable to draw cards by the sword. Has no targets for Bloody Sickle and Red Dawn. Maybe here is one, but it's not a good one. Amort trained on turn 5, looking good. He's able to spawn a lot of little infantry units. And Scorched Earth actually reducing the operation cost from a Amort train. However, this unit cannot attack.
Exactly. And these players, they're not wasting any time on these turns. Just pow, 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 Bloody Sickle, attack, go back and forth.
Not
have we
anytime.
Have we just gotten to the point where we have 2 robots fighting it here? Just going like beep boop. Did Chat GPT just learn how to play cards all of a sudden? Open AI or something. It feels
that
like
would be cool. Seeing OpenAI learning cards. Red Banner onto.
Oh,
I don't agree with that one. I do not agree, especially since TurboCat has 272nd in hand, only allowing Gorg to use Red Dawn here.
See, and now this gets this starts to get more and more dangerous by the second, because we have to remember the effect that Yura can have on a game.
I mean, there are so many options for Gorg here.
He's reducing the cost of Great Patriotic War here. Something tells me he has a line of play in mind right now. Scorched Earth. Just a little bit of Scorched Earth sprinkled in here and there.
I don't know if this was the play. He could have killed the Rima with 2 Red Dawns, having 2 little units in the front line and getting a third one, preparing for Ultra, for Yura.
Okay. What's going on here?
Gorg is trying to set up lethal, but TurboCat is eliminating the most dangerous threats so far, with the OT-34 getting taken out by Defend in Depth. Gorg sending the 34th guards into the front line, playing 1 Bloody Sickle, looking for probably another combo piece, even drawing a second Yura. This is looking nice. Lesser of Two Evil not finding a final push.
But the second Yura, that's what? That's 3, it's 6, it's 10. So for 10 credits, right now, this is dangerous. Oh, Winter Warfare has to come out. Yes. Oh my God, Winter Warfare is so huge. It's so huge.
It's
No Winter Warfare Warfare means that Gorg wins the game. No Winter Warfare and he wins the game. But now it doesn't matter. He wins the game. Because Winter Offensive is going to be enough.
Now, Great Patriotic War will reset the HP. It's not over yet. There's a lot of things going on. Almost hard to follow, but it's not over yet. TurboCat, how much damage? Wait a second. 5, 10. So close. KV plus Phony War will draw 4 cards into Gorg's hand. Well, Winter Offensive will take care of most units here, and TurboCat has the KV1 Phony War combo activated. Being ready.
What is going on, Darkness? Wait. If there's a Katusha that comes in.
It's not a Katusha, but it's a KV1. This KV1 is dangerous for TurboCat, but not dangerous enough. I think that's it. KV1 and Phony War.
It'll draw 4 cards. You're absolutely correct. It'll draw 4 cards. It'll be exactly lethal. KV1 and Phony War.
KV1 and Phony War is exactly lethal for TurboCat, but he needs to see it and he needs to play it.
There's a lot of cards in his hand. You know, you can't. No, he goes for 272nd cards. He doesn't see it.
He does not see it.
There's W out. The game's over. Gorg wins. Missed lethal from TurboCat. Too many cards in hands. KV1 hidden.
And just like that, first appearance in the OCC, slightly a small mistake by TurboCat, and Gorg is going into the grand final of this OCC.
Wow. Woo. That was a game, Darkness.
That was a game. That was intense.
Was a game.
It was intense. It was fast. It was unique. It has up and downs and a major plot twist at the end. Not gonna lie.
So, TurboCat, he was dodging, he was weaving, he was ducking, he was jumping over all the different lethal obstacles that Gorg was throwing at him, and then he missed his own lethal. That's so painful.
I think TurboCat prevented 6 turns in a row the lethal of Gorg.
Yeah.
And then he missed his own opportunity to finish the game. TurboCat played really, really well for the entire game. And he was at a major risk. He was at 8. Dropping the KV and going for Phony War would have dealt more damage to. He would have paid for it, but it was very close, but would be enough. Well, congrats to Gorg. I love to see the underdog reaching the final with his unique decks. And we're going to see TurboCat again in the next matchup, where he is taking on Evergarden to secure him 3rd place and a little bit of money.
Yeah, I mean, neither of these players are out, right? TurboCat still has a chance to get 3rd place. Excellently played by Gorg. Excellently played by TurboCat. What a game that was! I'm
the entire series.
Just recovering. All right. Well, thanks for casting this with me, Darkness. That was amazing. Let's throw it over to the host desk with Christo before we head on any further into this broadcast.
I think Spooz said it best. Deal or no house. Deal or no house.
That was honestly a deal or no house situation.
I'm going to keep bringing it back to the fact that we thought these matchups might be a little bit longer, might be a little bit slower, but the excitement that we have had, every move has been well crafted. It hasn't been a lot of that sit, pass, draw, pass, back and forth. It's really been nuanced play, and huge congratulations to Gorg for winning that slugfest, moving on to the finals in their first ever appearance in an OCC.
Yeah, crazy. Absolutely crazy. And now they're gonna have to play a best out of 5 against Cappuccino, which means that they're gonna have to win with all of their decks, right? And we've seen them get a win with all of their decks. And we've also now seen Gorg lose with the OTK Soviet deck. And we did see TurboCat play exceptionally well around all the lethal setups, right? Now, granted, TurboCat was supremely blessed by the fact that he had the answers to those lethal setups every single time, right? It was the winter offensive, the winter warfare that killed the 3 token units in the front line, which combined with Great Patriotic War and Double Ura would have been enough to attack with those units, bypass the different guard units, and deal enough damage to the HQ. He had the Monty, and then he had the shelling in the game before that. He basically always had the answer. Now, if at any point he didn't have that answer, the game would be over. So, initiative advantage Gorg there. He was pouring out the pressure. TurboCat did enough to stave it off, but then it must also have been, it's nerve-wracking. You're in the tournament setting. You're not really used to the pressure. You're dealing with a dude that's playing like an OTK deck. You've just dodged death like 6 rounds in a row, and you're just going like, oh, your brain is racing. And then he throws down a KV, and you're just like, oh, I'm at 8. He's at 8. I have 9 cards. And you just don't see the KV phony war combo. You're not going the step further and counting how many cards he has in hand. Oh, he's going to draw 4. I'm only going to draw 2 or 3. This will put me down to 2, but him down to 0. It was just that tiny little margin that he needed to make it on into the finals. But an exceptional outing for both these players. Super, super happy to have gotten to cast that one and to see these players competing here in the OCC. And I mean, it's a bright future for both these players.
Absolutely. And, we saw TurboCat go kind of, it can go both ways. You can get exactly what you need. You can also get set up in a scenario where you just don't have the card. So being able to see it and take advantage is still huge. To your point, I think TurboCat was pulling matrix moves, dodging everything, and just at the end needed a second to catch their breath. And that's when, Gorg finished them off. It is what it is. To your point, great matchups. We're going to see TurboCat once again in the 3rd place match in not too long. Let's bring up the bracket and walk us through that quickly as we get ready for these 2 final best of 5. So we're going to see Evergarden taking on, that is not correct. That is actually backwards.
Yep, flippity flip
So,
flop.
yes, somebody got a little too anxious when you said TurboCat had lethal, but Gorg is going to be going up against Cappuccino in the final. But first, the bronze match, we're going to have Evergarden taking on TurboCat. So we're going to go to a quick break, let TurboCat kind of catch their breath, get sorted, clear their head before going into that bronze match, because a couple bucks are on the line there. And we will then have a little behind the scenes from the World Championship before we get to the finals today. But all of that still to come here in the December OCC. Mark is sleeping at the controls today.
Christmas time was drawing near. I had everything in order. Around we shoveled for the deer with lights around the border. chim chim chimney tonight. Tonight, please shimmy down the chim chim chimney tonight. I've forgotten to call the chimney sweep. Someone tall and Dick Van Dyke-ish. The fireplace soot was inches deep. Santa surely wouldn't like this. And now Santa has a coal black suit. Santa has a coal black suit. At first he wasn't happy, till I told him he looked snappy. Santa's got a coal black suit. Shimmy down the chim chim chimney tonight. Tonight, he shimmy down the chim chim chimney tonight. And now Santa has a coal black. Don't know how he fit his big ass in that flue. Santa has a coal black suit, suit, suit. At first he wasn't happy, till I told him he looked snappy. Santa's got a coal black suit. He shook like a bowl full of jelly. But you know, a slightly smaller bowl because of the slimming effect. He flew into the night and he said with a shout, Merry Christmas to all and to all. Check me out. For you, one that I know you'll adore. It's a specialty item you've been waiting a long time for. I'll wrap it up for you, place it under the tree, and give it to you early on Christmas Eve. I'm hoping at last that we will be together, and regardless of the weather, we'll be warm. We'll be set by the fire, so thankful and so merry, sharing thoughts of Christmas past and making memories that last. I've got a gift for you, and I can't wait to see how happy we'll be early on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
If y'all think the laughing is part of that transition, it is not. That is done live by our voiceover master, Ollie, over here. Just enjoying the holiday season. I know I gave Mark a little bit of crap before going to break there since I thought he had taken his Christmas vacation a bit early, but he has done, honestly, a phenomenal job here, especially sourcing that holiday music that we've been playing. Just 10 on 10. Very much appreciate you, Mark. All right. Rolling up my sleeves because we're going to have two absolute banger matchups going on here. We're going to have the bronze match coming up next. So we just saw Turbo Cat lose to Gorg. So Gorg moving on to the finals. Turbo Cat moving down, going off against Evergarden.
Yep. That should be a good one. There's also the potential of Japan-France Resistance mirror matchup. So that should be an exciting one. We'll see if it comes to that or if it doesn't.
I'll pull out my sleeping bag if that one comes up. Just wake me up when the match is over. But yes, Evergarden versus Turbo Cat. There you see the accurate bracket, flipping those two around. So we're going to have Gorg versus Cappuccino. Before that, Evergarden, Turbo Cat. It's going to be you, Ole, with Spooz. Right after that, we're going to dive into a little recap of the World Championship. So a lot of good cards stuff still to come. So I'll kick it over to you. You can dive right into the bands and get us going in our bronze matchup.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the third place match for this December OCC, the final one of 2022. I'm joined by Spooz. We're going to be bringing you all the action between Evergarden and Turbo Cat. This one is a best out of 5, so each player will have to win with all of their decks to make it into the third place and claim some of that prize money. And that means that we have a pretty wide range of decks going into this one, and we're going to be seeing a lot of different matchups, especially if this decides to go 5 games, Spooz. So I know we've taken a quick look at these decks already, but before we head on into the matches, then maybe let's refresh our memories about what these two players are bringing to the table.
Yeah, and that is not something I like to see. Like, both players having very similar lineups. 2 decks of them are almost exactly identical. The only difference is but we're going to see. So Evergarden is bringing Soviet France here, a list that we've seen a lot already today. Also brought by Turbo Cat. So this will be one of the longer matches if they just manage to find the mirror here. The second deck, differently from Turbo Cat here, is US Poland Legions. A very prominent deck back in the days, and I think it's just the deck that can make a difference here today. And the third one, we all look forward to that one. Japan, France, Resistance. Turbo Cat is bringing that also. Honestly, I would love to have Darkness here on my side, because you both are, he's kind of familiar in playing it. You are familiar in casting it last year in World Championship. I'm happy to be here and have the honor to maybe cast Japan Resistance Mirror.
You know, I wouldn't say like that I'm experienced in casting it. If experienced, if by that you mean I can sit here and do really bad fatigue math, then yes, I'm extremely experienced. But that's kind of we'll have to figure something else to talk about if it goes to that point. And we'll let the experts. This is where I kind of wish we could be live, because then chat could help me out do the fatigue math, but. I'm sure we'll have Darkness here in our broadcast chat feeding us the correct numbers as we go. All right, on the Turbo Cat side, like you said, a very similar deck, Soviet France control. And yes, this one could also go long if they do find the mirror. I haven't seen a mirror matchup between these two decks, though, so I'm kind of here for it, right? I'm up to experience everything once, so I'm kind of here for it. If we do see that mirror, if we take a look at the next deck here from Turbo, and there you go, Japan, France, Resistance. Now I'm gonna say this is probably the most this is the deck in cards that has the most negative feelings associated with it, out and about. But it is, however, a strong deck. It does, however, take a lot of skill to pilot and a lot of skill to beat. So even though this one might be not a pretty one for the eye, it's going to be definitely a brain-teasing matchup. And then the final deck here from Turbo Cat, that is basically the kind of one going up against the U.S. Poland part from Evergarden, and that is Brit Air. Interestingly enough, no. What's the aerial
reconnaissance?
No, air supremacy. No, air.
Air superiority.
Air
okay.
superiority. Thank
Yeah.
you. Deal or no house.
I did not say that. But yeah, it's interesting. Having the Wellington but no air superiority is an interesting tech. But TurboCat probably thinking the surprise attack that you get out of the Type 94 should be enough to get the Wellington to 0 credits. But yeah, interesting tech choice.
Absolutely. And for the record, let's set it straight. Spooz did not say deal or no house. That was me misinterpreting it. But now it's so good. It's a deal or no
what
house.
it is. Yeah, it has to be like this now.
It's like chopping grass and roots.
Yeah.
That's so. All right, but there's no bans here, so each player is going to have access to all of their lists. So when the players are ready, we are ready. Spooz, how do you think this one is going to go? Do you think we'll be here until the New Year's just casting this series? Or
Yeah, hopefully I hope we don't have a 1 hour match, or even longer, and the players are just avoiding the Japan France mirror, and both are just facing other archetypes when they just queue into each other. But yeah, it can be a close one, and as I said, at the end it could come down into whether US Poland Legions or the Brit Air deck is better in the matchup there, also against Soviet France and against the Legions deck. Yeah, we will see. It will depend a lot of who's queuing into which matchup with which deck, and yeah, also who's having more experience in the Japan mirror, maybe who watched the last year's World Championship, who just saw how to approach this matchup, and yeah, there's a lot of things that can make a difference here in the end.
Yep. I mean, one thing's for sure, that these deck lists going head to head here are very different from what we just saw a couple weeks ago in the World Championship. So a lot has changed since then.
Yeah.
A lot of this is also probably in response to the meta that immediately formed afterwards. I mean, the World Championship is the most viewed tournament of the year. The decks that are played there become the most kind of spread out decks within the general population. So even though we don't necessarily see these big swings in meta after an OCC or something like that, that's because like the penetration of the decks into the community isn't as much as we do see in the World Championship. So it kind of doesn't surprise me that we're here now. It was kind of different last year, where the World Championship meta was really slow, so it kind of sped up a little bit in the end of the year, and you started seeing more tempo-based control decks that could also go toe-to-toe with things like Japan Resistance come out of that. But the opposite has happened this year, and I think
we paid a price for that now. Yeah, but also, as you said, it's not like, sure, Japan Resistance is really annoying to play against, but oh no, look at this. It's also just, it's very, very, not interesting to watch, but players have to bring a lot of thought process there. What card to keep and mulligan, what card to play at which time so it's mostly about winning the fatigue match now. We can already say that for sure. We will not see a lot of action on the board here. We will just see cards played when it's really necessary. A lot of cards being played just for the healing effect. So yeah, lean back, guys. Enjoy the show. Cards gameplay as its best.
Yeah. So this is one of those situations where neither player is actually playing the cards in their hands or the units on the field, but instead are both looking at playing just a mechanic of the game. But I think immediately, interesting talking point, that 114th Infantry Regiment, Spooz, when a destruction effect triggers, it triggers twice. Do you think that could potentially be used in conjunction with like the Kika to get more kamikaze cards?
This is the only thing I could think of. What was the other option? The Diner? Okay, you never picked the Diner here. And the other one was the 2-2 Bomber, right?
Yeah.
You could argue about taking the Bomber maybe, but yeah, this 114 can be pretty big in combination with the Kicker for sure. Although you cannot play it on one turn, but as a follow-up, but I'm not sure how long it's staying on the board. You're giving your opponent an additional body to play Defend and Death on.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but yeah, I think out of the three options was just the best one. Sure, I'm pretty sure TurboCat would have preferred another Kicker there or Shitten, stuff that deals a lot of damage to the HQ and also forces out removal of the opponent. But yeah,
I mean, it's interesting because if you are able to have this proc on the Kika, you get what, 4 additional cards in your deck that can basically mean that you win on the fatigue side.
yeah, I mean, at this point, it's all about not drawing too many cards, managing your hand size so your opponent cannot play a good Phony War that we might already see from Evergarden here. So TurboCat is catching up with the deck size here. Oh my god, this... I think you're not even playing the Vive la Resistance here. Like you keep every card in hand to draw as less as possible, while also not overdrawing your strong cards.
Now we're going to see like the naval operation come out.
And Liberation, I guess.
Okay.
Also gives you draw and the nice one draw from Evergarden. This is a Shin, very good overdraw here for TurboCat. So this is always dealing damage and not removing cards from top of the deck. And I think we might see... I could also just play a Liberation on himself here. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I would kind of expect him to play the Liberation here instead of getting rid of the Resistance card. But going for Take Initiative instead. I mean, he did go for a play that forces the overdraw on the side of TurboCat, so and that was a Take Initiative.
The good thing is we only have to watch this once. Once a player won with one deck, it's out of the way, and
that's true.
But this one time could be enough.
Another overdraw? Throwing it right back at you. I think one thing that we could get maybe from production would be to just hover the deck sizes, just so that we can kind of do it regularly.
Definitely the most important information in this match. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you need to like unhover and then rehover to have it update, but like it would be good information to get every now and then.
So interesting that Evergarden decided to play one Vive la Resistance here. So that gives him 1 card less in the fatigue race remaining in the deck. I'm not sure if Evergarden is looking for something special here. And why he's not playing the Liberation.
Just I forgot how
fun to watch this is. That for glory is also
I mean, I also just forgot how how this plays. It's been so long since I last saw this, and it looks like both players are really going for the overdraw push, which is something we didn't really see last time. Ooh, Kawanishi, that's pretty big.
Kawanishi gone. Oh, that was an early last rights here.
Yeah. So, since we have something to talk about now, TurboCat just played last rights pretty early, and
I don't agree with that, honestly. Like, whenever he's drawing a kamikaze now, and at some point the center will be full of kamikazes, he has to play them and draws another card. And
Exactly.
that's what you really don't want to do. You want to go to an empty deck, play your Kamikaze or your Last Rites, and get a full deck again, or at least almost full. Now the Kamikazes are probably clocking your hand, and whenever you play them, you draw additionally. So I think this was a big mistake here from TurboCat at this point.
Yep. I agree. So, wait. Do you play the 114th and the Kika this turn?
I would just play the 114th, to be honest. Wait if your opponent spends removal, and if he does, then maybe the kicker is surviving next turn. Not too likely, but there's a chance. But now,
So keep in mind, like, I was gonna agree with you, right? Like playing the last rites that early is really bad because those kamikaze cards will push the other cards that you want to have in your hand out of your hand, right?
yeah.
So it will either force you to stack them up or to expend them. And now with the addition of the Kika being killed, these are 12 additional cards in his deck that make up more than a third of his deck, which means that there's a more than 33% chance each draw that he draws a card that he doesn't want to draw and is going to get less use out of. Evergarden, however, has all of those 12 cards in his deck as well. They're just taking up the space of 2 cards.
Yeah, exactly. And there has been way more options there to play at this point than the last rights. But yeah, it might just come down to not enough experience in the matchup. And I think Evergarden just perfectly realized what the match plan is here to keep the... Sure, there was no last rights in hand so far, but I'm pretty sure there would not have been last rights here from Evergarden's side. Even if it would have been hand. Like, you always want to play it as late as possible to exactly deny that, what TurboCat's deck is about now. A deck full of kamikazes that you cannot easily get rid of. If you have a full hand and play a kamikaze, you just draw another card. And this is really what you not want to have in this matchup. You don't want to draw cards.
Yep.
There's a Sendai.
I wonder if we're going to see a Sendai on the Sendai.
Ooh!
Indeed
the
we are.
predictions.
Ha! Sendai on the Sendai. You know what? I will say one thing, Spooz. I mean, I agree that there's a lot of mental gymnastics going on. They will kick in more the further we get into this match. But what I'm really happy about is that this isn't game number 5 in a World Championship finals that require me to like be as hyped as possible about everything that happens. Right?
Keep the tension. Yeah, you just have to hype every action here. Oh, look at this!
That was
Sendai on a
craziest.
Sendai. We've never seen that one.
Yeah, that's like one of the craziest things I've ever done.
Might see a liberation finally coming in here. But I would have loved to see it earlier. Like, now there's a high chance that TurboCat is just overdrawing a kamikaze and
Yeah.
Evergarden is not getting the value wanted. Yeah, there
exactly.
was one kamikaze and second one.
It's tactical inflation of the deck there by TurboCat. Overdrawing
Yeah.
only kamikaze cards now.
Yeah, might be a strategy here.
Honestly, I'm not sure who is ahead at this point, but I would kind of guess that the Evergarden is ahead, ever so slightly. I'm waiting for Darkness to confirm.
How many? There were 12 kamikazes in the deck from Turbo, right? He drew
Yes.
already one, so there are only 11 left,
Yeah.
which brings him down to 16. So I think if we count out last rights and kicker here, they're both equal now, and TurboCat maybe one down now.
Oh, the Sendai on the Sendai to the last man. Oh.
Whoa. It was basically just, he played a card to get rid of cards in the hand.
Oh, he played the key 83. Do you think he's gonna defend in depth it?
I think you go for
Ooh.
glory here.
Um,
I mean,
I mean-
there are arguments to keep the for glory for the Kavanishi.
yeah,
Because this has more HP, and if your opponent goes lower on cards, then
exactly.
for glory could be better.
Exactly. But no, so TurboCat has lost his Kavanishi. That's one thing. He has already played his Kika and attacked with it.
Yeah.
He is lower HP.
Wait, you overdrew
Um,
Shiden, right? Was
no,
there
no,
not
no,
a
no.
Shiden?
Evergarden overdrew Shiden. TurboCat overdrew
Oh, okay.
the Kavanishi.
It was
I think.
Evergarden. Okay.
Yeah. So it looks like, at some point, TurboCat is gonna have to. Oh, he decides
Wee.
not to play a card and keep his hand at 8, and then Evergarden gets the liberation off the top. Because at some point, you need to take a stand, so to speak, right? You need to go like, okay, now I'm gonna spend some cards, but ideally, you don't want to also draw. Oh, he passes.
Wait.
Plus Imperial Decree, so he's gonna try and do like a big damage turn here.
Why would you play so many cards here? It feels like TurboCat is getting a little bit. I don't know. He's feeling the need to do something here to deal damage, but this is never working out.
No, also like that's the biggest challenge about playing this deck in this mirror matchup is like who
See.
succumbs to the want and need to do something sooner.
Yeah, Evergarden, now it's the correct spot to keep the Liberation. Like, if he's playing Liberation now, then TurboCat can play the Phony War without drawing too much himself.
Yeah.
And that's why Evergarden is keeping the Liberation back now. Now it absolutely makes sense.
Oh, the Kavanishi overdrawn
now
by
you're
Evergarden.
No Kabanishi access for both players this game. If TurboCat is playing the Phony War now, that's really a big mistake. I'm pretty sure this is what he set it up for, but it would be the biggest mistake you could do here. Don't do it. Okay, he's passing. He probably played around Liberation, honestly. So he would still have draw, even if Evergarden played a Liberation there. That was maybe the reason why he dumped his hand.
Yeah, I mean,
Evergarden, how many Phony Wars did Evergarden play so far? 1 or 2?
I think he only played one. So
Yeah.
Evergarden still has a Phony War, and if he pulls that and forces 5 draws from TurboCat, that's going to be pretty big, especially seeing as though TurboCat is out of ways. He might have 1 Imperial Decree left, but he's out of ways to buff the damage from his Kamikazes. So he's not going to be able to like play 8 of them or 10 of them at 4 damage each within a turn somehow. So now we're seeing Evergarden starting to dump some of his cards as well, hoping to not overdraw. Keep in mind, Evergarden still has the Kika. Naval Operation, like they just get burned here.
Kika plus Last Rites, which gives him additional 12 cards. So far,
Yeah.
both players are at 20. But TurboCat now being at 19 and having an 11 damage disadvantage against him. So I think so far, Evergarden also having access to the Kicker, which is another 6-7 damage. It's pretty equal at the moment. This Shiden.
It is pretty even, but TurboCat is getting in good damage. And I mean, the Shiden has been eliminated from the side of Evergarden, so that's 8 damage that could potentially be something that changes the tide when it comes to the fatigue damage. But now, the Siren plus Imperial Decree plus Desperate Measures is a potential way to get rid of that Shiden. Also, to the last man, there's ways for Evergarden to deal some damage himself now.
Yeah, the question is, do you want to play so many cards here just to remove 1 unit, or do you just want to play 1 card to not to give your opponent the chance to give you a lot of draw with Phony War? So I think you take the fort here with the least amount of cards. And now we see the problem with the kamikazes. Soon this hand will be full of kamikazes. And then at some point, TurboCat is forced to play them. Here comes the liberation now.
Yeah, and that's going to be an overdraw. One kamikaze already overdrawn. 10 HP difference between these two players at the moment.
Yeah, and Evergarden doing it absolutely correct here. Keeping the last rights, although he could have played it, but absolutely aware of that it's way better to hold it back here and play it when your deck is empty. So you have access to all the cards that you really want to have in your hand before you start drawing the kamikazes. I mean, we're kind of lucky here that the players are not thinking too much. Like as I remember in the World Championship, like Darkness and Jaking were just planning 10 turns ahead and already calculating the fatigue damage there. It doesn't really feel like the players are doing the same here. I think they're just managing their hand size, and so it kind of has some fast turns here. The players are not using the timer all the time. That's the only.
Soul of Old Japan. What is Evergarden going to find? If he finds a second Kika here, he finds the Kawanishi, the one that he had overdrawn. This could potentially be something that decides the game.
Yeah, depending on what stage we are in the game, if there's any way where TurboCat already received so much. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's ever going down to Kawanishi here. Like, if you want to do the full combo, it brings you faster to fatigue, and TurboCat is still having access to more cards then. So I don't know if Kawanishi is really that important here, but I might be wrong, and we will find out soon. But I don't see a way where the Kawanishi really makes a difference here.
What if I mean, TurboCat is already used to the last man. Evergarden just ripped that himself.
If a new
On
player
an
is
empty
watching
board.
this, what is happening here? To the last man on an empty board. And yeah.
This 10 credit elite. Get it out of my hand. But now, Kamikaze is being played, and Tora. That's 2 cards. And that's the difficulty, right? He can't play. I mean, he could play Phony War. Why didn't he just burn Phony War instead of the Kamikaze? He's never going to get an opportunity to force Evergarden to draw any significant amount. So,
I'm also not sure why Evergarden is keeping that Imperial Decree.
Honorable death.
Why is he giving TurboCat a chance to get rid of stuff in his hand here with the Honorable? So that was really weird. Like, the Imperial Decree, I think, is not really making a difference.
This is an overdraw. This is an overdraw, and it's guaranteed to be the... No, okay, it was an overdraw.
1 point.
Yeah, 1 point of fatigue now for Evergarden. So this wasn't an overdraw because he didn't have a card to draw afterwards. So I was about to say, like, that would be a guaranteed overdraw on the Kika, but just by the skin of his teeth gets that in. And now Evergarden has taken 1 point of fatigue damage, but he can stack 12 more cards into his deck. It's not going to be a Kawanishi play. It never will be. Also, TurboCat has been smart about it, and he's kept the defend in depth so that he is able to deal with the Kika or the Kawanishi as they come out. However, he also has the Folklore.
Holding his big units back just to force out another removal here from TurboCat. And I think could be forced to use the Defend and Death. And that... Oh no, Kicker is an elite, so for Glory coming in clutch.
Yes. But that means that he might be able to have his Kawanishi survive here. If he's trying to pull out the For Glory on the Kawanishi, TurboCat is going to have to decide what he wants to do with it, because I think he only has... No, he doesn't only have kamikaze cards left. I'm not sure what he has left in the deck.
Yeah, I think it should be a lot of. I think there's at least one liberation, but the rest should be not be too useful. Sirens, maybe. Yeah, go for the desperate measures. But on the other hand, you also don't want to have a hand that is too empty. Just don't do anything here.
No, just pass. There's a phony war in Turbo Cat's hand. So
It's really tempting to play the desperate measures here to get value out of the Kawanishi, but this is not how you play that matchup. Key 83 drawn. That is pretty huge. Oh, look, it forces out the 4 glory. But I think the kicker has to be used to get rid of the key.
yep.
Desperate measures only dealing 3 damage combined with the Imperial Decree.
Yep.
And
It's almost like these decks cancel each other out in some way, Spooz. I'm not sure. It feels like these decks are a little bit similar. But now,
Actually, I think that Turbocat is winning this now. Just
Yeah.
because of the 17 damage lead. Evergarden could somehow not really... Yeah, I mean, Evergarden overdrew the Shillen, and this is just 80, not 18, but 8 missing damage. Still not enough, but yeah, this combined. Also, the kicker could not go face. Just...
he didn't get the Kika to go face. He didn't basically rip like an Imperial Decree plus Siren plus Desperate Measures and Tora, which is what Turbocat did as well.
Yeah, in the end, I think this all should make the difference here. Both players having an equal hand size, deck size. Huh.
But then again, I can't do fatigue math. So, but all I know is that Evergarden is 1 up.
Yeah, but I think it should not make the difference here.
He's just overdrawing.
Just taking 17 more damage. Yeah, I think both players will not play anything until the end. Pass it out.
Pass.
Getting rid of the phony war. Not needed any longer. Evergarden is going to pass anyways. So I'm not sure if the players already know who's winning here, but
I don't even know what to say, Spooz, at this point. I mean,
I think we just have to wait and see what is happening here. But
congratulations to the player.
Turbocat is 1 card down here in the deck. So
Yes.
yeah, I think it's hard to just.
But Evergarden has taken a point of fatigue damage, so in effect they are exactly equal.
Oh, did he already?
Yeah.
With
Instead of
draw?
overdrawing the Kika, right? Like it pulled 1 from the top of his deck and attacked him 1 with fatigue damage. So
Okay.
this is gonna go. Whose turn is it now? I don't even know whose turn it is because nobody's doing anything. So it's Evergarden's turn now, right? So then it's gonna go back. So it's gonna be 2 left in Turbo's deck. Then it's gonna be 3 left in Evergarden's deck. Then it's gonna be 1 and then 2 and then 0 and then 1 and then he's gonna take 1 damage. He's gonna take 2 damage, 2 damage, 3 damage, 3 damage. So yes, Evergarden has lost this game.
Yeah.
The health advantage and the fatigue advantage that Turbocat has managed to create for himself will result on him being the winner of this match.
So this is -1 now for Turbo.
Yes, and then
And
minus
minus 2 for Evergarden. Yeah, then there's
Yeah.
no way that Evergarden is winning that.
Exactly.
Nope.
3.
Oh, we survived it, Ollie. We survived it. Oh my god. Yeah, really tactical match, and as you said, it was not about playing your opponent's board, or it was just managing hand size, removing the stuff that was necessary, and above that, it was just, yeah. I mean, in the end, it mattered where to attack with your most important damage dealers, like the Shiden made a big difference there.
It's 2 moments. It's 2 or 3 moments in each game, right? It's when you blast out the Kika, you go and hit face, and it's when you decide to empty your hand once to try and deal a bunch of damage with Imperial Decrees and other stuff without putting yourself in a situation. And you need to wait until both Phony Wars or all Phony Wars are out from your opponent's hand before you do that, because otherwise you're setting them up to Phony War you, right? So TurboCat, you did it well. Congratulations, TurboCat, and thank you for both players. And now we'll hopefully get some units.
Yeah, from now on it can only become better. Like I'm glad this was not match number 5, and we have it out already. So from now on, yeah, we might see some units. We might see some action going on that is not just 10 turns passing. And looking forward to that one. So Evergarden still has access to the resistance deck. He might... Oh no, against Brit Air, I think it's not too dominant against that one. But still might be the best option, I guess. Soviet France control is also not too bad. Yeah, let's see what both players decide to bring to the next one.
All right, here we go. Evergarden sticking to his guns, bringing his Japan resistance. Really wants to find a win with that one. However, on the flip side, we have TurboCat playing his Brit Air. So a lot more agency built into Brit Air than the Japan resistance mirror matchup. And this will force Evergarden as well to make use of his cards and actually use them to clear some units and to take some pressure off the board. So should be a much more engaging and interactive matchup. Of course, TurboCat has those pilot goggles, so they're definitely ready to take to the skies and make their presence felt on this one.
And also with a decent starting hand here, Type 94, Gladiator, and close air support. And on Evergarden's side, only, yeah, there was a good top deck, Defend and Death, but other than that, there was not too much response to the early game units here from TurboCat. What Evergarden really needs is an honorable death. This is a really strong removal for the units that TurboCat is bringing here. Yeah.
Keep in mind, there's a lot of healing in Evergarden's deck, so losing 2 HP off the back here is not necessarily the end of the world.
Raiding Brigade, really good find here from Soul of Old Japan. Because this can just get rid of 2 units there, if there are 4 credits involved. Just thinking if he's already going for it to get rid of the Gladiator. Can still trade out Type 94 next turn.
Well, unless TurboCat just decides to double down on that Type 94 and deploy the other one and use the surprise attacks. But it looks like he's going to be holding them for a bigger threat. There are, of course, cards like the Key 83, the Kika, the Siren, the Shiden, and so much more.
Yeah, really you don't want to waste your strongest removal on a 2-drop. Sure, you lose your frontline unit, but it's mostly not your game plan to win with Type 94. Like, you want to stack some fighters and maybe a Sexton in the back line and just win with that.
Exactly. But this is already forcing out a significant portion of the removal here from Evergarden's side, right? It's forcing him to continuously play something, and playing something is never the thing you really want to be doing when you're playing Japan Resistance. Instead, you want to be getting away with playing nothing.
Oh, Glory, really, really good card in the current tournament meta. Like there's almost in every deck a good elite to target with, and with it only being 2 credits, it's a really, really efficient removal. I like it a lot.
It is. Especially when you know that there are going to be high significance elites that are going to be coming out from your opponent, like these players do in a tournament setting where they got the open deck lists. And now the double surprise attack comes out to take out the raiding brigade. It looks like TurboCat is saying, hey, maybe I need to double down on this pressure that I have with this Type 94 right now. It's already, this early pressure is already taking him down to 10. But I feel like maybe this was a little bit of an overestimation of the importance of this early damage, because we see a call to the colonies that's just sitting there in hand, and it's plus 8 HP whenever Evergarden wants.
I think mostly it was for making space for the Lend-Lease there.
Yeah,
Like TurboCat drew this in the progress of the game. Earlier on, he did not have it, so that Type 94 and surprise attack was good to keep them back. And now you need space to draw 4 cards here with Lend-Lease whenever it's needed. I'm not sure if it's this turn, because you can still do HMS.
yeah.
Empire Strikes will not kill the 3, the key 83, but will also deliver draw for TurboCat now. So the Lend-Lease is not really needed for now. And what is Evergarden doing? Call to colonies to heal for 8. And that key is just trading out a swordfish? Or is he just going face?
He's just going face.
Hey.
That might come back to bite him a little bit.
Yeah. Like, look at this. This is another 6 damage now, setting up lethal for next turn. And Evergarden only having 1 defend in death. This
Does
plus-
have
oh, he has double
Tor.
Tor.
Yeah.
Oh god. Okay, that's a good way to get rid of that.
He is able to clear, so. And, deals damage to face as well. I mean, 8 HP to 6 HP. He's also sitting on To the Last Man in his hand. He has Phony War to refill if he wants. And Turbo decides to spend the turn drawing. Throws out a Swordfish as well. And pins. I'm not sure why he would pin there.
Yeah, it only denies 1 damage, but yeah, without kamikazes being out or stuff like that, there's not. Yeah, but I also don't understand why he did not get the draw. Maybe just getting rid of stuff in the hand to bring a follow-up Lend-Lease there on turn 12, followed up by a shelling.
Potentially.
Because wait, oh no. TurboCat is also not playing with Finest Hour. People just got rid of Finest Hour in Brit Air decks. And it's such a good card combined with a Spitfire. I'm really surprised that people decide to just not bring at least 1 Finest Hour.
Exactly.
Just for that combo.
Also, does not drop the Spitfire more than likely playing around the potential of To the Last Man. Does, however, get the radar to get a little bit of extra healing and another draw.
Yeah, that also brings TurboCat out of Shiden range next turn. 11. Turn 11 would be 8 damage from double attacking Shiden. So maybe he's already setting up for that one. But I also would have liked to just float 3 credits here to fake the Ultra. Is there an Ultra in the deck? Yeah, there's an Ultra in TurboCat's deck. It can force your opponent to just go different lines than he would usually do. Now Evergarden 100% knows there's no Ultra up, so he can just do whatever he wants with his orders. I think we might just see no To the Last Man.
He wants to save that for an even more threatening board. Goes for the phony war as well, more to refill his own hand than to refill the hand or force draws from TurboCat. And I think that's because he's eyeing something like the Kawanishi plus 3 Kamikazes. I mean, he's getting him pretty low, so all of a sudden, you know, these damage amplification effects from the Siran, from the Kawanishi, from the Imperial Decree, they start bringing him fairly close to lethal. Now he's sitting on 3 Kamikazes in hand. If he finds an Imperial Decree, each one of those is going to do 3, and he just needs 1 more and a couple more credits to be able to transition that into lethal.
This is a very scary turn now here for Evergarden with that Ultra up. If he does not see that one, I mean, I'm pretty sure he sees it, plays around with the Kamikaze or Naval Operation even, because this card is pretty useless in that matchup.
Yeah.
So
really
definitely
well
sees
played.
it, so pretty well handled on that end. And now TurboCat is running out of steam a little bit. Sure, he can bounce that one.
Isn't it game? Isn't Kawanishi plus 2?
Kawanishi's +2, yeah, exactly.
It's game. Kawanishi plus 3 Kamikazes.
And this is what we're seeing right here.
There we go. Evergarden ties the series up, and both players have now received a win with their Japan Resistance decks, which means that we get to move on to other decks from both players. That was a well-played Japan Resistance game there from Evergarden, showing that he's no slouch on the deck, even though they did lose the mirror matchup. But we now can head on into what comes next, and for TurboCat and Evergarden, these are 2 similar lists, the Soviet France control decks, but then we have US Legions and Brit Air. So that should be interesting to see which one of these decks these players opt to go into the next match with. If TurboCat sticks with his Brit Air, or now that he knows that Evergarden is forced to swap off of Japan Resistance, if he decides that he wants to instead invite the mirror matchup on the Soviet control side.
I'm pretty sure TurboCat is sticking with Brit Air here, because it's having a decent chance against both of Evergarden's decks. And I think Evergarden, yeah, I don't know. That US deck is probably his best shot here. And this is what we're seeing. Brit Air versus US Poland Legions. Evergarden not really with the best starting hand right now, but hopefully can improve it soon. I think you keep none of them, maybe the Sky Train, but first of all, I think you want to find 32nd. 32nd, Red Devils, this is what you're looking for.
Yes. Against Brit Air, Red Devils would be the best thing that you can find, because they're sticky in the front line, and if your opponent drops an early bomber, then they have to pay 2 to attack it, but you can chip away at it for free every single turn. So definitely a lot to be gained if he does find Red Devils, but it looks like he times out and
Yeah, well,
surrenders if he picked maybe the wrong US deck here. We're definitely going to have to look into that and figure that one out while we get the players back on into the next match. But this is also what happens when you're trying to play these games with such quick turnaround time. These players are oftentimes just back in a game before we even get the spectator mode back on them.
yeah, that was really strange. That looked like the correct deck. Stars and Stripes is in that list. But I don't know, maybe just a disconnect? We will have to find out what happened there. But it was Brit Air against US Legions.
It was the wrong deck. So
It was the wrong deck.
Probably has a few different versions of that deck, but if that is spotted before the first game is played or first round is played, then we can just remake the game.
So are both players forced to bring the same archetypes then? Yeah. Okay, but both bringing it at least. Now this time Evergarden goes second and has a way better starting hand, but also Turbocat is not having the worst starting hand ever here. Swordfish into Albacore, followed up by close air support. It could be worse.
Yeah.
Especially when going first, it can be really a big deal here to stack these bombers early. And I think Evergarden is not playing half tracks in that? No. So half tracks usually one of the better answers against Grid Air, only having the Hellcat in it. Hellcat is also a good way to get rid of frontline bombers from your opponent.
And now finding another mosquito there, which means that all of these 30-second can be traded out. Turbocat then having a close air support to follow this up next turn. Already a pretty dominating board being established here with 3 bombers in the backline who are going to have the stats 2-4, 2-4, and 2-3 at the end of this one.
Not really what you want to see when you are US frontline player and not having half tracks, no Hellcat in hand, only 2 underground states, but they are not providing too much at the moment. Also, Plan West is not helping you out. This is looking pretty tough for Evergarden, and seeing Turbocat having close air support in hand additionally, that means there's potential 6 damage output next turn. Skytrain just to block the HQ attacks and also protecting the 1-3.
Yeah, I mean, he plays Skytrain thinking that it might survive.
Yeah.
But with the close air support, it doesn't. But now finding the Stars and Stripes, and the Stars and Stripes could become pretty big here if Turbocat falls into the temptation of playing a 4th unit in the backline. It's something that you want to do when you have the opportunity to. It's something you have this kind of innate thing. It's like, oh, I really want to get this out here and stack the support line, but it oftentimes runs you head into something like the Stars and Stripes or a supremely valuable strategic bombing whenever you're playing against the US. So Turbocat smartly realizes this here and goes for the draw instead of reestablishing that Swordfish and potentially a Gladiator or something like that alongside it.
Yeah, especially since next turn there is the potential of Stars and Stripes, and even if your opponent is not killing your units in 1 turn, followed up by a strat bombing, it can be pretty painful to just lose 3-4 units there in your support line. For now, 2 units are good enough. 5th Rangers blitzing to the front line is only having 4 health, so you can easily kill them. And that 32nd is not going to your support line next turn, since it's an infantry unit. So kind of comfortable situation here. I think it's fine to have 3 units on board, although it's, yeah, with 2 of them having only 3 health, it's pretty weak against strat bombing. But on the other hand, you also want to have pressure on board. So it's always a thin line between having enough pressure and overcommitting into strong removal from your opponent. Stars and Stripes should come out here now. And since there's only 1 copy in the deck, that means half of the good removal from Evergarden is already out then, and Turbocat can maybe go a little bit wider. He can even drop 4 airplanes then when they have 4 health, so would improve Turbocat's situation long term, I guess. Short term, sure, he's losing 2 units. Oh, he's not even going for the stars.
No, he's going for the underground state on the 4 HP unit, probably trying to set it up in a way that he can maximize the value of the Stars and Stripes. But Turbocat is doing so well in playing around this, just moves the Kitty Hawk into the front line and says, you know what, I don't even need to stack my support line. I can just start moving these fighters up and slowly but surely make it so that, oh the
my
second
God.
parasy off the top.
also the bouncy schmouncy on the Red Devils there, leaving Evergarden with 1 Legions unit left.
But bouncing the Red Devils instead of using the second Paraseed to kill it means that Evergarden can blitz out the Red Devils and use the Sherman to draw.
What we're probably going to see here.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been much better for TurboCat to use the second Paraseed there and then bounce something else back later, and he wouldn't have lost a unit because he could have Paraseed the Albacore. That would have denied the draw. And now, slowly but surely, Evergarden is getting closer to the point where he can... never mind. Just got his board wiped again. But the Stars and Stripes are going to wipe the back line.
No. He's playing perfectly around it. That was really well played there. Just a lot of players would have just gone face there to deliver 4 face damage and would have lost their whole backline. But yeah, TurboCat is totally aware that there's Stars and Stripes in Evergarden's deck and probably also in the hand. And we know that it is like that. So he protected his Spitfire and Rough Lightning. Also clocking up the front line to just deny Evergarden to get there and get more Sherman draw. So really, really well played here by Turbo.
Absolutely. And finds a way to navigate the field so that he gets 4 damage through those guards to face.
5th Rangers. Good top deck here, but slowly but surely Evergarden is running out of stuff to deal with the onslaught of just pure amount of air units here. We can do it. Find the Sherman. This is 12 face damage. Potentially.
It is 12 face damage. And it's...
You always go face here. Like, Strat Bombing is not good enough. Only a Hellcat plus... Hellcat Strat Bombing can deal with this.
This surprises me a little bit because he could have taken him down to 4 with still 2 units.
We want to make sure that there's no Sherman draw.
Yeah.
But now we might see Empire Strikes. Wait, it's lethal, right? Moves the Gladiator to the front line, HMS into Empire Strikes.
Yes.
And then it's over. And TurboCat just 1 win away from being the 3rd in this month's OCC. Oh, wait.
Oh, he just rips the Empire Strikes immediately. And that's also going to be enough.
Yeah, it's also enough. Because of Gladiator. Just place the HMS.
Yeah,
disrespect HMS.
You know what? I had even more ways to end the game. Yeah.
Alrighty.
You thought this was close? It wasn't even close.
So kind of expected, because I think this US Poland Legions and also TurboCat has a pretty nutty starting hand here. And yeah, really unfavorable for Evergarden then. But now we might see a completely different match here.
Why would Evergarden not bring the Soviet control against Britain?
Soviet. Yeah, I don't think it's the best matchup ever.
But you got Scorched Earths and stuff in there that can really mess things up. You got the 39th Rifle Regiment that can steal a buffed up Mosquito. So I mean, I feel like
yeah, kind of. You're kind of correct with that one. But maybe he was expecting something else from his opponent. I don't know. But now we have Soviet control versus US Poland Legions. TurboCat found the Bryansk and Scorched Earth, which can be pretty devastating for US frontline, because they usually go very, very wide. But also TurboCat needs to be very careful when to play that Scorched Earth. If he plays it too early, it can be really bad, like, because this Soviet deck is not having a lot of AoE, only 1 Winter Warfare and 1 Winter Offensive. So the Scorched Earth is kind of, yeah, not really an AoE, but it just slows your opponent down a lot if you time it correctly.
I feel like Evergarden recognized the importance of not going too wide too fast there by holding back the third 30-second last turn and instead pushing one up.
Yeah, also the key play could be here to go wide, but then use your Unity strength to buff one big unit, so it's not making the Scorched Earth is not having the biggest impact in the world.
5th Rangers to the front line, 0 op cost. No Scourge to Earth to stop them. There
we
is, however, a
see.
defend in
First
depth.
time we see the 39th in action here today. Or not in action, but at least in a player's hand.
Yeah.
Or at least I recognize it first time. So what could be a good target there to maybe the PIR would be the best target there for TurboCat to like all you don't want to play it on a 4 credit 30-second at the moment. This Briance is holding up a lot of potential attacks so far.
Yeah.
Not that
And now-
Evergarden would ever spend 4 credits here to deliver 2 damage, but it's doing its job.
Yeah, but look at the amount of the guard HP already there, right?
Yeah.
It's the
Triple
Brianska
Rima.
regulars, and then triple Rima.
Okay, run Rima down. Oh,
Yeah.
look at
Nice.
this.
That's
It's
what I
really
meant.
nice that you can also just operate them, right? It's
Yeah.
not just stealing, you can also just use them your turn, which makes it even stronger.
That's what I was talking about in terms of the board swing, right? This took a 6-2 and a 4-4 and wiped it off the board as a deployment effect, and it
Yeah.
established a 5-5 body for 5 for you.
Yeah, exactly. In some situation, and I think this was some of the best case scenarios here, it is really, really powerful. And this is also a very, very powerful we can do it, just providing plus 15 health on Evergarden's units. But still a wall of guards to face here. Oh,
That
nice.
wall is only going to get bigger. And bigger and bigger.
Yeah, still 3 guards left. That Reamer also, yeah, it kind of forces a lot of removal, but on the same side, it just gave the opponent's units mobilized last turn, so they are just growing when you focus too much on the Reamer. So it can be a really annoying card, and I think Evergarden is already in that spot where those Reamers can really get out of control very fast.
Yeah, and in addition, he's now played 2 We Can Do It on 2 units that have 4 operation costs and are currently located in the backline. And just one Winter Warfare plus ISU combo is going to wipe all of those stats off the board. So this might not be the best thing to stack on these units, these buffs, as he's done so far. So I don't know.
Another Reamer comes down. Now even the Reamers giving each other mobilize here. And all the
You are
other
mobilized. You are mobilized. Everybody's mobilized.
so they don't get +2/+2, right? They only get +1/+1, even if there are
Yes,
2
yes.
Reamers. Yeah. But still, yeah, very annoying to deal with. And this is kind of the downside when you don't play half track. You don't have good options to remove infantry guards. Sure, you have the underground state.
I almost wonder if you're TurboCat here, if you pass.
As with what intention?
I'm saying, like, do you try and remain like relatively inactive here, or do you go on what I would call is kind of like the offensive? I was just looking at the call to the colonies. You have ways of just kind of biding your time a little bit, using maybe the bloody sickle, the call to the colonies, heal up a bunch, have him spend a bunch of credits attacking into your guard units, and then once he's killed them and taken a bunch of HP damage on his units, then you rip the winter offensive.
Yeah, right now Winter Offensive is getting more and more tempting here. It was not before when all of the units had 7 or 8 HP. I'm pretty sure TurboCat would fall a little bit back here, or would be a little bit less active if there would be Winter Warfare in his hand. Because then he could just stack some guards, let Evergarden develop a board, and then just rip everything with Winter Warfare into ISU. But I think now he has to be a little bit more active and remove stuff to not be too vulnerable to, I don't know, a big board that is buffed by Medical Battalion and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. It's more just like I'm wondering, when is it worth for me to say, I'll have you pay the credits to do the damage, and I'm just gonna sit here and do stuff like heal up and draw and pad out my hand, and while I have you pay for everything. Because he felt like he had so much HP around the HQ, and Evergarden only had that bomber where he could kind of get free damage, so to speak. But I'm 100% sure that I'm probably incorrect in terms of that being the correct play. It's more of a general thought of
Ah, yeah, I get it.
sometimes that can be better.
Also, look at that Brian's Irregulars there being already a 3-5. They started at 2-6. And
Yeah.
on destruction, they still deliver 3 damage. Now already being a 4-6. Wow, Rima really doing work here. But that 10-8 is also pretty scary to face here.
Oh, I don't know how much I agree with that. Why not?
Do we see Winter Warfare now? Winter
No,
Offensive?
no, you take too much. You take too much damage on your own units, right?
I don't know. Sure. But feels like a wasted
Okay,
Brian's
yeah.
Irregulars here. But also you want to get rid of the Karas, I guess.
Yeah, that's probably what he was thinking. Setting it up so that he could get rid of the Karas. I was more looking at the play of like using the T60 to attack into it, and then using the T34 to follow up, and keeping the first guards mobilized, and the Bryansk regulars mobilized in the back line there. But that doesn't take care of the Karas, which makes sense to view as a
Yeah, it's
threat.
also
So.
kind of expensive, and even when you keep those units mobilized, knowing that your opponent has the underground state and he can, whenever he wants, just bounce the unit, and you just invested too much in keeping them mobilized there,
Yeah,
also feels a little bit wrong. Yeah, that
makes
PRR,
sense. Makes sense.
PRR being an 8-6 now,
Buffing himself.
getting healed back to full health from the medical battalion. And that medical battalion cannot come in huge here. Like all these, they have 6 health and 7 health. So TurboCat needs to instantly kill them. Only dealing damage is not good enough. Delivering damage to the medical battalion, because this is not healing himself back up.
Yeah.
So it would die from a winter offensive now whenever this comes out. I think it's a pretty equal match so far. Both players still able to win that one. Evergarden already dealt with a lot of guards. All 3 Remas are out of the game so far. 1 first rifle is gone. 1 or 2 Bryansk Irregulars. 1 T60. So a lot of guards are already gone. And Evergarden still has 2 Shermans in hand, 2 Hellcats, and the Medical Battalion. I tell you, this is the MVP here, just bringing the peer back up to 6 health.
Does, however, push the medical battalion into the front line, making it vulnerable to be traded out next turn.
I'm definitely sure it's going to be traded out next turn, but I think it delivered enough damage there. Healed the
Yeah.
PIR
Yeah.
twice, and I think the +1 damage is fine, but it should be better to have 2 units in the front line here then. You
I
also
feel-
needed space. Yeah.
I feel that the medical battalion, whenever I see it like firmly established and getting some value, I feel like those are normally the games that US Poland wins.
Yeah, Medical Battalion can be so strong, especially on units that just got buffed with 1 or 2. We can do it. It is
Ooh.
pretty strong. And this ISU can also come in pretty huge. Would have died anyways. At least he got rid of medical and the PIR, most scary units on the board at this point. And Evergarden still has a backup plan here with Tano into double section 2. So he's still having, both players still have good options here. Although I think that the match might more and more balance into Evergarden's direction here, depending on how the future draws look like. This Hellcat is very likely getting rid of the ISU. Or not. Okay. That is an interesting choice here. Not guarding the Hellcat, so your opponent can attack it. Which you would probably never do. I think if Evergarden only had one Hellcat, he would have killed the ISU. But knowing there's a backup plan, if that one is not surviving, he decides to go face there. Also, as I said, a lot of guards are already out, and maybe Evergarden had the feeling here to just close out the game very soon. German first. And now I think he has to go Hellcat into ISU. Stars and Stripes is not doing too much. No, he's not.
I think he wants to go Tarno play.
Orgel, and then
Section 2?
2.
No, Red
No.
Devils. Blocking the front line even further. But now Scorched Earth!
Whoa!
That's pretty big.
Trade first.
I mean, I don't necessarily even think that you need to play it this turn. You have multiple ways to establish annoying units like that. That's going to be 2 units that need to be removed in the front line.
I like how TurboCat is constantly, I
Oh,
want
wait.
to say playing around Stars and Stripes value, but that Shaika there really did the opposite and just
Yeah. I totally
biting him
forgot
in
that
the
it
ass
spawns.
here.
I totally forgot that it spawns in the back line.
And yeah, a lot of pressure for TurboCat now. I mean, still having 2 call to colonies. The winter offensive. But other than that, also the deck size from Evergarden looks pretty low here already.
Yeah, what are the deck
Oh.
sizes?
Partisans coming in huge here. Get rid of this, get rid of that.
4 cards left in Evergarden's deck versus 15.
Wee.
So this could be a fatigue win. No, there it goes. The research starts proccing here for Evergarden. He knows that the clock is ticking.
Yeah, I don't see a way where Turbocat is ever delivering enough damage here. Like, how is he ever dealing 26 to Evergarden?
Yeah, but
He has to win by
11
fatigue.
cards. Yeah, he has 11 cards.
Yeah. It has to be. He has to
Okay.
be patient now. Okay. Just draw your whole deck. Okay. But yeah, also he needs stuff to get rid of the 8/8 in the front line there.
Yeah, I mean, he's
And
still got 7 cards on him, so that's like a lot of damage in the compound interest, which is fatigue.
that's dread bombing. Look at this. Down to 9. Hellcat would deliver another 4. But this liberation. This is so annoying. Get your opponent low enough to get him close to lethal, and then there's just the liberation, healing him up, clogging your hand. But yeah, Evergarden has to pressure now. Slowly running out of stuff. Might be at a point soon where we cannot even play Tarno Regiment into Section 2.
He needs to deal enough damage so that Turbocat dies to nukes. But I don't think he has the ability to do so. Because Turbo can just rip the winter offensive now, even. And he knows that there's so few units left. Tractor Factory is also a viable option.
I will also deliver 2 health to him already from the
Yeah.
Engineer Battalion.
Evergarden's out of cards now. So whatever's in his hand is going to be in his hand. And this is going to be Turbocat's game.
Yeah, like the nukes are never good enough with Turbocat having another call to colonies in hand.
And I mean, yes, Tarno plus Plan West plus, I mean, even if you like push for it and you tank 2 extra damage by playing the Section 2s to buff, like it's going to be extremely difficult. You're almost never going to actually be able to do it.
Okay, this Jesko is doing some work here, providing 1 damage each turn from the fatigue.
272nd plus Red Banner is going to be 2 Joseph Stalins on top of everything else.
Yeah, pretty strong because they cannot be bounced with the underground state. And only the nukes, no, not even the nukes, double nukes can kill them. But even then, from the Engineer Battalion, there will be another +2. He goes to 20. He has the call to colonies 28. And he cannot play the Section 2. Can only play the Plan West, which gives him 2 2/2s.
This is 21 damage to face. And Evergarden is already... No, just go face. The game's over. Just go. Just go face, 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 face.
I don't know. I think you want to play it safe. Get rid of the Tarno, and even if your opponent is double nuking you now, you're safe at 8 health left. I think it's just a safer line. You don't need to rush it here. Just, yeah, I think you could have done a lot of calculations and just figuring out what is having my opponent left and what is he able to do if I just go face here. But I think Turbocat just probably feeling exhausted here in game number 4 and just plays it safe. Trade a unit away, let your opponent die from fatigue. And then...
And there we go. That's the surrender. I mean, Turbocat did have guaranteed lethal with the Winter Offensive plus Winter Warfare. But again, like at this point in, you're probably, like you said, very fatigued in real life.
Yeah, even after that first match, the Resistance Mirror, I think this took a lot of brain power from both players, and yeah, I think they're just happy that this series is over. But yeah, very intense, and yeah, this final game could have gone both ways, and yeah, congrats to Turbocat for reaching 3rd place in the last OCC of this year. And yeah, I'm looking forward to our finals here today.
Absolutely. TurboCat played extremely well there, and that means he beats out Evergarden, takes third place. But who is going to be the champion? Is it going to be Gorg or is it going to be Cappuccino? We'll find out just after we take a little bit of reflection on the World Championship before we move on into the finals there. So we'll throw it over back to the host desk.
Welcome everybody, it is finally time. We are here. It is the 2022 KARDS World Championship.
We are getting into the first game of this series.
That's it for Berto Burrito.
Wow!
He's starting strong.
We saw Berto Burrito win his first matchup 3-0 overhead.
King7, the reigning, defending world champion, takes on Bamboo. King7 3-0s Bamboo and secures himself the second spot in the upper bracket finals.
Play around that, and that's it. That's it for Bamboo.
Wow.
It is King7 versus Head. It is East versus West. It is time to figure out who will be the 2022 KARDS World Champion.
Wait, no, that's lethal.
That's lethal.
That's lethal with the red
King7.
What?
In 6 turns has 3-0'd Head to become the back-to-back KARDS World Champion.
Just like that last series, one heck of an event was the World Championship.
Yes.
Saw a little recap there. And apparently my camera hates me. Good to know. The snow weighing on the internet must be killing me.
Yes.
All right then.
All right. No, it was an amazing event. Absolutely, Christo. It was absolutely awesome. We did get some amazing gameplay during that event as well. I got to experience casting while losing my voice, which was a very challenging endeavor. But listening to it back, it held up pretty nicely in the end there. But I think the big takeaway is just how astonishing it is to have a back-to-back world champion, right? And just to have a player that has managed to become so accomplished within the game, and as this is my last OCC and kind of I'm saying my goodbye. I want to say to all the players out there, step up, give this guy some more competition, right? There's not going to be another easy year for J King. There's not going to be a three-peat. I want to see some players step up, and that should give us a good year of competition, I'm pretty sure.
And how incredible would a three-peat actually be if it were to happen? Would be unprecedented, unbelievable,
I would say
incredibly unique.
Yeah, I would say it's probably, if that were to happen. Already, is there a precedent in a card game that someone is a back-to-back world champion?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Honestly, in an open qualifier format. So, if he were to do it 3 times, that would be absolutely nutty. So I think already, just in terms of the benchmark that has been set, by J King, not just in a world championship, but also just in terms of qualifying for every single OCC, winning the most of them out of anyone, winning opens, doing a whole host of other accomplishments. It means that it is something that's going to be hard to beat and will likely not get scratched as a record in at least any time soon within KARDS history. So it was it was a beautiful event, and to look back a little bit, we want to show you a few things from behind the scenes. Now, these pictures were taken during the production. And as you can see there, surprise, surprise, we weren't in the jungle. It was actually a green screen. It was a hybrid digital, non-digital set. And like you see there, a lot of movie magic, Spooz directing us, making sure everybody knows what to do, where to go. The set looked amazing. Thanks to, of course, Erlin and Julia that did an awesome job gathering all the different bits and pieces. That snow that looks so realistic. Actually, baking powder and water. Who would have thought? A bunch of baking powder and water makes for realistic snow. Super awesome to be able to have that there. There you see us up in the green room watching as the different cast pairings went off to cast different matches. We would, of course, all gather there in the green room, watching the matches, taking notes for the analyst desks. This is a part of our production team. David is his name. He's from the local production company called Skjáskot that we worked with and have worked with since 2019 on producing all the KARDS World Championship. So Skjáskot truly a part of the KARDS family at this point, along with, of course, the company 1939 Games and 983 Media that have produced pretty much all OCCs for us for the past year and a half now. Huge shout out to everybody there. But this also gives you a glimpse of how big of a production this actually is, right? And if I'm remembering it correctly, we have 3 different sets and I think 8 different cameras. Then we have, of course, the international, the players phoning in internationally, feeding us their camera signals. So it goes up to 12 different camera signals. There's audio, there's talkback audio, in-ears, everything that goes into it. Of course, lighting and rigging everything up. It's a complex affair, but pulled off. And who's that guy?
Oh, look at that stunning individual.
Standing in the bunker.
Just chilling in the bunker.
Hey, talk about stunning guys, right?
Melting chat's heart during this whole event.
Almost, that shirt deserves a special shout out. It's an awesome shirt. Is that the same one you're wearing now? Yeah, you're wearing it now? It looked even better on that camera than on the web camera. It was so good. It's like an A-tier, S-tier shirt. Sorry.
Look at those smiles.
Hey, do you think you were having fun with it? It was a fun production. The best.
Oh, just the best.
Christo, this is the rule. There's always one weird ass picture of the host every year. Right?
Always.
We had a picture of me last year. People did some Photoshop stuff.
That's it. It's Ollie. You're leaving KARDS because we're starting a band.
Yes. The news is out.
This is how we're going to do card reveals going forward.
Just going to be memeing of you holding it. This was during the off day in the Iceland aquarium. Christo got into the tank.
Holding my breath.
There we were playing an entertaining board game. It's always fun. It was a lot of fun. The coolest cocktail that I think I've ever seen served.
Yes.
Darkness ordered like a cocktail, and they brought it out on like a bed of leaves with dry ice and smoke coming everywhere. It was crazy.
The best part is somebody else ordered the drink and didn't. Oh my gosh. Oh, Oh my gosh. I didn't realize you grew your hair while we were performing the event.
Wait, is this all he like as a crossover with Dr. Disrespect? You know, speed, violence, momentum.
I mean, can you blame me? Can you?
I'm growing my hair out. I wish I could grow a mustache that thick, you know.
It looks, yeah, stunning. Oh my. What an event that was. I'm so glad we got to relive some of that because so many great moments throughout the World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it was fantastic. And you know, it was a cool event. It was the fourth World Championship for cards. You know, it's a big milestone. Doing the first one when we did it in 2019 was a huge milestone, and just seeing how far it has progressed since then. You know, back then the caster desk was like a literal tiny desk with a camo net behind me and a map on the table. We had the bunker in the office, and we had no way of creating like one of the walls, so we had to paint one of the walls to match the color of the bunker. And then we moved on over into running things with as Christo just keeps bouncing in and out, you know.
What is happening?
It's
Winter in
snow,
Canada,
Christo.
apparently. It is.
But yeah, no. Yeah, so we went from that to then doing it in the studio at Scout, then doing it again in person with the players, then doing it again remotely. It's been quite a journey. It's been a big progression, and I feel like the quality has progressed, the level of play has progressed, and the size of the tournament has progressed, of course, as well. I think it was I want to say, you know, like 700 people or 500 people that participated in the first one. Then it went up to like 1,100 or 1,000. Then it went up to 1,200, 1,300, 1,500, now 2,000. So it's awesome. It's been amazing.
It's an absolutely huge event. It continues to improve. Next year is going to be you know, the 5th anniversary.
Yes.
The 5th anniversary, which I think is going to be amazing. So just going to continue to get bigger and better. And speaking of bigger and better, we have a finals. Ollie, we have the finals of the December OCC. I know we were getting very emotional and very retrospective, but let's not forget about the present. We have one more champion to crown for the month of December. And I believe you and Darkness are going to call all of the action in this next matchup. And we got Gorg going to try and pull off the big win here. I just like saying Gorg.
I know, Gorg. It's so good. It's so good. It's so Gorg.
It's so Gorg. This is
So
going to be the
Gorg.
Gorgiest matchup yet.
Ah, the Gorginator. Let's go. I'm
Let's
ready.
do
Throw
it.
it over
All
to
right.
me and Darkness. Let's bring this action. Let's bring this tournament home. Let's round out this year. Let's go.
Let's do it while I go clear the snow off my internet lines. You and Darkness are going to wrap us up here at the 2022 December OCC. Let's do it.
Welcome, everybody. It is time for the finals of the final KARDS Officer Club Championship of the year 2022. For the last time, it is me, Ole. I am joined here by Darkness to bring you this finals series between Gorg and Cappuccino. Who will become the final OCC champion of the year? Well, we're just about to find out. But before we head on into the action, as always, we're going to do a quick refresher on the decks, but then we'll dive right in and see who emerges from today as a champion.
So the first player breakdown, it's Gorg.
It's-
We
It's Gorg. It's like it's corn guy, but it's Gorg.
no,
Yes?
I think it's more pronounced like it's Gorg. And his first deck is Brit Japan Pin Control with the highlighted card of Commonwealth, a very nice win condition. Only better if you have a lot of pin removal and heal in your card, like he has. He was very successful with this control deck so far. Let's not get too deep into it since we covered it already and we'll see it in action. So the second deck is Japan Soviet Control. It's a unique deck. It's a control deck where you're having a lot of removal, some guards, some heal, and you are cycling through your deck with 33rd Recon and tons of other card draw cards. Even get more ramp to have at the end the Kawanishi and Kamikaze to blow your opponent off. Very interesting combo card, and yes, very unique. The first time someone is bringing this deck to a KARDS esport tournament and into the finals too. So this is why we are so hyped about Gorg.
Yeah.
Unique individual decks are always awesome to witness. And his third deck is also awesome and unique. It's Soviet Britain, a little bit of self-damage, but on top, it's Britain ally to get the Observer Core, to get aerial reconnaissance, and convoy to get a lot of card draw and reduce the operation the not the operation cost, the deployment costs of the cards, of the orders, to blow you off in a single turn with Yura combined with Katyusha or the OT-34 or just some units in the front line or in the support line. It's a mix between OTK, Katyusha, and self-damage, and it was successful so far. Gorg is bringing you these unique decks, and Cappuccino is bringing you more known decks. It's not entirely meta, but for example, this Brit Legion deck was successful with CC MS and CU in the World Championship, top 32. No, the group stage, the turn before, they were successful with it. A control deck with legions. We saw this in action before. It's relatively slow, but has snowball potential, and a ton of removal and stats you are able to control the game in the mid state and in the late game with. Definitely powerful. The second deck Cappuccino is bringing is Soviet Francs. Ollie really loves this, and it is really, really strong. I think J King brought this first in the group stage of the World Championship, and it was one of the strongest decks in the entire tournament. It has just a ton of value, some removal, and multiple ways of taking control of the game and kill you in the end. And last but not least, Cappuccino is bringing Alpine. I talked about this in the pre-show, got a little bit deeper into it. Let's wrap this up saying Alpine is an aggressive snowball deck, but it's a slower aggressive deck, more towards mid-game, and it's using the Alpine units, which are getting buffed the more units you do have on the battlefield. So there are 6 different decks in this OCC final.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see them in action. So with that, there are no bans this time around. Of course, this is the best out of 5 for all the marbles. We just saw our previous best out of 5 go 4 games. Let's see if this one goes all 5 games. But we're ready whenever the player's ready. And I'm just waiting. Just waiting for the players to be ready. Because I'm so ready. It's
You're
going to be
very ready.
So also, I just want to throw it out there. If Gorg wins this, I totally called it.
You do.
From the get-go. I was like, you know what, Gorg, he's bringing crazy decks. I like crazy. Let's get it done. So my hope is to see Gorg take this. But they have a big challenge in front of them in the form of Cappuccino. Cappuccino, no slouch when it comes to competitive cards. Very much considered one of the kind of top competitors to come out of China and the Asian community, even though their consistency has not been necessarily to the par of the likes of Tang Tang and No and 5 and Hui Hui and other prominent competitors there. But whenever we see Cappuccino pop up, they tend to make it far, and they tend to be very, very good at closing out their matches and picking the right decks into the right situations and playing them appropriately. So I feel like this is sure to be a good battle, and definitely one that we can frame as like the veteran versus the newcomer, right?
Yes, definitely. Cappuccino is one of the stronger competitors. You mentioned Tang Tang and 9-5. Those are definitely at the top of the Chinese competitors, but right after, I would bring player like Cappuccino or Tiger and Ray. The Cappuccino is not behind them or after them, because all of those players are not delivering constant like 9-5 and J King, but they are around, and they are consistently around, not every month, but every couple of months, and being successful. So yeah, this is definitely one of the successful KARDS esportler, Cappuccino, taking on the underdog Gorg with crazy unique decks, and that's an awesome storyline.
Yeah, Gorg. I love Gorg. Gorg, this is a great name. What a way to enter the competitive scene. Just bring in the name Gorg 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bring in like an OTK deck and a mass pin deck, and just somehow make it to the finals in your first tournament. I'm a huge fan already, but as I said, Gorg has their work cut out for them in this one, as we see the game number 1 of this grand finals of the last Officer Club Championship of 2022 is now underway. Gorg versus Cappuccino. Cappuccino playing the Soviet France control deck. Gorg playing their Japan accelerated elimination deck, I guess you could call this. Effectively wanting to cycle through their deck, use the kamikazes, use all the different damage amplification effects to burn down their opponent. And I think this is a pretty decent matchup for Cappuccino to be going into, because of those call to the colonies that are able to really deliver a whole lot of healing.
Yes, Cappuccino is not only able to deliver a lot of healing with Liberation, with Call of the Colony, with the Engineers Battalion, but also having constantly threats. Even the Brian's Irregulars with the second Reamer are going to become very big and dangerous, and Gorg will sooner or later run out of removal and has to deal with every single one. So this could be definitely difficult for Gorg here. But on the other side, Gorg already played 2 times Southern Plan, reducing the credits for Cappuccino to 3. It's turn 5 right here. So look at that. Cappuccino is not able to play anything. Winter Winter Warfare only benefits Gorg more because of the card draw right now. And Cappuccino will overdraw next turn if they are not playing it. Playing it anyways. But it's card draw for Gorg. Bombing raid and another scouting party being found. And even more ramp is coming in with Workers Unite, more card draw. Gorg is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, that he is so accelerating so fast in this game, and it almost feels like even Cappuccino, maybe he should have just taken the overdraw. But then again, they knew that they didn't have a ton of stuff to play next turn. Anyway, right? Well, they could have dropped the T60s. So I don't know. What do you think? What is the actual kind of cost versus benefit analysis there? Do you give Gorg 2 card draws out of the blue just to allow yourself to draw?
I don't like giving him card draw. With another winter offensive, Cappuccino could overdraw Gorg a lot, which would be very, very awful for him. But without being able to guarantee overdraw, it does not feel worth it.
Yeah, I mean, well, you look at it now, they would have overdrawn the engineering battalion, but we can't be that results oriented, really.
Maybe the engineers battalion is very important here. Just because of the amount of damage, Gorg has a limited amount of damage, and if Cappuccino is able to sustain that, Gorg will lose into fatigue.
Yeah.
So, and Gorg needs the combo pieces. So Cappuccino should now look into killing as much units as possible to make Gorg overdraw. Sadly, Winter Offensive is 8, and Cappuccino is missing 2 credit slots by the Southern plans, which makes it really difficult. But the more cards Gorg will overdraw and the more the engineering battalion will heal, the better for Cappuccino. Scorched Earth.
He's doing Scorched Earth before he even attacks.
Yeah, he wasting a lot of credits here. Could have played. No, I don't think it would make a difference. Still long range weekend heals for 9. And now Liberation comes in. I think it's a card Cappuccino is hovering right now.
Yeah. Indeed, it is. Cappuccino thinking about liberating this turn. That would force an overdraw next turn on Gorg's side. And indeed, Liberation comes out key. That's a pretty hefty unit to get overdrawn.
It's a pretty good or bad choice.
I think Gorg just wants to draw. That's for sure. He's drawn so many cards so far. And with killing the T60, fills up the hand of Cappuccino, is going to force an overdraw on that side as well next turn. Can we get a hover on the deck sizes real quick? Because I feel like
272 guards overdrawn. That does not feel good for Cappuccino.
No, and he's already 6 cards ahead of Cappuccino, Gorg. But keep in mind, he does have the Last Rites and the Kika, so he does have 12 additional cards in his deck. So still not...
It's not about the amount of cards. It's about how fast Gorg is able to reach the point where he cycles through the deck and is able to play the combo. So the sooner the better for Gorg. And just killing with second rating brigade, the engineers battalion, without the engineers battalion healing anything, is also huge. By the sword? How much card war was that? He's at 8. Winter Offensive will cause overdraw of 2. So maybe Cappuccino needs to risk it and just plays Winter Offensive here.
Plays the KV. I mean, given the amount that Gorg is drawing, then the KV would probably have just finished the game already if it had been out a little bit earlier. But Gorg immediately responds, uses the surprise attack to pin it. And this is the thing, right? I feel like Cappuccino is just they're such a great player that whenever we see them, they tend to get either first or second in the OCC. We just don't see them every single month. And I think if Cappuccino finds more time to play in 2023, they're going to quickly catapult themselves to becoming just one of the tippity top competitive players out there.
Yeah, you might be right.
I mean, Gorg is bringing everything that he can, but I mean, look at how fast they've gone through the deck, and they've barely scratched the HQ of Cappuccino. Cappuccino's just sitting pretty. And this is the thing. This is what I feel like this Soviet France deck does. It just wins by inevitability. It just exists. You just play stuff every now and then, and that stuff is just so valuable and so tough to get through and or chew through for your opponent that over
Look
time...
at that Winter Offensive. Dina is being overdrawn. The tank T-35 coming in, trading a little bit. This tank gets damage, but also mobilization. And now the overdraws. First Signal Regiment.
Massive.
Strong, but not too strong. Kamikaze is the card we are looking for to get drawn or not get drawn. Everything else is in hand of Gorg. Now, to the last man, very powerful, removing a ton of stuff. But it doesn't really matter, honestly. Because Cappuccino, as you said, only needs to play 2 or 3 cards and has so much value to be a constant threat Gorg has to deal with. And there is
Last
it.
rights.
Last rights.
Yep.
How much cards are left?
We'll find out in a hot minute.
In a minute. Now, Last Rights is best when being played when only like 1 or 0 cards are left in the deck. To prepare the turn after to drop Kavanishi, to just drop Kavanishi and play 5 times for 15 damage. Oh, 6 times because Gorg has 13 HP. But Gorg chooses to play a little bit different, to draw a little bit more. I think I don't fully agree here. Of course, Gorg putting a lot of pressure and his playstyle is really fast, really aggressive. But at some point, you gotta be more patient and playing around your win condition here. He's at 9. He will overdraw.
Yeah. Not even doing it something like, throwing out the winter offensive or the Bryansk regulars. I'm not sure if we're seeing some rash mistakes being made here by Gorg, if we're seeing the pressure get to him in some way.
I don't know. Just does not feel right.
We will never surrender.
Cappuccino's thinking about their options. Second Reamer and Phony War to get card draw it is. Drawing KV. One Kamikaze is lost. So it's down to 7. Now Brank's Irregulars coming in. Maybe Sheeden attack, damaging the Brank's Irregulars and killing
T60?
T60. Could be a play here to finish the Brank's Irregulars the turn after.
That would also overdraw Cappuccino next turn.
Gorg instead is drawing.
Or just wants to draw.
I like it. But with Scorched Earth and Deadly Duty, he should have quite a lot of draw to deal a significant amount of damage.
But what's the key idea here, right? What is he looking for now? Is he looking for more Workers Unite? Is he looking to push his credits past 12? Because he won't be able to play the Siren, the Kawanishi, and a bunch of kamikazes within the same turn. How does he want to approach this, Darkness?
He already played his ramp cards. He played 2,000 plans and 1 Workers Unite before the cap of 12 credits, allowing him to have an explosive start, but now he's struggling to find the damage. He needs to cycle through the deck and find some kind of removal, but I don't think he has enough removal left in his deck to be able to kill Cappuccino. Since Cappuccino holds 2 guards consistently and Sheeden is not able to grind down the HQ, Cappuccino is relatively safe here.
There's the Kawanishi. Winter Warfare. That's going to deal 3 damage to everybody. Oh, the isolation. He's isolating it so that he gets the full 13 credits to cycle through as much damage as possible.
I did not expect that. That was awesome.
What?
He's bringing down Cappuccino to 21. He has 7 Kamikaze cards left in his deck and the 33rd Recon and Deadly Duty. How many cards are there left? How many cards are they in his deck? We need to know.
Mark! How many cards?
How many cards?
9.
It's so many. Wait, 1 is left. 5 of them are last rights. He will draw 1, 2, 3. And then additional 4. This should be enough. This should be enough.
Oh my god!
KV will almost kill him, but I think that's it.
Ha! The isolation play! Gorg!
The isolation play was huge.
Gorg! Takes game number 1! Sneaks the lethal under our nose! Takes the isolation play! I've never seen that, Darkness. Never!
Playing Kawanishi, hiding it with isolation for the turn after combo play.
Playing it then with the Siren so that you have all the credits. That's amazing. This is why I was asking you, how does he want to do this? How is he going to make it work? Isolation is the answer.
I did not see this isolation Kawanishi play before. I think it's a first, like Gorg in the OCC. That was really impressive.
Jesus, that was amazing. That is amazing. Wow. What a play. What a play.
And Cappuccino is bringing back the Soviet France control deck, but Gorg is bringing the Brit Japan pin deck. So it's already turn 3, and Gorg playing his first card, Convoy, getting a type 9040k plus the Desusei, being able to pin and kill something, very nice. Just playing the little tank and fortification, healing a little bit up. Cappuccino got the German research. The discard can be very annoying for Gorg. But right now, Gorg is not under a lot of pressure.
Nope. Gorg is just chilling. Just attacks once with a Type 94 and passes. This I'm still recovering from that play, Darkness. I've never seen that before, ever. ever. I've never even thought about that before. In that context, that's so cool.
It is really cool. It's unique.
It's one of the most creative OTKs I have ever seen.
Yeah, and I just love that fact. But do you know what, Ollie?
What?
He's playing now against Cappuccino, and Cappuccino already won 3 OCCs.
Yep.
He won 2 out of the past 3 OCCs. So Cappuccino is one of the strongest performing player right now, and Gorg is doing pretty well against them.
I mean, I was looking at the board, and I was thinking Gorg has painted himself into a corner. He's drawn way too much. You know, this is good. This is done. You know, Cappuccino have done what they do. They've staved off the offense, and they're gonna win this game. And then he just rips out the isolation play, and I'm just sitting here waiting for the next time that happens, because it feels almost like an inevitability at this point. Gorg has done so much to surprise in today's OCC.
I of course it was amazing, but Gorg showed us a play, a move we never seen before, and that is astonishing. I don't think he's able to do that again.
I don't know. I mean, he did win game number 1 today with the anti-aircraft gun.
Oh, the Churchill, look at that. Sending back the
Massive.
Rima, sending back the Brass Irregulars, and T60 is getting overdrawn. Winter Offensive getting overdrawn. Gorg sits at 32 HP. And without Winter Offensive, Cappuccino lacks some damage to get out of Commonwealth range. Of course, Cappuccino is technically out of Commonwealth range with 27.
He's got the Ishak. He's got the Ishak there. Or the Cheka. But the Wellington is going to take care of that, looks like.
Yeah, Wellington has to take care of it.
Everything gets pinned, because it's the pin deck.
It's the pin deck. A second 272nd guards, but how strong are they against that much pin?
That's a good question. But at the very least, he does have the red banner in hand. He can create 2 Joseph Stalins and then just use them, right? And then deploy another 272nd. That's a lot of stats on the board. And if they ever get unpinned so that they're not really, so they're free to operate, they can deal so much damage on the field. So
yeah, really dangerous here. ISU taking care of Wellington.
Yep.
Just killing it. And
Monty.
Susei can trade with a plane. Convoy or Monty? What is the play here? Maybe both. Maybe redeployment.
It's the redeployment packed in there as well. Not even using the Monty. Doesn't need it. Finds the anti-aircraft gun. That's all he needs. Okay. Pins the ISU. Pins.
The airplane, not
Yeah.
even killing, like pinning and killing something. Just pinning, just holding them checked. And I think this is the right way of playing this. He never wins if he's trying to remove all of the units of Cappuccino. It's not possible for him.
Yeah.
He just needs to hold them, reduce the HQ, the Stalingrad HQ down to 20, and then kill him with Commonwealth. This is Gorg's win condition. And I think this is the first time I see someone really playing around the win condition of this pin deck.
It's a very interesting way of playing the pin deck, and it almost makes me wonder. You know, I would love to learn more about how Gorg came to create these decks. If this was created with someone, if there's some recipe behind this, or how did these decks come to be? Because it feels in many ways, very, innovative, even though they do have similarities to things that we've seen before. But now all enemy ground units are going to be pinned. There's the option for Gorg to trade out the fighter so that the bomber has access to the HQ and can start whittling it down. He instead just moves the bomber to the front line, and maybe that was a misclick.
Maybe that was a misclick. Damage onto the HQ is heavily needed.
And isn't there a U-boat?
Yes, there's a U-boat. So
Commonwealth is in hand?
it's getting dangerous. Yes, of course.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
But I think Danger is the second surname of Gorg.
Looks like it. Now Gorg lost one of the ways that he had to reach the HQ, which was the anti-aircraft gun. Retreats the Petliakov. Pins the rest of the ground units. Retreats the Crusader.
Back to hand. Okay, I did not see that coming. I believe Gorg does not want to overdraw. This is why he took back the Crusader to hand. And Gorg choose not to kill those guards units with the pin mechanics. I think he did it again with this move. I did not see that coming.
What?
Retreating Crusader back to hand, do his full support line with delaying tactics. Who did that?
I don't know. Gorg. Does it hit? It's a Commonwealth!
He's losing the Commonwealth and Lend-Lease. Cappuccino striking really hard. Gorg found the Crusader.
Don't know what's happening, Darkness.
Gorg is not giving up, Ollie. He's playing Monty, he's pinning everything. He's even playing Sexton and maybe plans to kill Cappuccino with artilleries and bombers. He's taking back the T.
He's taking back the Type 94 so that he gets more pin. I thought delaying tactics were what was meant for the opponent, but no, it's meant for him. He's just generating
What?
more resources.
Gorg is playing his own play style, his own
He's
deck.
playing chess. We've all been playing checkers, Darkness. What is this? Who is this guy?
I really wondered who's Gorg before that OCC, but he already made himself a name as Gorg, the Gorg. With his unique decks, with how are you able to? It's 3 years of KARDS competitive sports, and we believed everyone is increasing their level of plays. Everyone knows like the common meta decks, and then a random guy appears and proving us all wrong, teaching us you don't know how to play Pin. That deck is actually strong.
Clearly, we don't. And now, the surprise attack, he takes out the Petliakov. Why does he take out the Petliakov? Because the Petliakov is going to block the Suisse.
And the anti-air gun.
And then
Not
he
good.
just throws it up again.
Not gonna lie, I think I would have played the anti-air gun to pin the Petliakov. Getting fooled. Well, Cappuccino got the new elite 39th Rifle Regiment. He can steal the honey. Maybe the pioneers. No, he takes the honey.
He red banners it. Surely after it attacks, right?
I think so. Well, the honey is blocking the spot between guard and HQ, which allows Gorg to attack with the tanks. But I think Gorg is running out of resources without Commonwealth. Oh, you can red banner the second Reamer. Can you? It's 5, 7. Yeah, there's a 7 guard.
Yeah.
7, 9. And Phony War to heal even more. Well, Gorg is giving a lot of resources as well. There are Black Watches and the synthetic rubber is a win possibility for Gorg. Or synthetic rubber onto a bomber or Sexton. But this guard is dangerous.
I mean, at this point, I have no idea what to predict, Darkness.
What did he? I think that was a misplay. He sacrificed. What did he sacrifice on purpose?
Yeah, I probably not so that he doesn't overdraw in once he starts drawing next turn.
But
Or,
why into the heavy armor?
He's gonna pin with the naval power. That's a good question.
Winter Warfare is dealing a lot of damage. Killing both Susays, the little tank, defend him depth to kill the Sexton. Blocking even the front line, sending me more units, the Engineers Battalion. I think that's it. Wait. That's not it. Gorg managed to clear the front line, pin the entire backline. There's no guard protecting the HQ, and there's a Black Watch in the front line. Top deck, defend in depth, able to not even kill it, but reducing a lot of HP. So synthetic rubber is not that strong anymore. Gorg is out of cards. There are no more pin cards. Oh. Gorg is able to play synthetic rubber. But he needs to play it on the second one to be able to trade. Cappuccino played the ISU and the 39th Rifle Regiment on 2 different sides. So the last day, Susray can't pin both, allowing Cappuccino to take out the full HP Blackwatch and preventing the death from the Blackwatches. Also playing Scorched Earth to increase operation cost here. And I believe that's it.
Yeah, that's going to be it. I mean, just amazing play by Cappuccino, somehow navigating all of the chaos just thrown at us here by Gorg.
Well, Gorg is able to produce a 7/7 artillery, but that's not enough.
Cappuccino ties it up 1-1.
Ooh.
These games are absolutely amazing. Darkness.
Yes. I love it. And it's one best of 5. There are at least 2 more coming, maybe 3.
Yeah. I mean, Cappuccino, they had everything that they needed to kind of stall that one out, but we've now seen the full extent of what Gorg means to do.
Well,
with
hear
this
me
pin
out.
deck.
Hear me out. I think Cappuccino was definitely on the back foot and would have lose if the spy rings would not give him the German research, would not lead into the discard of Commonwealth.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're correct. I mean, hitting the Commonwealth, there were 8 cards in hand, and he was about to discard 25% of them. So there was a 25% chance that included Commonwealth, and that kept him alive.
Of course, Cappuccino played very well and was not making any misplays, holding always on the back foot, and was piloting this matchup really well. But this small amount of RNG was needed for Cappuccino on top to be able to defeat Gorg there.
Now, what can Gorg do during round number 2? That's the question.
Well, turn 3 Sexton, really strong, usually. But Gorg can play naval power. Gorg is
just
not
passed.
Gorg is not even playing something.
Ha! What? I don't understand, Darkness.
I would have killed the Sexton. But Gorg just waited a little bit longer. I believe he waited for Cappuccino to play the Western plan to pin with the Susei 3 units and get most out of it to pin all of those and kill with surprise attacks then. But I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
I'm hired as expert and I can only guess what's going on in Gorg's head.
Yeah, this is these matches have been absolutely insane. What a series. And what a day of matches. Absolutely fantastic. And now what do you do if you're Cappuccino? Are you throwing like a dry Karis out? No.
I think I would throw a dry Karis out. Blackwatch, really strong. Cappuccino has 5 orders and is now not able to use them. Well, a supply shortage is able to kill the Black Watch. It was in 6 turns. So
In
that's
6
so that's an option. Convoy is just going to fill the remaining slot and causing overdraw, like Karis too. So there's not really an option. Gorg is reducing the amount of hand cards a little bit, delaying tactics without delaying anything, and sending Blackwatch into the front line. Now the Churchill is not able to send back the Blackwatch to hand. Cappuccino is playing it anyway.
Yeah, but the evasive maneuvers can stop the pin from coming out if Gork plays the Swishe. Swishe?
Let's see.
Sweste? There we go. The evasive action is now out. There's only one of these in the deck here from Cappuccino. So definitely reaping. Sorry?
I want to say that was rather bad. He was playing too fast. He played the Sassay and ended turn. The animation afterwards showed that the tank is not getting pinned.
Yeah.
I believe he would have played Monty to save his Black Watch
Yeah,
and pin everything.
I believe you. I definitely believe you because I mean we've seen he has so much pin in his deck that he definitely feels comfortable just taking his time and hitting the HQ over and over again. Now he finds his own Churchill. He can throw back 3 units.
Well, see, with the research top deck, he could have played Churchill next turn, and after getting the research onto Blackwatch, producing a 10-10 with Fury. But with the damage Blackwatch, shelling will kill the Blackwatch, allowing Cappuccino to play more orders. And now Gorg is in a tiny bit difficult position, but still able to control the entire board with shelling, with Monty, with Churchill. Attacking the HQ. Gorg is just ignoring the backline when it's pinned.
Yeah, and I mean, I like this. He's going in with the Wellington, and he knows there are carpet bombings in Cappuccino's deck. So he's trying to force Cappuccino to expend cards in his hand to deal with what he's doing at the moment, and not hitting multiple units. Because the threat of the multiple rounds of pin means that you just can't leave the Wellington there chilling. You just can't. And now he's prepping for the synthetic rubber play, and he's just building out a ton of units. Then he's going to be able to bounce everything back into hand because the support line is now full. So, I mean, I'm guessing you rip out something like a convoy, but you probably play a supply shortage. If you're Cappuccino here, just to make sure that these units on board don't get a chance to take the synthetic rubber, but like Cappuccino just filled their hand up, and there's a Churchill next turn.
Cappuccino has 8 cards in hand. 8, and there's a Churchill. That means getting. I want to see the Churchill.
Oh, it's
Churchill coming in, sending everything back. Churchill out of the way. 2 legions out of the way. Only the pioneers.
Cappuccino and he's got Commonwealth.
No,
he's
Uprising.
Got Commonwealth next turn.
Yeah, he does has Commonwealth next turn. Cappuccino has Blackwatch and Ultra to deal with that. But Cappuccino did not get back the Churchill. And the Churchill on the field alone is 5/7 tank.
He has to play both Blackwatch here, right?
Maybe a Western Plan, Blackwatch and Ultra. Maybe both Blackwatches.
I mean, Gorg has so many cheap orders in his deck to test for Ultra that you can't really leave your fate in the hands of Ultra.
Life shortage.
Oh, he just passes. He doesn't even trigger Ultra.
He just passes.
Is he faking him out? Is he faking him out?
I guess he's faking it.
Just establishes the Sexton. I don't get it. Is he trying to like now he's gonna proc Ultra and then Gorg is gonna walk into it with either the Commonwealth, but now even if he plays the synthetic rubber and he gets Ultra, then he'll just Commonwealth.
With synthetic rubber, he has a 0 credit. A 0 credit order to check for Ultra, as long as Cappuccino is not playing Blackwatch. Amazing preparation.
No, I mean I gotta shout out the sickness of that play by Cappuccino, just being like, I'm gonna bank that he's gonna spend an order testing if I have Ultra this turn and not gonna have the credits to Commonwealth, so I'm gonna play neither of my Blackwatches and I'm not gonna proc Ultra. I'm just gonna float a bunch of credits. That is insane.
Cappuccino did not play Blackwatch. Gorg is testing with 0 operation for Ultra and is now killing Cappuccino with Commonwealth. Not playing Blackwatch was a crucial mistake here. Cappuccino knew there's a 0 cost order, but again, I don't believe we saw this specific play before. Going for the research, get a 0k order to test for the Ultra next turn and get a guaranteed Commonwealth.
I don't even know what to say. I think that could have very well been intentional, to play around Ultra, but I just think Gorg knew that he had multiple paths to victory, and it just so happened to, as soon as he saw the Ultra being procced, he decided to play the Commonwealth.
And they're back in game. They're not wasting any time. Gorg now has to win with his self-damage, OTK mixed deck, and Cappuccino is bringing their Legion control list, Brit Poland.
I think this is... I think both players near the end of that last game showed some truly tremendous play. I think like Cappuccino playing the mind game like they did there. Jesus, that's a ballsy move. Now, I think the difficulty here for Cappuccino, they had no Commonwealth. They are mostly reliant on infantry. And I don't know why Gorg just threw the OT-34 away, because I feel like the OT-34 is a great way to potentially end the game for him here.
Yes, but there's so many pins and retreat and kill options from Cappuccino's side. He really needs the Red Dawn as removal for the Carriers, for example. He needs the 34 Guards, he needs the Katyusha and Yura, and the Convoy, so it was just the lesser of two evil.
That was a good reference, Douglas. That was a really good reference.
I'm proud of it.
And now Gorg dropping the Katyusha. Looks like it.
Yeah, does not really has a lot of options, even going for Bloody Sickle Katyusha here to find another Red Dawn. If Cappuccino is playing something with 4 health or more, Gorg is able to play tons of 34 Guards. He's not. Less of two evil. Arrow. The countermeasure. But again, Cappuccino is not playing units, and without targets for Red Dawn and Bloody Sickle, Gorg is just clocked with his 34 Guards.
Oh, never mind. Cappuccino just played a dry Wrath Lightning to get some board presence on there.
Honey first.
Yeah.
He's playing so fast. Top decking, Honey being able to play Bloody Sickle, getting a little bit of draw. And drawing into Observer Core. And Red Dawn playing Red Dawn to kill it. And now dropping 3 34 guards, turn 6. One
of
even
them-
pushing into the front line.
Exactly. Underground State is going to definitely throw that one back, though.
I don't think it's enough. Well, Cappuccino has to throw it back and finding some Western plan to get Polish units, makes them die and killing those with Underground State. But there are a lot of stats in Gorg's hand, and right now it's getting thin. Cappuccino's on thin ice here. And of course, taking their time to think about. Observer Core reducing one Underground State and the Karas. I love that. 2 Polish units and not even taking care of the frontline one, but I think that was a mistake.
Yeah, because of the Red Dawn coming out here,
3.
that could very much turn out to be a mistake.
That's not enough damage, but it's quite a lot of damage. Even with Hura, it would not be lethal.
But now, how is Cappuccino going to deal with 2 units in the front line at 9 HP? The Yura is going to be enough to put the 6 attack one to end the game.
Cappuccino did. Gorg did not kill the Karas. So Uprising is dealing less damage. While Gorg was dealing more damage to the HQ. How smart is that? Underground State is sending back the frontline unit. Very important here. Section 2 is buffing the Legion, giving more card draw. Gorg needs to find
He needs to find another Yura here.
another or Red Dawn.
Yeah.
Did not find Red Dawn.
But I mean, it's still so much pressure, and it's just mounting right now. It's 19 damage being threatened in the front line.
And with not killing the Karas, Uprising is still not dealing enough damage. Cappuccino can play more guards.
I think this is it. I think Gorg just became the December OCC champion, Darkness. Out of nowhere.
No, it's not over. Cappuccino has card draw and is able to find Monty, maybe Shelling, depending on the order. There's a chance for Cappuccino.
Yeah, there is a chance. It's a slim chance, but there is a chance. But he has to find some back-to-back top decks right now.
Where's the
That's section 2.
Ultra.
Ultra, that's not going to do it. That's not going to do it.
Observer Core triggering Ultra. Oh, you are coming in, and that's it.
And Gorg, in his first ever Officer Club Championship, defeats Cappuccino.
Cappuccino, they won 2 out of 3 from the last OCCs. Gorg did it. Gorg brought unique decks with unique playstyles and astonishing moves. And was just able to defeat one of the strongest KARDS East boardler.
Gorg just ushered in a new era of competitive cards. He brought some originality to the table. He brought types of decks that we've seen before, but he played them in ways that we've never seen before. Gorg, who is this person? Where did they come from? How did these decks come to be? That's what I want to know. Congratulations to Gorg. You are our December Officer Club champion. Cappuccino taking home second and TurboCat taking third. Two of the newcomers, of the relative newcomers in the competitive scene, being first and third here. What an amazing day of matches, and what a crazy final series. Wow, that was amazing.
That was really deserved an OCC winner. Congrats, Gorg. Yeah, I just think he deserves to win the $500 to be able to build his own unique decks and teach everyone how to play cards with his decks. That was amazing.
That isolation play is still just ringing in my head. You know, it's like
it was nice. It was really, really nice to have an OCC with two underdogs with unique decks, with a lot of different decks, and not everyone is bringing the same lineup, and some really interesting gameplay with 9,000 IQ moves. It was nice, and thank you so much for having me here. I will now pass this on to the host desk. So thank you so much, Big O, and I will throw it to Christo.
He did it. Ollie, he did it. The madman did it. Gorg. First ever OCC win this December Officers Club Championships. What? I am on the same page as you. That isolation play just threw me for a loop. Once he did it, I was like, that's brilliant. That makes so much sense. Why have we never seen that before? Amazing stuff. Creativity. Played very well, playing decks that were not necessarily easy to play either. I think we just saw just a phenomenal performance overall by Gorg.
Y'all doubt it. Y'all doubt it. I said it from the beginning. I said it from the pre-game show. Gorg is here to win. You can't just show up into a tournament with a name like Gorg 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a bunch of OTK decks and pin decks, and not win, Christo. That doesn't mesh with history. That was absolutely insane, and I'm guaranteeing you that right now, as the finals are playing out in front of the live audience, people are racking their brain right now. All the competitive cards players are like, all right, how are we going to deal with this stuff? Because this is going to be cropping up on ladder. This is going to be cropping up in future tournaments. We're going to see people expand and adapt on this. That isolation play, all of a sudden everybody's going to be like, man, how do I counter isolation? How does that work? You know, that's what you need to plan for now. I haven't seen that before. I've never seen that before. He was able to deal so much more damage than what the credit system allows you to do by deferring 7 credits of gameplay to the previous turn by using isolation. It is mind-blowing. It is fantastic. And my God, what this shows, how much is still left to be discovered when it comes to competitive cards, how it shows how the game is constantly evolving and how new talent can just blast through everything and become an OCC champion. It is a fantastic series, and just huge congratulations to Gorg. Huge congratulations to everyone else that made it to the top 8. We say this all the time. It's a huge accomplishment in and of itself, but Gorg will be allowed to own today. He is the hero of the December OCC. He's the champion, and a huge shout out to Gorg.
And I think that just goes to show, like you said, 2023 for J King is going to be a tough year to defend his world championship. Not necessarily the same way he did it this year. If this is just the beginning, this is just December. This is just Gorg. This is one player.
It's
We saw
just-
Turbo Cat. That we saw new players make it to the OCC. This is going to progressively snowball throughout next year. That is my prediction, that by next December's OCC, we might see a whole new roster of individuals competing at this level.
Who knows? I think that might very well happen. I think we do see new talent coming in every year, and I think this was what a way to also just stake out like a fan base, right? I mean, like A, you play like that. B, your name is Gorg, right? Like Twitch chat is going like beep, 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 beep. There's like the Gorkinator, Gork December. Everybody's having fun with the name. They're not even spelling it the way that he spells it. It's Guorq, right? And everybody's just going Jork. He's gonna have to switch his name to Gork. He's been adopted by the community as a. It's just a fantastic story, man. It's a. This is also from a content perspective, right? From an entertainment perspective. We sat here today, and keep in mind, like we're coming up on 6.5 hours of streaming now. And we sat down here today, we were like, oh man, this is gonna be a long one, man. There's resistance, there's a ton of France. Oh, Jesus. And then we're all right. What decks do you want to cover in the war room, guys? Can we just do Gork's lineup? Right? He's bringing some crazy stuff. It's like no. We need to do like a diverse lineup. We just showcase everything. We talk about Soviet France control. We talk about this. We talk about that. Alpine. It turns out Gorg just brought the nuts today. He just brought the absolute nuts, and he played it so well. And I mean. Huge shout out to Cappuccino in that game number 2, how they somehow staved off all his attempts at setting up lethal and everything. Sure, they discarded the Commonwealth, but everything around that, lesser players would have fallen to Gorg.
Lesser players did fall to Gorg today. They did. We're going to be celebrating Gorkmas in just about a week. So Merry Gorkmas to all. But there you have it. Gorg defeating Cappuccino, Turbo Cat, and Xyloser to win the December OCC. Got Cappuccino in second. We have Turbo Cat defeating Evergarden to win the bronze match. Now, Ole, we mentioned that next year we're going to have potentially a new roster of competitive players. We're potentially going to have some new casters, as obviously you are stepping away from the game. I want to say, after experiencing the last few hours together, that I do not know that there could have been a better way for you to go out than to cast today's event, cast the finals, seeing Gorg win it all. I feel like it was just so fitting for the energy and the breath of fresh air you brought and you bring to the game and you bring to every cast and every event. So I feel like this is just such a fitting moment for you to go out on.
I agree. I mean, it was the old bait and switch. It was like Japan resistance mirror. Oh, psych, Gorg going Gorg. It's like boom. So I mean, man. It's what a fantastic series, and just huge shout out to all the players for all their innovation, and a huge shout out to the KARDS community for keeping it awesome and always being awesome. It's been an absolute pleasure. When we started taking it together, I think it's like 2 broadcasts in the past 2 and change years, 2.5 years that I've not been a part of. Doesn't matter if it's been in a different country, in a car somewhere, at home, at different offices, at a camp out, cookout, doesn't matter. But it's always been a pleasure. The only thing that stopped me from not doing like all the broadcasts this year was that I had to be on a plane, and I'm so freaking sad. I even like tried to schedule my travel so that I could do it, but unfortunately, the plane didn't even have Wi-Fi. Otherwise, I would have tried. I would have been that idiot sitting somewhere on like row 27 going like, and Gorg, not giving a heck about everybody around me. But it's been a privilege. It's been an honor. And it's been a fantastic journey. So I look forward to following the scene in the coming years and, watching from the outside. I'm sure I'll pop in every now and then and say hello if there's an opportunity to. So. And just thank you to everyone, and it's been one heck of a ride.
You will always have a place here on any event, anything we're doing. There will always be a square that your camera can fit squarely into. I mean, we've had a wonderful event. We've had a wonderful year of esports here at KARDS. I am going to, for a rare change, shut my mouth. Oli, I'm going to let you take us out as your final event here with us. So please take us away.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in. This was the last Officer Club Championship of 2022. It was the last tournament of 2022, and what a year it has been. Never have there been as many OCCs, as many opens, and as many awesome moments as this year, and that is all thanks to you, the players, the community, the competitive scene, the producers, the casters, and everybody else that put their hand on this project and made it a reality. It's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this and to be here in front of you all on such a regular basis throughout the year. Huge shout out to everybody. Huge shout out to the KARDS community. Keep being awesome, keep growing, keep promoting KARDS, keep sharing this awesome game and all the passion and all the love with everybody around you. Big O out.
Hello everyone and welcome to the first ever Officers Club Championship. My name is Ólafur Hrafn and I will be your host for today. I can't wait to see this action.
Come on in here, you just don't stop coming. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Perfect.
People are calling bullshit on me being 6'4". I'm really big. It means we're 1-1, guys. It's even. I wouldn't have been. Just have to live with it.
Yeah.
Dork Alliance is way better. It's way better than Dark Alliance.
Yeah.
I would join the Dork Alliance. Okay.
Yeah. You are already in the game. What happened here?
That's really it's really weird. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna log out from the other computer.
Sure.
You entertain the people.
Let's see who's in the chat.
Mayday, mayday. Well, you're under attack. We seem to have lost signal with the outside world. We're absolutely in the dark here. Sir, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to proceed? Oh, we're back? Oh. Well.
The infamous time to penis.
Yes.
Then we had myself as an accordion player, and I really love the angle of the hands. Apparently, you don't need wrists to play the accordion. As promised, here's a quick behind-the-scenes tour of today's streaming studio. As you can see, I'm here in beautiful Yakima, Washington, the hops capital of the USA. Here you can see my streaming office for today, parked conspicuously close to the house. This has been my casting chair. You see the Spider-Man can at the bottom there, very important. Moral support from my boys. Computer over there. And then we move over into the campground. The third place map cast from that brush right over here. Standing here was the only way that I could get the needed Wi-Fi.
Nashup.
It's very close. It's very close.
Rad. Panzer 2A.
Panzer 2A.
Panzer 2A. Panzer 2A. See?
Okay.
No.
No.
It's not.
Right. Even more wrong. Uranprojekt.
I was not getting that.
I have everything off though. Oh my god, you guys are gonna hear a lot of stuff. Sorry. Oh my god, why do they play these sounds when you're turning them off? Sorry.
That is internet waterboarding. That's true.
It's lethal.
It's lethal. We were too much focused on the airplane.
We were thinking
it was 12 damage exactly, and clearing the front line as well.
Turns out that if you deal enough damage to the enemy HQ, the game just ends. Going the way of Canada Bear Britain, bagging their second win. The current standing now, Canada Bear 1, and Bubbles
Innocent
0.
Bubbles.
Bubbles 0.
Wiping the season with 11 credits.
Oh my
Just enough.
God! Artemisia with the top deck.
The desperate measures.
Oh, genius!
Banzai!
Another unusual line.
Wow, that is so big brain admirable.
Wow, I'm shocked.
Uprising draw.
Uprising.
Uprising.
Wow. Wow. Huge draw.
And the mass deployment. He can play the mass deployment in the same turn. 4 damage. He only has that turn. Oh, no. Bubbles. Oh no, Bubbles.
What the? I can't describe what's happened without swearing loudly. Oh my days!
What?
Fatigue!
Welcome to the first ever 1939 Games Developer AMA. My name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson, and I just recently joined the KARDS team here to work on content and tournaments and stuff. And I'm super excited to get to immediately jump in and do this with you guys. Saying my goodbyes. Thank you everyone that tuned in for the weekend. KARDS, even though it is still in early access, truly has a fantastic community. Let's grow it together. And with that, I bid farewell. And yeah, good night.